Welcome in everybody to the One Win Summer Series here. I'm Robin Roll. I'm going to be joined by Aries as well as Lizard. And just a quick update before we do actually get started here. We are just waiting on One Win to finish their series up against Yellow Submarine in the Elite League qualifiers. So that is currently underway. We are waiting for that one to finish, and then we're going to be able to get ourselves going, as soon as possible. So hopefully the teams will be here in the next 10 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes. So the game is underway, and then hopefully we'll be able to get ourselves into the action with Team Spirit as well as One Win. But for now, I think we are going to be sticking on the break screen just until those games are finished. So we're going to be back with the action as soon as possible. Welcome in everybody to the One Win Summer Series. This is the actual start now. There's going to be no more delays on this one. I'm going to be joined by Aries and Lizard to get this one kicked off. Aries, to start with you, how are you doing this evening? Morning? I don't know what time it is for you still. I don't know.
That's right. You know, it's 4 a.m. So we're in the morning. We're in the early morning here, but no, doing very well. We should have 2 exciting series today. Yeah, we're in the playoffs, so some good Dota coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and again, hopefully we'll be getting our games on soon. And Lizard, how are you doing joining us here for the playoffs? So sneaking in right at the end, it seems like.
Yeah, I managed to sneak in just before the tournament ended. I'm happy to be here. You know, I was on the seacoast a little bit, enjoying my sun, got a little bit of tan, and now I'm here to watch some Dota with you, Rob and Roll and Aries. Rob and Roll, with Aries I worked a bit in the past, like in the last couple of months, but I haven't seen you in... We haven't worked together in a really long time. What you up to, man? Have you gotten married? Do you have kids already? What's going on with you?
Absolutely not. No kids here. The last time we saw each other was for literally 2 minutes in Berlin, like last year for the ESL show. Yeah, just in passing. Then apart from that, it's probably been about 4 or 5 years since we did some joint Dota stuff together. It's been a while, but you know, I'm glad to have you back on. You know, it's going to be a great time here in the show, and looking forward to this first series. It is going to be One Win versus Team Spirit. Lizard, just to start with you, to ask you, because you know you've done a little bit of semi-pro work yourself, right? If you're doing you've got a best of 3, you've got a best of 5, and then you're coming through to a best of 3. That's a long day. How do the players keep themselves, you know, going for this? What's the mentality, do you think, here coming into this for One Win?
Ooh, it depends on what the stress levels are like on the tournament. Like, it depends how hard you have to focus and prepare for one tournament or another. Because if you're playing something that you don't really like, if it's, you know, not really the biggest deal of your life, if you're like some TI winner and you've been playing the whole day for Wallachia, like Team Spirit have done recently, you know, they played Wallachia, they played the grand finals, and before that they played 3 games, and then they played full 5 games afterwards. They didn't look phased at all, and they managed to snatch that grand finals off of XG. It all depends on, I guess, what your motivation is like and where you are in your Dota career. Like, for them, I think it was really important to prove to themselves that they can take a W and that they can get to TI easily once again, or maybe even RIA, that they've regained full form. For some other teams, it all depends, really. It depends on the day. Like, one thing is 100% certain. Some players, they have like really easy time going over a full day of like 10 games, and some have it harder. So you just have to work together as a team and you know, make those players that have it a bit rougher feel more comfortable.
Okay. Well, we'll see how the One Win, how hungry they are, because it is a qualifier finals that they're airing currently, and then coming through. You don't want to let the team down yourself, because this is their event, this is their tournament, so they can't be coming in half-hearted in this one either. They've got to come stake their claim up against the best of the best here in Team Spirit. And Aries on the other side here, Team Spirit, you know, they've had the day off, they've had plenty of time to prepare, maybe even watching the 2 series that One Win are playing now. You know, you come into this one fairly relaxed, and how do you think the players for Team Spirit approach this one? Is it a case of, do you think they have been watching it all along, or is it just a case of checking the Dota buffs, you know, seeing how the VODs have gone, and maybe just checking those highlights?
Yeah, probably checking the Dota buff, seeing at least what they're picking, staying up to date with some of the heroes that, of course, they're playing over in that tournament as well, so it doesn't catch them by surprise. I mean, I'm staying up to date as well, so I have some information what's going on. I see there was an anti-mage in the 5th game from One Win, so you're definitely pulling something out of the hat, and I'm sure Spirit are watching, but they're also probably just, you're relaxing too, and you know, they've got a best of 3 ahead of them, so they want to try to exhaust themselves too much by putting attention on somewhere else.
Okay, yeah, I do actually have the stream up for the game right next to me here. I'm keeping an eye on myself just to see how One Win are doing, and they're not doing too bad here. 11k net worth lead, obviously 5 minutes late, but you know, 20 kills to 11, so they're looking pretty good. Hopefully they are going to be able to keep that momentum up. And just to go through to catch Lizard up, because again, it is his first day, we've seen already the group stages coming through. Gaming Gladiators, One Win, Virtus Pro, PSG Quest, Team Spirit, Entity, Beast Coast, as well as NGX. Some great games already coming through. Those best of ones, you know, really impressive for One Win, coming up against VP, coming up against, I think it was VP again, and you know, going to a 70 78-minute game in the groups games, to be in that decided match and get themselves through. So they have already played a lot of Dota the past few days, and it looks like they are up for it still here. So coming through into this one, hopefully they are going to be prepared. And then on the other side, we have Gaming Gladiators versus Entity. And again, Lizard, are you going with the popular kid? Are you going with Gaming Gladiators there? Are you leaning, or have you seen enough from Entity that you might think they might be able to sneak it in here past the Gaming Gladiators?
Oh, they just snuck in with a couple of qualifiers recently, right? So why not? I think that it's not only that Entity is looking pretty damn legit right now, it's also that Gaming Gladiators for me aren't looking that great for a couple of months already, and because of that I really think that Entity can take it. I think this first one win versus Spirit is, I don't know, both of these series actually have potential to go the full stretch. So I feel like Aries, he knows this. Like when we've been casting, every single series went 2-0. Like every single series, maybe 1 out of 10 it goes the stretch. I really think there's a lot of potential to get like full 6 games out of these 4 teams tonight.
Yeah, well, hopefully we are going to be able to get all 6 of those games. I mean, I know that's what I'm here for, and we've not really been disappointed. We're going to be able to see the highlights coming out from the event as well. 1 win, I think these are the highlights. Hopefully we are going to be able to go the distance here. And looking at Aries, just to point back to the Spring Series, Entity, I do believe, if my mind fails me, hopefully it doesn't, but Entity won the last one. They want to come through the beat Virtus Pro 3-1. So is there a bit of pride on the line, a little bit of extra in it for them to make sure they get through to those grand finals?
Yeah, I'm sure, definitely, without a doubt, that they'd like to be the reigning champions back-to-back years as well, or back-to-back tours, I should say, in the one-win tournament. So yeah, there's a little bit of pride, and I think importantly they have a lot of big tournaments coming up as well. So just to have that momentum going into Riyadh and going into TI as well is going to be really big for a team like this. Let's be real, like Entity, even since the birth of this kind of organization, yeah, we've seen some good results at LANs and they've been very impressive, but they haven't got any victories on the board. So this would be a lot of momentum for a team that has got criticism in the past, and some players in particular like Watson, like everyone's kind of wanting more out of him, and really we are starting to see that. And so I think this would be big if they're able to get a victory.
Okay, and yeah, hopefully they are going to again. Well, it's some great Dota from them today, from everyone. And I know we do our team predictions behind the scenes. We're going to be able to reveal those a little bit later on. But speaking about predictions, hero predictions coming through. We saw yesterday the Monkey King absolutely. It felt like it was in every single game. Every single time it got free, it got through, it got picked up. And starting to be one of the more popular heroes. So Lizard, again, I don't know if you've seen the past few games or you've been seeing it in higher level pros, but do you think that's a hero that we're going to be seeing again all of today, or do we get a couple of bans on that Monkey King now, do you think, today?
Oh, brother of mine, have I seen it? Like, I'm playing a lot of pubs, like a shit ton of pubs recently. Like, I don't think ever since I started casting, I haven't try-harded as much. I gained like 2,000 MMR in maybe 15 days, maybe 3 weeks.
Damn.
If I see a Monkey King in my game, I double down. Like if he's with me in the team. I feel like the hero is more hit than a miss, especially if it's played as a support. Like, I don't know, in your games, you might have seen some carry Monkey Kings, but as a support, that little thing is so goddamn nasty and so damn difficult to deal with, annoying. Like, I'm done with Monkey. I'm actually, you know what, I'm going to my heroes tab. I'm putting it on the ban right now. I I want to have some impact in the game. Nice Stalker can leave, we're gonna add Monkey King there. Let's go. There we go.
Okay, and hopefully they'll be able to get production to pull up Lizard's Dota buff as well to make sure he's not lying about that 2k MMR that he has gained. Because we want to be honest on this panel, we want to be straightforward, and we can't be inflating that MMR. We can't be lying. And yeah, just looking through, I mean, the games yesterday. It was, it was a bit of a menace. I say a bit of a menace. It was pretty much every single game. It felt like after Beast Coast showed Entity how to play it. Entity getting a little bit angry. No one coming back in that last season. I mean, Aries, you were casting it. How do you feel the attitude was for Entity there after being 1-0 by Beast Coast, do you think?
They definitely weren't happy with it. We could see kind of in their reaction to how they were playing the game, and I think there was some smiley faces at the end of the game as well. They were, kind of taunting Beast Coast as well. So maybe they just wanted to prove like that game, because let's be real, I mean, to start the tournament, they got absolutely demolished. I mean, the best of one where Beast Coast won in 18 minutes, like that was a beatdown. That was an incredible performance from Beast Coast. And then Entity, they had obviously something to prove. They wanted to come in and be like, this is just a blip on the radar. It was just a bit of a mistake. It's not going to happen again. So they're in. This is really a team I have my eye out for on how well they're able to do, because I think they're very entertaining to watch and they have a lot of unique strategies.
Yeah, I know Watson gets a lot of praise with the being the top. I don't even know where he is on the table. He keeps jumping between like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but he's the top 5 in the the European leaderboards, and he does get a lot of praise for the heroes that he can play. But looking through all of Entity here as well, you've got, I mean, no one impressed yesterday. After that, maybe again a little bit aggressive in that best of one up against Beast Coast, where he was diving tier 2 towers. But yeah, we're going to be able to see a little bit more. But DM, Kalawami, Fishman, they've all got their ways to play. As we take a look at the team spirit highlights, just to go on a little bit as well. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Entity go on. Like you say, they've been runners-up sometimes. They've not quite made it where they may deserve to be pushing through, taking those victories. And maybe we see it here. Maybe they're going to be the 2-time here coming up in the 1-win Summer Series. And coming up against a team like Gaming Gladiators, that's a way to prove you deserve to be there. But again, coming back to this series and 1-win versus Team Spirit, we are seeing the Team Spirit highlights on the board. Team Spirit, they took a month off. They took a little bit of downtime. We spoke to Naposki yesterday as well. And he just said, yeah, no, we've had a month-long break, and all we did was play Dota. They like the new patch. They like the way the new patch plays, and they're just kind of like focusing on that one. So that's the attitude that we want to see coming out here. But looking at it, 1-win, they've got themselves through to TI. They're impressing. I'm keeping an eye on this game as well. 42 minutes in, they're 25-14, still a 14k net worth lead here for 1-win. If we're looking at this one here, Lizards, you talked about Ares and you casting the 2-0, so maybe you've already put the jinx on it. But looking at are you expecting the 2-1s? Are you expecting quick 2-0s with the way Spirit play, or are you thinking this might go the distance?
Like they're the scariest when they go take a break and just play pubs during that break and not go and eat some cevapi and whatever they are eating in Serbia, burek right now. As long as they're just constantly spamming games, I think that they can take any team 2-0 and it doesn't go the distance. But 1-win as well have proven that they're really strong in the recent couple of tournaments. They qualified for, what was it, EWC or TI? I think it was TI qualifier that they just won recently. TI. So yeah, the TI one. So overall, I feel that this one should go 3 games. But you know what? Out of everything, I love a lot of these players. I'm really happy for no one to be back in his good form. This is a guy that everyone respected. No one likes to play mid. No one likes to play mid against him. I take that word away from me. There isn't a single player in this world that likes playing mid against no one. He was always very nasty to play against, but he wasn't really in the best teams. So because of that, I predicted, I believe, Entity. I'm not sure. I think I predicted them to take this game, and also because I wanted to be a little bit, edgy as well for the Entity game at least.
Okay. We're actually going to see the predictions coming up for this first series, so we'll see which way everybody is leaning, whether Lizard is going to be edgy all the way through the evening, or whether he's going to be joining the rest. Oh, it's a bit of a split here. Okay. It's slight edge to Team Spirit, but yeah, Lizard is going to go for 1-win. Me and Aries on Team Spirit, and again, I've got the shirt. In fact, it's hanging right behind me here. I can't go against my boys. And looking at it, it looks like a bit of split for the rest of the panel as well. Bowie as well as Hurry Freak going towards 1-win. We'll get the explanations a little bit later on here as why they think it's going to be the 1-win, whether they're just being edgy here as well. But yeah, Fluke Tanog and DK Truman also back in Team Spirit. And yeah, hopefully, again, we're going to be able to get ourselves into it quite soon. It looks like, again, 45 minutes in, the game's not quite over yet. I know there's 5 delay on the stream that I'm watching, so, like I say, fingers crossed we're not going to be too far away. But yeah, we're going to get a bit of a split panel here coming through. And hopefully, I mean, again, I just want all 3 games. That's all I want. I want to be seeing, all 3. I want to go to, 45 minutes each game, because they've been a little bit quick, these games. Eric, why do you think they've been a little bit quick coming into it? Is it just the way the teams are playing now, that aggression coming through, or is that the way that just the meta is?
I mean, it could, who knows, best of ones. But I think really the victories, a lot of them have been kind of outdrafts in particular, where one team has just like heavily been favored in regards to like the lane. They demolished the lanes, and then with that net worth lead, we saw them just being able to control the map, and there was really no coming back from there. So I really think a lot of it just comes down to the strong lanes that we've been seeing people put a lot more emphasis on. And also it's just like you kind of made some mistakes, and they made a lot of mistakes in those games, right? Like the games that ended 18 minutes and 15 minutes, like it was such a high net worth lead. There was no real point playing that game. So I think sometimes you can just put it down to it just being a bad game.
Okay, well, we'll see if it is going to, like say, hopefully go the distance. We get some good Dota games coming out here. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how that play. On the side of Team Spirit as well, like I said, they've had a bit of a break, but coming through, it doesn't look like they've lost a step. Just looking at the actual game times, 28 minutes. They beat Beast Coast in 36 minutes here as well in the winners. So they're having a really good time. And you just kind of have to hope, the teams are on form. I know it's a little bit later on in the evening, but these are gamer hours, right, Lizard? This is when we're ready, right? This is when we actually put our time into Dota. Not these morning games. We want to be coming through to like 3 a.m. in the morning, which I guess Ares is already doing.
Ares is already doing, yeah. That's my point. Like, first, I want to touch on the predictions. Everyone, I feel like above. Ares? What's your MMR? Approximately. And let me put you on the spot.
Last
Come
time...
on, give it to the.
Yeah, okay. Like, so let's keep in mind, right? Like, MMR inflation is pretty bad right now. 5.2. 5.2 was peak about 5 years ago, and I haven't touched ranks since then. Okay. So, with MMR inflation, I'm like 8K. That's a joke, by the way.
Honestly, that's actually not too bad. I expected something different the way you were caught by that question. Everyone above 5K MMR, I feel like, went for 1 win, and everyone below went for Team Spirit. I think that's fair to say, but I think everyone below is going to be correct, of course, for this first game. Like, overall, I just have to say that, this whole tournament, from what I have caught so far, like you guys have said, like some games have been quick. The only games that I have seen have been long. So what's up with that? Like, is everything that I haven't seen actually been quick? Like, I'm going through games and I see a 15-minute game now. What the hell happened here? Is this correct even? Like, did Gaming Gladiator PSG Quest actually last 15 minutes? Damn, that's actually ridiculous.
That was, you should see the other. I mean, oh, dude, they got brooded. I mean, carry brood. Oh, that was also the game where Quinn played monkey into the Dragonite mid, and Quinn just absolutely bodied. He went 5-0 and 12, and it just completely dismantled them. So that was like, it was just, again, like, you have really strong lanes. You have a lineup that wins early game. We know what Gaming Gladiators do, right? Like, this is the Gaming Gladiator style, where you just are able to end the game early, and that's the thing. That's just what happens with the draft. If you're favored in the early game, you're going to be able to run over it, and they did that. And that's kind of what happened in some of the other games too, like the Beast Coast Entity one, right? Like, you take a look. 18 minutes, and again, that was a mid-Monkey King where we saw from Lumpy, and Lumpy was making a lot of plays across the map. You had double really strong laning supports in the Jakiro and the Techies. There were some other pretty quick games like Spirit Nigma, that was quick. Entity Nigma, that was quick. So it must just be some of the games that you were catching. Because, yeah, definitely, like, you take a look at one win in Virtus Pro, then you have a 78-minute game, a 47-minute game. You know, some of the other Entity games have been long, but yeah, we have been getting, some pretty goddamn quick ones.
Yeah, and maybe it's a good luck charm that Lizard's here. Yeah.
Yeah. I went through some of these games, and now I'm seeing Nigma lost like 28-minute game as well. Like Beast Coast as well lost a couple. Yeah, I guess the 78 minutes one just caught me and held me in its grasp, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, that's what we want. We want that entertaining Dota that's going to keep us on our seat, in our seats, just watching the stream, keeping us going here. And yeah, hopefully, like you say, it's going to be all 6 games coming out tonight because some great teams, and we want to see them do their very best. Get through as much Dota as possible. As it looks like, again, I'm watching one win. They're pushing down racks now. They're fighting for the lives in the base. So they're showing some good Dota already, and they're going to be coming through, I'm sure, into this next best of 3 as he warmed up. They're ready to go. They're looking for this win. I'm just trying to find live stats. I actually can't find live stats, obviously, with a 5-minute delay. So I just keep putting it onto the Dota client to see if the game's ended yet. And it looks like it's still going for now. But hopefully it's not going to be too far away from this one win coming up 55 minutes. And yeah, we'll see how it is going to be playing for them. And if you're looking at this, again, 55-minute game, that's not going to be easy, right? Coming into a best of 3 up against Team Spirit. So hopefully, they're going to be able to come in. They're going to be well warmed up at least. Game plan-wise, we've already touched on the Monkey King. Maybe that's something that they're going to be... Did they actually play that one? Let me just take a look. I don't think they've played that, so that might be something... No, they did. They played it up against Game of Gladiator and they lost in a 53-minute game. But Aries, what else are you expecting from one win? From the matches you've seen so far, draft-wise, game style-wise, what are you expecting them to play coming up against Team Spirit?
Seeing a lot of the Weaver is something that we've been seeing at the moment from them. We've seen some flex as well with heroes like the Gyrocopter they've been playing as a support. I think in particular, really, another one is the Marcy for Sweden Strong, which is something that we've actually seen some teams even ban out. That was in their first series versus Virtus Pro. They got a Darkseid Marcy. So a very strong combo that they've been running in a lot of events. So probably those 2 in particular, again, just like really strong laning supports. Regards to the carry pool and the mid pool, it's nothing really that different. Although with that being said, we did actually even get a Lycan from the offlaner on one win for Cloud. Mm-hmm. But really for them, it's nothing too different. It's going to be your stock standard, like really strong carries. The CK, the Weaver. We're going to get the Monkey King a little bit as well. But eyes on kind of the supports. I feel like that's where we're getting a lot of the heroes contested at the moment.
Okay, and yeah, we'll see if that is going to be the case. And Lizard, again, just to touch on it, the Darkseid was another one I completely forgot. But this hero, that seems really strong, right? Are you seeing it in your pubs? Is it just ruining games as much as the Monkey King?
I mean, Monkey King is ruining and winning games, right? Like, it's ruining overall because he's pretty damn strong. Darkseid as well, I feel like, yeah, he's out there, he's strong. Like, he got nerfed a bit, right? Like, in this patch a couple of nights ago, but he's still pretty good. Like, creates an illusion, one punches you, runs after you, hits you, like, you try to, like, get to yourself, but all your CR illusions hitting you as well. Like, you get unconscious, there are stars flying around your head. It's rough. Like, you buy a bunch of bracers on him. I just want to see someone man up, in pro scene and buy some real right-click items. I know we've seen it in Asia. I want to see some Eastern Europe Darkseer, like Davai, full Davai Darkseer with, I don't know, like Basher and Radiance and stuff. Like, let's go, baby. I want to see some damage, not some illusions and refreshers. Come on, bro.
Well, we'll see if that's what actually gets through today. Yeah, putting some bricks in those boxing gloves of the Darkseid coming through into that one. We'll see if that's going to be the build. Even if we see the hero, because it has been being banned out. And Aries, is there anything else scary we should be looking out for? Because Monkey King Darkseid, but there seems to be a handful of heroes here. The Shadow Fiend's still popular, and the Tiny's still really scary as well. Is there anything that you want to see? Just those stompy heroes that we might get in these games.
Pango probably has to be looked at still. I know versus Gaming in particular, we'll probably speak about that being first phase banned. The Chaos Knight is probably something that I don't know, not first phase ban, but like later in the draft is something that we're going to see. But really, first phase bans hasn't changed in particular from the letter patch to now. It's really just still the same. We've been getting the Witch Doctor, although if I remember correctly, Witch Doctor hasn't won a game so far, unless that's actually changed. So with Group B, but no, really, none of the heroes should be any different. It's going to be the stock standard from what we're seeing a lot so far. So you put the Hoodwinks in there as well with the Witch Doctor, the Clockwork, Pango, CK, Tiny. One thing actually for me is very intrigued on the Jakiro hero. Lizard, I don't know if you've been playing against Jakiro in your pubs. I'm seeing this hero a little bit more, and Beastcoast played it a couple times, and then I think someone else potentially played it besides them, but that hero looked really, really strong in the lanes in particular. I don't know if you've been versing it though.
It's always you and your Jakiro. Like, you're always trying to push this hero in. It's
I brought it up once. I've legitimately brought it up once. What do you say?
I mean, but if I open up my chat logs last night, like it was 3 a.m. I'm like sleeping.
All right.
Bzz, bzz. I wake up. There's Ares like, Lizard, did you see this Jakiro? He's so broken right now. I'm like, God damn, Ares, Jakiro isn't broken. It's okay though. It's okay. Like, the double hit can be handy versus like wards, versus Phoenix Eggs, versus Shadow Shaman wards as well. But overall, yeah, he's okay. He's fine. Just calm down. Jakiro is amazing.
It's a hater. Come on, man. You just haven't seen the power. That's what it sounds like.
Or is that a bit of downplay coming out here from Lizard? Does he actually secretly love the Jakiro and he doesn't want it to get nerfed? So he's just like, yeah, the hero's all right. You know, I'd give it a game or two. I'd see how it plays, but you know, it's nothing I'd fancy too much. But in his pubs, you know, again, we have to pull up his Dota buff here because it's just to be all of Jakiro games, right? Just a full list of Jakiro.
It's Phoenix, yeah. That's what I'm seeing right now. It's actually Phoenix, and he's winning a lot of games with Phoenix. Like, a lot of games I'm seeing with Phoenix with wins. So it's not the Jakiro, but apparently the other Firebird.
Yeah, at one point I had 30 wins and 3 losses with my last 33 games on Phoenix.
Damn.
That hero is good. That hero is busted. But I'm not sure about Jakiro. Jakiro is also good. Like, all jokes aside, he's strong. I really like a couple of players that attempted to play him as a core as well, like with the ice facet and not the fire one. I think that one is kind of neat. I played him a couple of times. I think he still suffers from the same thing he always suffered, and that's like, you just feel so slow with him. Like, ice path is amazing, and then you get hit by a Rubik and your ice path is even better on their side. If you want to pick it, it's a hero that doesn't really get picked late, and you already have to protect him with the support ban, or he's kind of ruining your game if something like a Rubik gets picked. So because of that, I think it's not necessarily that the hero is bad. It's kind of hard to fit him in to the pro scene, but overall it can be played. I think there is hidden value. And this other hero that I mentioned, by the way, Rubik, I think this needs to be played as a core right now. I mean, that hero is actually really strong.
Okay. Why is it? You know, is there any particular reason? Is it for the facets, just the way the hero builds, or do you just like the core Rubik?
I honestly think that he becomes really damn strong with levels. So all he needs is like farm and levels. Like, before, you could justify him, like, you can still justify him as a support, and he still does a lot as a support. I just feel that there isn't a single game in which Rubik doesn't have value right now. Like, he's picked a lot as a support, and I know that Thompson played him as a core as well. I think Phylactery is just as good as Dagon on him. I feel like core Rubik with something like a Dagon can be ridiculously strong. Dagon, for me, as well, is an item that is like undervalued at the moment. The 75% heal from the active is something that people aren't looking into enough when you're playing these squishy spell casters. You just have 2 lives with it. It's literally full HP every time you cast it. You just heal up, so... I don't know. I'm just cooking here. Let me cook a bit more. I'll come back when I'm like 10k. I'm not there yet.
Well, we give you another 2 weeks. You probably will be, though, with the rate you're going. But it looks like
almost.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye. Like I said, I've got your Dota buff up now. We'll keep an eye on that, on those gains going. And it looks like production is telling me that last game is ended. They didn't give me, you know, the actual, so no spoilers. You know, they didn't let me know which way it ended, but we are going to be starting soon with the draft with Team Spirit versus One Win. Only going to be a few minutes away, so hopefully we will be getting started with that soon. But yeah, it looks like we're not too far away from it. And again, let's just see which way, because I don't know which way that actually went, whether they're going to be coming in happy or whether they're coming in angry. You know, they're going to point to prove now up against Team Spirit. We'll see how that one is going to go. And again, looking over to the one team really we've not spoken a whole lot about, Gaming Gladiators. We've kind of touched on them with the Gaming Gladiators entity, you know, series, but we've not really talked about them as a team. So Ares, you know, the first game in quite a while up against PhD Quest, a 15-minute win there. You know, again, they don't look like they've lost steps. So are we expecting them to kind of keep pace here? I know it's going to be later on the night for them. It's going to be, you know, the second series coming through. But are they just looking as good as they've left off from other events that we've seen them in?
They're form is picking up, and we've got to keep in mind with the most recent tournament, they had a second place, which was, I think, Dream League Season 23, where, Falcons were still able to get the victory 3-0, but prior to that, Gladiators were really struggling to actually even get some semi-decent results for their standards. So since then, it's a pretty good showing. I think they took about a month off, of course, with qualifying to Riyadh and TI, so you didn't have to play through qualifiers. And that's doing them well. They've come in, blitzed through a lot of the games. I know the 1-win game was actually very competitive, and sure, there were some other reasons why they won that game, but if you take a look at the Dota buff, and if you actually watch the game, like, Quinn solo carried them. That was an incredible Void Spirit performance, so he's on a roll. And I think just in particular, like, for Gladiators, they have a very interesting strategy. They have always had an interesting strategy where you kind of know what it is, where they do really like to group up and just take down objectives and end the game as early as they can. But we've seen them already come into at least their 2 games. Again, you have a mid Monkey King, which we're seeing is pretty common at the moment, but Duracho playing Brood, which is something they've done in the past. And then we saw the Dawnbreaker, which is a hero I've not seen, at least. It was the first time seeing the Dawnbreaker for me with the new changes. And we saw the Venge carry, which again is something we're seeing a little bit, but it's not your standard, like, hard carries that we're seeing from a lot of other teams. So they've got some unique strategies at the moment, and I think they are really reaching that form where people need to be worried about them.
Okay, and yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Same with Team Spirit. They come into these big events. They're coming into Riyadh and TI now as well, so they're getting into that form. They're trying to hit their stride to get themselves into a position where they could be looking for those big wins. And spoilers for anyone that's going to go back and watch the series maybe a little bit later on after we're done here or wants to see it. So spoilers for 1-win. They did actually lose, unfortunately, up against Yellow Submarine. So they're going to be coming through. They've got to be impressing here, because they can't be letting their own event down. It's their event. It's in the name. And getting into it, it looks like they're going to be getting through from a loss right into this series. So we'll see how they're going to respond to this one, if they are going to be bouncing back. And Lizard, again, coming through with a loss, is it a case of, forget it, go again, just reset, come into this series now with a fresh attitude?
I mean, it's never easy, right? Like, you just you just lost the qualifier. You were probably even trying to hurry up so you don't get DQ'd here, even though it's your own event. I'm sure that they would get DQ'd if they waited any longer. So you were trying to force things. They probably even lost because of that. Like, looking at the draft, I do feel that they had a stronger draft in this last game that they just played, because they were playing Anti-Mage into Morphling, into Storm. I don't know. Like, overall, going into this game, they need to somehow find a way to reset. And this first game might just be it, because this is a no-break gaming. It's a different thing when you play one game and then you have a little bit of space and then another. This is literally zero break. Straight from one game into lobby into the next one. It's gonna be rough.
We're going to see how that one's going. Yeah, no, it is. Like you say, maybe they just need just a minute, to chill, just get out while the game's loading in, just get up, go for a quick walk around, get a stretch in there as well, and get yourself ready to get into it. Just get that mental reset going, because it's not going to be easy coming into this series here, coming up against Team Spirit as well, who, like we say, are in fighting shape. And Aries, if you look at that. Overall, like I say, long day. You've played, I think it was all 3 games as well in the series before. You're coming in best of 5. I think it was only 4 games because there was Yellow Submarine. They did get a DQ in the 4th game, coming through into this series now. They're not going to be fresh, but surely they're going to be round to go. Surely, we're going to see some big plays coming out now from 1-win, just to show that they really can take it all the way.
I don't know, man. I really could be the opposite as well. Like I was saying, that's a best of 5 where honestly you are expected to win that qualifier. Like, Yellow Submarine is, they're a very good team, and they're showing a lot of promise, being the academy team for Team Spirit, and they're actually performing pretty decently in a lot of the qualifiers, TI and Riyadh, but 1-win, they just qualified to TI. And their only real competitors, I think, maybe 9 Pandas, maybe VP, maybe Na'Vi were in the Elite League qualifiers as well. Regardless, 1-win, you were expected to win that tournament. You just played a best of 5. I'm being told they lost with Mega Creeps in that game 5 as well. So I don't know. I really think it could be the opposite. So look, we'll see. I'm hoping they're going to be okay and they can brush up. But like Liz said, this is. They didn't get a break. This is no joke. And now you're versing Team Spirit, which is not an easy team at all. So, look, I'm hoping that it's the case where they're going to be okay, but we'll have to see.
Well, now I know if I ever need cheering up, I'll go to Denog and I'll not go to Ares because it's slightly depressing there. But no, yeah, they've got to get themselves, like you said, get themselves through, and just like I said, get that mental reset going. Hopefully, again, they've got a little bit of a break before we get into that draft, so they're going to be able to get themselves into a good position. And then on the other side, like I say, Game Gladiator Entity, they've had all day. They're going to be doing a lot of preparing here, and just being able to take that break, you're coming in fresh, going to be great for them, even if it is a little bit later on for the side of Etsy. Okay, we have a couple of technical problems. Apparently, we can't show the draft just yet. Anyway, is it okay? I don't know how we fix that. I have no ideas. I'm not a production guy. You know, I sit here, I talk. That's what I'm good at. So hopefully, there's a way to figure that out soon. Yeah, hopefully we can just show the entire game itself, if maybe production, just to get that up and you can just listen to our voices. I know you're going to miss our pretty faces. That's what you're really here for. But in the end, the Dota is important too.
Yeah, I always like when there's a delay and I'm on the screen because the chat is always just writing nice things and not at all something like casters start a game. They love it. You know what I like the most? I like the chat that goes like, these guys love to hear their voices so much they don't start the game. They're holding us hostage. Usually that's not the case, guys. We're here working. We usually just want to have the game started as soon as possible, just like you in the chat, so we can watch it and chill. Unfortunately, it isn't going on just yet. The game has started, and we will see the draft very soon. So just to keep you updated, Radio Waves 98.8 FM with Lizard. Right now, One Win has picked Shadow Fiend, and Team Spirit currently have Elder Triton drafted as their position 5. Right now, One Win have a deficit and no penalty time, reserve time whatsoever because of all the penalties. So they need to pick quickly. Ares, take it away.
Alright, I'm going to change the voice. I will not continue with that voice, but we can, yeah, sure, we can radio cast. We can speak about the draft. So you said this ET is position 5, but I don't know, have you been seeing ET3 in your pubs? Because I know Collapse has been playing ET as an offlaner at the moment.
Oh, I've seen it. I've played it. I like it. You can go for multiple kind of builds on it as well, and I feel like the hero. I just want to see what facet he brings, because if you're playing 5, you go deconstruction. If you go offlane, I think you could go momentum. Like you go momentum and you get like, I don't know. I've seen people go Mask of Madness Ags. I've also seen Echo Ags, and I've seen instant Ags rushes. I'm not sure which one is the best. Like my favorite is Echo into Ags into the, what's it called? The upgraded Echo. The pull thing.
Harpoon.
Harpoon. Yeah, the Harpoon. Yeah, that's the one I like the most. But yeah, I don't know. I want to see the CT3. Like, there are some things that are just amazing in Dota. And ET, a farmed ET is one of those. You know, just coming up to you, hitting you with 550 damage. I want to see it.
All right. We need to have a discussion about how you say the word facet as well. That's been something I've been meaning to bring up for a little bit now, my friend.
What did I say?
It's called you say
we're not picking on the non-native speaker here. Is that what we're doing?
We are picking. Yes, we are. Yes, we are picking on it. Yes.
Facet. I'm calling it facet. I always said facet.
You say face it. You say face, not fast. It's like it's face it.
No, I always say facet. I don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up, Liz. Shut the hell up. You know, dude, I was watching your casters stare, and so many times I was so close to messaging you. I was so close. I'm like, face it. I know.
I know. I've just been paid by Faceit to promote their platform. That's.
And yeah, I mean, I know you're not native English, but yeah, I'm teasing you a little bit, but it is funny, you know. We had to have the discussion because sooner or later we're casting the series later today as well. Yeah, we're going to be talking a lot about facets and facets, and it was going to come up eventually. May as well do it to start the day.
What the hell is a facet? Like, I don't. Facet at least has the word face in it, so I can connect it to something. I read books. I'm not illiterate, but what the hell? Where do they find this word facet? Like, I need to Google it. Facet, any of the definable aspects that make up a subject. The hell is this? Is this from my like English language class? What the
I thought
hell?
you read books. Didn't you just say you read books? I thought you were supposed to be literate.
Yeah, I read books for the stupid people, you know, like the ones with pictures
in it.
Exactly. That's the last one I read.
And yeah, no, it's just one of those words. It's one of those many words we have in English. It doesn't sound like anything else, you know. Even though it's the same,
it's not. It's not one of them. Don't. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make him feel okay. We don't need to make him feel okay. It is not one of those words.
Listen, no.
It's fine.
This is my panel.
I feel bad, but...
This is my panel. We'll not be bullying each other unless I say so. And at the minute, there's a draft on the screen, so we'll be talking about the draft. Thank you very much.
Okay, so in this draft, how many bullies do you guys see? Who's gonna get bullied the most? I mean, I'll accept it. Facet might be a word that's very common, but for me, it wasn't. It really was like one of those words that, yeah, it came out of nowhere. But okay, I learned it and I'm happier now. I know something extra. What else I know extra is that this Monkey King is probably... Actually, I don't know. I haven't learned anything about this monkey. Is this going to be a core or a support? Because it can be both. And it's kind of protecting the Underlord now that you banned out Ursa. Like, you got Monkey free to be a position 1 even. But most likely not, because of perhaps the Beastmaster. I'm not sure. Like, this lane versus Beast and Hoodwink might be a little bit tough for you. So maybe there is a chance that you can pick something a bit easier. Something with illusions that crushes Beast, maybe. Not 100%, but then on the other side is this... Okay, so you're probably not willing to put Tiny into SF mid, right? Are you? So Team Spirit probably are having like some... actually, never mind. You should. Or you can even put him on 1, right? Like Tiny is being played on as position 1 as well. But they are banning out carries. No, I have no idea. I love these two drafts. You guys with the ET as position 3 caught me off guard, but I think it's still gonna be a 5. So ET 5, Hoodwink 4, Beastmaster 3, Tiny mid or 1.
Yeah, I don't know. So what you're trying to put mid now? Because I agree. I think whatever you do, it's probably gonna have a pretty tough matchup versus the Shadow Fiend. I mean, this is the big thing about Shadow Fiend, though, right? Like, who has a good matchup versus hero in the lane? There's really not many at the moment. Templar Assassin by that hero's first phase. You know, we're seeing sometimes Alina, but not very often. One of those heroes that you bring up earlier, Lizard, was Rubik. I know you were saying it more specifically like a mid lane for people to attempt it, but regardless, there's some pretty good abilities to steal this game for the Rubik.
Yeah, like a lot of amazing ones. I think probably the best is Roar. Second best should be Avalanche, if not even first best. Like Avalanche, and then you can just constantly use it in fights. Overall, you have this instant disable with Rubik. You can use him very nicely in the lane with Underlord. And okay, they get Morphlinked. Like, a lot of burst damage and late game potential for Team Spirit. It's a pretty nice draft. I feel like they've got what they need to take this game late and win it, but at the same time, I have to say that I like one wins draft from the get-go. I feel like Team Spirit will win, but I feel one win are more in the meta with what they have picked.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go, because we're going to be able to get ourselves ready to get into game number 1. And Aries, you're looking at these two lineups. You've got the drafts on the screen now. We see that Monkey King. We see the Shadow Fiend. Is that going to be enough, do you think, to get one game over Team Spirit? Or do you think Team Spirit, with their Morphlin draft, do they still have it in the back?
I think the thing for me is just how this mid lane is going to go. I'm a bit concerned, like Lizzie was saying, about the Tiny versus Shadow Fiend. So I think Shadow Fiend should be able to have a pretty good time. And I don't like a Tiny being really underfarmed, especially in the mid lane. But I really like both the side lanes for Spirit. So I think I will lean to Spirit. But I'm slightly concerned on Lul not being able to provide the tempo they need just because of the Shadow Fiend matchup.
Okay. Lizard, one word. One win. Spirit.
Spirit.
Spirit. Okay, well, we're going to find out how it is going to go with our casters. And we are going to be able to jump straight into the game. So, boys, take it away.
Thank you, lovely panel here. And, Well, Bowie, you know, they were bullying Lizard about pronunciation of some words, but him not being a native speaker, that's fine. You know, our friend Rob, who stopped that bullying, is the one who pronounces some of the animals, like Ursa, pretty fun. So hopefully he's gonna be able to show that to us. But in general, how do you feel about this game? Spirit versus 1win, who's taking it?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the draft, I think I have to give it to Team Spirit. Then, you know, we have the whole thing with the BO5 they were playing just now. I do feel a bit betrayed with my 1win prediction, but, you know, I still wish them all the best. I hope they can take this. I particularly think that Shadow Fiend is a very overhyped hero right now. Well, they're trying to go for the Pushka here, but they don't get the range for... Okay, I actually did get a glimpse, but it was... Yeah, it was...
he glimpsed him closer to the base.
A Pepega glimpse. The win rate of Shadow Fiend right now in the mid lane is 41%. And he has, like, a lot of games in the last 2 weeks. So...
I hate the SF versus the Tiny. I hate it, man. The second that the Tiny gets a couple of points in the toss, he just calls one support, avalanches you, tosses you back, and you're dead. There's nothing that you can do.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, many problems of the hero. He gets ganked very easily in the mid lane. He is just not a hero that has any stuns, that is particularly durable. And yeah, the Tiny is good. I think, you know, the lane can be hard for the Tiny. You know, his melee and all. The first levels can be a bit rough. But he's usually tanky. Like, if you play this lane well, you should be able to just, like, hold your own. And then it's kind of on 1win to protect the Shadow Fiend. Hopefully they're going to have this Underlord, so if he doesn't have a terrible laning stage, he should be able to Fiend's Gate. It's also an Underlord into Morphling, so you have the whole aspect of denying a lot of the base damage Morphling usually works with. But I'm still very scared for the support duo of Spirit. Like, they have some very scary heroes. The Spirit 5 is incredible. It's just one of the strongest heroes right now, and I would say it's even underrated.
So people are picking a lot of Morphling into an Underlord, which for me is weird because Morphling has all of this base damage that he doesn't want reduced. Like, what makes it an okay pick versus the Underlord in general?
I don't think it's a good picking against the Underlord, but it's a good matchup against SF and Monkey King, and it's just, you know, a very good hero for Yatoro. I think that's mostly about that.
What about his bottom lane? I mean, Lizard on the panel, he talked about the Monkey King that he could suffer versus the Beastmaster Hoodwink. I tend to agree. I actually thought that they were going to be putting him into the support role.
Yeah, I think they just felt like there wasn't a pick that would be better. Overall, I feel like Monkey King is a very strong hero. You know, we had a little bit of an insight on the fears and of Lizard about playing Monkey King. I do agree with him that the hero is very strong. And yeah, like, that's probably like the highest value here they thought they could take, but the top lane here, just look at me, Pushka go, man. This momentum facet is, or face it, let's just make sure everyone feels...
Let's just call it how it, everyone feels comfortable.
Let's make sure everyone feels contemplated here with the pronunciation. It's just so strong. Obviously, you know, this hero does fall off a little bit. He can be a bit hard to play in the mid game, but laning stage-wise, I think it really complements the weak early levels of Morphling.
Yeah, they were talking on the panel about the other facet of the Elder Titan, but I've been seeing momentum more and more on pretty much everybody now picking it up, so it's kind of no surprise to me. Also, coming back to the Monkey King as well, Munkushi, this is one of his best heroes. He tends to be very greedy with it, though.
Speaking of him,
collapse. He's in a lot of trouble. He's gonna turn around and fight. Die like a man. That's what you do. Disruptor, however, will do the same thing. Actually, the repulsion, Shinra Tensei on Mira, just pushing him away. And the vision is being given. No way. No way he got that at the perfect moment on Respect. And they will let Mira live, it seems.
Did you literally yell Shinra Tensei in an actual Dota 2 cast?
Dude, it's Shinra Tensei, dude.
I know what it is. It's just a bit cringe, but, you know, sure.
What?
It's your cast.
Okay, sure, whatever you say, bro.
Well, what about the mid lane here? The Tiny is doing all right. You know, I think that's pretty much how I expect his lane to go. Like, Tiny actually gets some CS. He gets bullied a lot, but overall, that's how it's supposed to go. I think you ideally want to be even a bit more ahead as the Shadow Fiend, because eventually when those rotations come to you, that's when you can get punished really hard.
Overall, we saw in the early levels, Tiny was doing fine. I think the idea is SF starts with very low damage, and then when you get a lot of souls, the Tiny with 0 armor is in trouble. But I think the second that you get level 6, it changes back to Tiny doing relatively okay.
Yeah, I mean, the raises do hurt quite a lot in top lane. It might hurt for Hatoro here. He's getting pretty low. Cloud as well. Oh, they got it.
That was so close. That was so close. Miposhka could have died easily before the Underlord. And Cloud, he recognized it. That's why he turned around to get the right clicks in. But unfortunately for him, it is going to be a win for Team Spirit, who are doing okay in that top lane. But the Underlord is farming quite well as well.
Yeah, it is a hero that... Like, you just have so much base damage. Even against Morphling, you're just reducing his own.
Look at bottom lane. Again, they're fighting. And speaking of squishy heroes with low armor, Codewink is one of them, but then again, it does open up for collapse, and this rundown is insane. Again, the repulsion coming into play just before he dies. But the units are not going to have issues. Chira pressuring Laurel, doing a lot of damage, but this is a problem because the TP is coming in. He doesn't have the mana. Hoodwink can be super annoying too with the blood grenade. There will be a bushwhack, not pulling him super far behind. There will be a toss with the toss facet. It just does way too much damage. Shira getting ahead of himself. Does leave Collapse all alone, so he should be able to be brought down right now with the blood grenade being used. Glimpse as well into the hands of the Monkey King and Boundless Strike to end the life of Collapse.
All right. Yeah, this lane is honestly pretty tough. Like, the attack speed low of the boars cannot be underestimated. Monkey King is not terrible. Like, you have an answer to the boars, but it's not great either. If you don't use your Boundless Strike to kill them, you can suffer, but then you don't actually have it for, to trade against the Beastmaster. You can definitely abuse the Monkey King trying to kill the boars a bit. And the attack speed low stacking is really the biggest problem for Munkushi there.
The early rotation from
top lane. Damn.
Got him. But Cloud does escape, so it's not that big of a deal. He actually tossed the Rubik towards the Underlord, probably thinking they might be able to chase down for more. Almost ended up saving him, but in the end, it's still gonna be a kill.
Time for the runes here. They're gonna TP on one of the supports in the mid lane. Lara just trying to get lucky, but it is on the bottom side with Mira picking it up.
And he's coming. This is a problem for Chira, not gonna lie. They're gonna try to finish off Miposhka. That's the second raise that Chira has missed in a row with the Bushwhack. He's looking very much dead. He's gonna try with the Requiem. Actually gets it off, so there will be a lot of souls released there. Now Laurel caught. The two supports don't have enough damage. Disruptor is not known for doing quite a lot of it. And now even walks into the tower to get a shot into it. Look at Mira, just getting himself a double kill, being there around the mid lane to make sure Laurel is having a great time.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Just going for the Tiny. He's just so tanky. They had to commit a lot of resources there to try and get the kill. And sure, you find one support KO on Kira Jr., but starting 1 and 2 on the Shadow Fiend is hard. I think this hero is very momentum based, and dying 2 times already just was pretty bad.
2k gold lead already for Spirit. Pretty much every core of theirs is above the counterpart on the other side, and it's not looking good at the moment. But was it expected for Spirit to win the laning phase, or is this just then a great advantage they got because they outplay their enemies?
Not this hard. I think bottom lane pretty much ended up going as expected. To me, the biggest problem was the Shadow Fiend, right? He tried to pressure Laurel. There was one support rotation that killed him. They go for another play, and he ends up dying. So Kira Jr., unfortunately. I don't even want to blame the Shadow Fiend itself, because, it was a first pick SF, and I do feel like the heroes are overrated. As they are going for Munkushi bottom, they don't have the catch. There's Roar though on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, you get close, he screams at you, and it's gonna be a problem. Poshka also rotating, so they want to open up this map. I really like it. The Beastmaster likes to open up the enemy map. He likes to not be pressured in his triangle in the graveyard area as well. Get as much of the farm. Do they have ancient stacks though?
Right now they don't. There's like one large camp stack, and on the Radiant they have a couple. There's like one ancient stack for 1 win.
I guess that's fine, because Spirit were focusing so much on the mid lane that Mira didn't really have time.
I really
to
like
make
his
any
ult.
stacks.
They're smoking, and Underlord has his ulti. So this could be a way for them to defend. You TP the Shadow Fiend, and the Underlord can come through. This could be a big fight for 1-win.
Yeah, they're going for a collapse, trying to finish him off, but the Bushwhack stops the Requiem. Nice boundless strike collapse, doesn't get the roar off immediately. He gets it off to stop the Requiem for a second time, which won't come out, and I think that's fine for Chira. With immediately Cloud returning from once he came, and Laurel gonna be rotating as well. Respect put himself in a very uncomfortable position. There's gonna be a toss. Arcane Rune on Laurel gets pushed back by the repulsion, but gets the kill beforehand. Toss misses the Rubik. No slow on Sweden Strong. Gonna be hiding behind the tower. It is nighttime, but they see him clearly. There's gonna be an acorn shot slowing him down. Laurel still coming forward. Arcane Rune tiny this early on into the game is a problem. He reduces his damage. The Echo Stomp won't be
Munkushi
enough.
gets
They found
found.
Munkushi. Atoro is gonna be rotating as well and dodges the boundless strike. Actually wasn't even used in the end. Rubik does manage to survive. Sweden Strong gets himself away, but in the end it is still a win for Spirit.
So greedy from Munkushi there, but at the same time, you gotta give it to Yatoro. You know, he could just be farming the top lane. Actually goes all the way around to find the Monkey King. He knew he was there because of the Seeds of Serenity effect on the small camp. Just really nicely done. And just a move you don't really see from a lot of carries, at least not the ones you know, that are not 13k MMR, and that was really good, killing the Monkey King there. That was one of the first decent moves from 1-win, but now it was actually Spirit favored in terms of net worth, in terms of kills, and they're going for the rune. It is bottom again.
At least they will get Miposhka. Yeah, they stop the Echo Stomp, and Chira gets the kill. Too much damage between the three of them. I was also very surprised there on the bottom lane that Cloud went back through the Fiend's Gate, and the rest of his team decided to chase. That was...
Yeah.
That was very weird.
I think, yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication. You either commit for the fight, which I think they could, but the Underlord, I actually think he had a TP, so he didn't really need to use the portal, but, you know, he wanted to be efficient and maybe not on the same page with his team. In fact, he is going to be pressure top, but he's pretty tanky.
Oh, not tanky enough. Another waveform and an adaptive strike, I think, are gonna end his life. Rubik is level 6, Hoodwink as well. The other two supports on the map currently don't have their ultis. We'll see how.
Yeah, they need to
how
enable
that changes.
respect here. His Static Storm is so important for the next fight. If you can find the Tiny, find the Morphling with the Static Storm, it's an easy kill. But he, like, without a tower in the tier 1, like, he has to... He's really struggling to sap any experiences. He's gonna go mid. Yeah, that's a good place to stay.
And just at the perfect time as well to dodge Mira. I mean, Mira himself might have been able to get that kill. Being level 7 now on the Hoodwink, he really does pack a punch. How are things looking for Laurel? He's gonna have a Blink Dagger fairly soon. And again, he's the one with the rune, AD rune on the Tiny. So whoever gets caught by this guy is pretty much being destroyed by the combo itself.
Yeah, luckily for 1-win, it's just not gonna be ready until the amplified damage is over. So he should be fine. In fact, 1-win there, smoking, knowing that Respect has his level 6. So let's see if they're going to be able to connect. They will. It gets pinged by a Toro, though. He somehow is aware of this.
Well, SF has a blink. So let's see how he will be able to use it. There's a lot of stuff that he has to be careful about. Oh, they got him with the Echo Stomp.
Oh,
no,
Static Storm,
there's an AD rune as well, but they have the Static Storm. They have the Pit of Malice. It was a bait that they're going to be running into, but even from afar, this Tiny is doing way too much damage. They already brought down one hero, stolen Avalanche as well into the Wukong's man. SF gets into a great position to separate Team Spirit, and they get themselves 2 kills. Bushwhack off the mark, glimpse as well. Wasn't that good of a glimpse, but maybe good enough to land themselves a kill. Yatoro gonna be turning around onto Chiro, trying to finish it off, wait for him forward, but he has gotten maybe too far. He does get the kill. Let's see if he gets himself out. Avalanche from the Rubik. It's still not enough. He turns into Rubik himself, but finally back into his more form. Gets the HP back from Kushi. Nice boundless strike. Is it enough to live, though? With the glimpse back onto Collapse, it might just be enough. Kushi gets himself away. Cloud coming forward with very low HP. Another Avalanche from Sweden Strong. She's really doing so much. Yatoro turns into Rubik, uses an Avalanche of his own, and Mira, I have no idea how he's still alive.
Yeah, Rubik just skipping the gym, it feels like. The right click not doing as much. But that's still a really good fight for 1-win. I think it could have been even better. They ended up getting baited slightly. Really good rotation from Yatoro again, man. Like, he's just always in the right time, shows up, gets the SF kill, doesn't get punished by it. And what felt like a big turnaround for one win ends up being kind of an even trade. They are still at this 4k goal lead. The buildings for Team Spirit are still alive, at least in the mid lane, and that's what matters. If this Morphling is left unchecked, he's just gonna be the biggest hero in the map.
And that was before the Blink Tiny and an Aghanim's Beastmaster. So Team Spirit now, they have a timing which makes their lineup significantly stronger in the next couple of fights.
Yeah, exactly. But they are going for another rotation here. It's only Miposhka, but, you know, you take what you can get.
These three need time to get the kill, though, so... okay, with the Stolen Avalanche, shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, I think it was Lizard, actually, that mentioned that Avalanche might be the best hero in the game, and he got so many Avalanches in that fight. I think it was 3 or 4 from Sweden Strong, and it was hugely impactful. Like, you probably want to keep stealing this one. I think... yeah, Roar might be the only other one that's worth it, but you know, you want to use it once and then get another steal anyways in these long fights.
Yeah, the Avalanche is the one that you want to hold. The only other one maybe Bushwhack, but Avalanche
look at that, they're gonna break the smoke. They know exactly what's happening here.
And the blink in from the time, but into the Static Storm gets lifted up as well. SF gonna be releasing the souls. Nobody can come to help Laurel. He thought he was going for a good play. The scan was used. Team Spirit still thinking about fighting, and they're gonna think again as Makushi is coming. Bound to strike. There should be a glimpse coming, and that is a bonus. Mira won't be getting out this time.
All right, you gotta give it to one when they just came from a BO5. They get stomped in the laning stage, and they are really giving Team Spirit a hard time in these fights. Like, they had all of the time, as you were talking about, the Aghanim Scepter just blink, but one win awareness and how they're positioning, kind of predicting the movements from Team Spirit is very good. Like, that warding between mid tier 1 and tier 2 is what gave them all of the intel they needed, and now they glimpse back this tiny Manta Dodge Illusion Rune.
Oh, beautifully done by Laurel. No, this guy, he won TI. You know, you cannot glimpse him back to the base. He doesn't fall for plays like that.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a right timing for it, or if you just press Illusion Rune. You know, I feel like this might have been my LD moment. This could have been, you know, the wow hug phase shift. Okay.
Believe me,
right.
believe me, there's a
you.
timing. Yep.
And
the way that players usually do it is by listening to the sound of the glimpse. If you listen to the sound, you're gonna be able to do it with Manta and with the Illusion Rune with solid
that's
accuracy.
why I always get it wrong. I always play Dota with you know, heavy techno beats, so I don't really get to hear anything that's happening. Yeah. No, I don't really care about my teammates. Don't really care about the game, so might as well just get some music going, you know?
Yeah, now everything makes sense. When you and me cast, I say something and you just answer something completely different. So please, Bowie, turn off your techno so that we can have a normal human conversation. Thank you.
Oh, respect. Doesn't find Mira here. Really good courier kill, but they're wrapping around a Spirit. That's a hard one, though. They have no vision. This is a nighttime smoke. I wonder what the timing... Oh, that is true. But that's such a hard kill. He has Manta on cooldown, though, so this could be the opening.
You can lift him up, glimpse him. There's gonna be it. Bound to strike Static Storm. He didn't get the shift off, meaning that he's gonna go down. Yatoro has been having a perfect game up until this moment.
That's a huge kill. I mean, those wards from one win. It gets pinged out now, but they're still not aware of the mid lane ward, and that one by itself gave them so many dividends. And look at this, they're gonna straight up Roche. Can Team Spirit stop this? They have heroes nearby. I mean, you're going to an ET. This is not an easy play, and they don't have great Roche heroes.
SF is good with the raises, but it's gonna take some time. The second that you see, oh, here comes Avatos, and he gets the kill there with the Spirit. Is just so much magic damage increased, and that's gonna be another one. I don't know what one win we're thinking. They got ahead of themselves. There's gonna be a roar onto the Rubik, just making him another bonus. It just opens up the Roche for Spirit. One win we're playing so well, and then this happens. This kind of a mistake.
Oh, that is so bad. I think if you want to force them into a fight there is a chance. But they were actually going for Roche. Like, they were literally inside the pit for way too long. And you're playing to ET, just an absurdly good Avalanche toss from Laurel. We didn't really get to see his Blink Dagger. being put to use that much, and that was he just went in fearless, no vision, but he got 3 or 2 heroes, I think.
I think he had the vision from the ET Spirit, right? So then even the reduction of magic resistance, it was insane.
Yeah.
He has 3 points in natural order. Maybe he had 2 before that fight. Either way, they give the Aegis to collapse. And I don't know how you kill this guy. I think he's going to be posturing so aggressively that one winner are going to have issues starting fights.
Yeah, the heroes are super tanky, and one win, they are starting to lack damage. Like, at the end of the day, Underlord is a very defensive type hero. You have supports that don't really bring a lot of damage unless Rubik starts with a good steal, which now that he died, he doesn't really have any. And you're relying a lot on the Shadow Fiend. Finally, he has BKB though, so his Blink Requiem is more reliable. But who is setting up the fights? I think that's the problem. Your Underlord has to be the first hero, the first point of contact. But at the same time, he wants to be that, you know, I'm gonna be teleporting type hero. He's your reverse Spectre from the off lane, just split pushing. So who actually shows when you're trying to defend this tower?
I actually don't know. It's so hard. The thing is that one win in this game so far, they've had really, really good vision. But if you look at Team Spirit right now and the top part of the map, they're the ones controlling it mostly, while one win are trying with some defensive wars that Team Spirit are not going to fall for.
Yeah, exactly. It is. I guess the Shadow Fiend might be the one to show, but I think you can die. If you get Roar from Fog or Eva Toss and you don't pop BKB, like, you're gone. There's no way the Underlord's gonna come in time to protect you. One window, they are smoking, even though there's Aegis on Team Spirit.
They have all of their spells, and their spells are pretty good, right? Kinetic Field, Pit of Malice, Static Storm, there's no BKBs on the other side. You can win a big fight, and Team Spirit are clumped up at the moment.
They want to defend this Tormentor, so I like the play, but Team Spirit also aware, trying to wrap around where they are. Monkey King will break the smoke. He doesn't have BKB though, you gotta be very careful.
He does dodge it, lift up onto the Tiny. He didn't steal the Avalanche. Oh, got it in the end there. The tree toss didn't come out in time. That's gonna be a big one. Boundless Strike onto the Tiny. That was a big Echo Stomp, however. They need to protect their bodies. The Roar onto the SF, even with the BKB being used. That's a big Static Storm. Is it enough for him to get the
Didn't
kill?
get it.
No, but it doesn't matter. The Death Requiem gets 2 core kills. Collapse, however, still has the Aegis, a very hard kill. Even without it, Boundless Strike might get him super low, and there's the Fade Bolt to finish off first of his 2 lives. Bushwhack, sweet and strong. Nice Glimmer Cape to dodge it. This Mira is now being targeted. Doesn't have much to play with. Collapse moved away from the Monkey. Munkushi still thinking twice about coming forward, and they found Collapse. He turns around with the Wild Axes, and that's going to be a beautiful Boundless Strike onto the 2 supports. Collapse in a lot of trouble, but the Monkey King needs to do damage in the end. He's still going to be taken out. Team Spirit, they've lost this fight, and they need to get out with their 2 remaining heroes. Mira will be successful, and Poshka, not so much.
Dude, that fight had everything to be great for Team Spirit, but Laurel threw the Morphling with no Aegis inside a Static Storm. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, something just went terribly wrong. This Morphling, he just meant it inside a Static Storm, but it didn't matter. Even though the SF didn't get... If the SF gets the Requiem, it could have been even worse for Team Spirit, so... yeah, a little bit of mistake from Laurel.
Oh, they should be happy? The Team Spirit should be celebrating, maybe?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Regardless, that's a Tormentor here, and Respect getting his shard. So this game is that even now. This, I think one win, they're finally back. Once I saw Team Spirit getting the Aegis, I had a fear this could have been like a 30-minute game for them. But they are really giving Spirit a hard time when it comes to these fights.
Yeah, I'm liking it, right? One win. They're probably pretty tired. Just so tired that they are not going to be giving too much respect to Team Spirit. They're just playing completely without any pressure, and it is showing in this game. They're really playing their best Dota.
They are really... The way they read smokes and the way they place their heroes into these fights is honestly top tier. Like, they're playing against Spirit. This is no... Like, this is, you know, a 2-time TI winner. You just
that ward
gotta
is still
play.
Up. Spirits forgot about it.
It's true. Can they get a glimpse? They can.
I got Piposhka. That's gonna be nice. Stolen Avalanche coming into play. Sweden, he gets the kill, and deservingly so. These stolen Avalanches really have been a big deal for one win in these very, very long fights. And even here as a pickoff, it does come in handy.
Yeah, and that's, you know, a Rubik that has no cast range items yet. He actually bought a 4-staff, realizing that there is not a lot of way to keep people in place if you force staff your allies. I think the only way they can really deal with that is Morphling becoming Disruptor with the Glimpse, but there are way better heroes for Yatoro to become this game, so I don't think we're gonna see too many of these plays, to be honest.
He's turning into a Monkey King or into Rubik if Rubik has Avalanche. I think that's gonna be his decision in this game with the Morphling. Unless, of course, it's just a chase and you already want to fight, then sure, Disruptor is an option.
Yeah, I mean, even the Underlord is good sometimes, though, because like you just get the Pit of Malice in the Firestorm. It's a lot of control. Not that Team Spirit lacks it, but I've seen some Morphlings becoming Underlord in fights. It really... He has, like, a lot of decent targets, to be honest. Now they're gonna smoke here. What's the timing Team Spirit's looking for? BKB on Beast, I think, is the big one. And Gleipnir on the... Yeah.
Big.
Again, great positioning from OneWin. They are holding here. They are totally aware of this.
Yep, and there is no high ground vision from Spirit. They'd be mad if they, again, just jump on the high ground. This time it's not gonna happen. They're gonna wait for somebody to show on the low ground.
Yeah, they have that one war that is expiring, but if you go for this Underlord, it could be problematic. He doesn't have buyback. That's usually, you know, the biggest fear. If you're going to Underlord and he just buybacks and Fiend's Gate, but not the case. Regardless, it's a pipe Guardian Greaves Underlord. You're just not killing this guy.
And he wants to go for a Crimson Guard this game as well. I have to say, that Aghanim Scepter of the Underlord, it's the most busted thing in the entire world, that from the other side of the map, you are stunning people. AoE okay, rooting people in an AoE.
It's a 3,000 3,000 range, okay? It's not global anymore.
Sure. It's
like, let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? Underlord has been gone from a year. Let's not just jump to conclusions here and get this hero deleted from the game, just like Jug got absolutely... No, he's a good hero, but, you know, don't say it too loud. Like,
okay.
Yeah, blame a hero people love to hate. Blame Shadow Fiend.
Why? Nobody hates Shadow Fiend. Everybody loves Shadow Fiend. There's not a single person who... People hate Pudge, but not SF.
Shadow Fiend players are just, they're not good people. Like, let's just be honest.
Okay, you just called
they are the
bad
type
person.
of people that ask you to a 1 versus 1 after you beat them.
And
in
they
a game.
win you,
like,
and they win versus you. Okay, so you're mad that you lost a 1 versus 1 versus an SF player,
yeah,
and now he's a bad
Fiend.
person. Sure.
I definitely don't play
caught.
Shadow Fiend. Oh, can he can dodge it again?
No,
Oh,
it was in backpack. It was in his backpack, the bottle.
He had the potential. It was so close.
Yep. Almost.
Actually,
almost.
Maybe if he didn't backpack the bottle, right, and he just waits for the right timing, he could have dodged it.
Yep.
But
that's true.
Yeah, that's sad. You know, he played too well for his own sake.
That was a mistake. You're right. That was that could have been a good play. So, Larl, if you want to win another TI, please next time do better. Kayasha on the SF, and they see him.
Oh,
he's not gonna be able to use the Requiem. That's just gonna be him destroyed. The sharpshooter not even needed. He got demolished. Of course, the Echo Stop to stop any kind of advanced Gleipnir as well, keeping it in place. Munkushi joining in on the fray.
Oh, the Yatoro Glimpse.
Yeah, he did turn into Respect, and Respect is going to be in so much trouble. Yatoro gets lifted up into the air. Doesn't look like they will be able to punish this Morphling. Nice quick kills for Team Spirit. Beautifully done.
That was huge from Yatoro, just taking away the Monkey King from the fight. It didn't really feel like OneWin wanted to take that fight anyways, but just maybe you force a BKB from the Monkey and you disengage anyways. It could have pretty big... impact in this game, even if they don't take that fight. This Monkey King, though, he's actually scaling. He ended up going for a very greedy build, which I think is the way to go in a game like this. You really need a way to deal with this Morphling, and having Ags plus Skadi is, I think, the way. He's going Daedalus first, but he's gonna need a Skadi. He's the hero that needs it.
Yep, for sure. Overall, though, he's level 20 on the Monkey King already, so he has the Boundless Strike critical damage talent, which is going to be doing immense amount of damage. The win probability, relatively even 60% for Team Spirit. Do you agree? Do you think that's a fair assessment of the game? I always tend to favor the ET lineups in the late game because the damage output just becomes too much and you get surprised by some things, especially when the hero hasn't been in the meta for quite some time. Of course, it's being played in pubs nowadays.
No, yeah, I definitely think Spirit has the advantage. Like, their support scale better, their core scale better. In fact, they're just going for a Roche play here, which OneWin seems to be aware, and they're gonna smoke. Oh, and Roche yeah, they know exactly what's going on.
How fast is it dying? It's not dying fast enough. And Munkushi, smoke breaks. He sees Miposhka. Cloud coming
gets
forward.
found.
He will take a lot of damage, get tossed away. Stolen
He
tree
forced
grab.
on Laro.
Big
This
one.
is great for OneWin.
And they see him glimpse. It is going to be taking him inside. Jira goes for the Requiem there. Gets roared, but doesn't matter. The Kayasha allows him to get it out fast enough. That's a no buyback Tiny.
Yeah, they knew, because that's a fresh BKB, and now Cloud.
So much damage onto from the Morphling. Kanda really coming into play. There's two Bits of Malice on the ground. Morphling too deep. Munkushi destroys him. Bound to strike forward. Collapse caught in it. He's super low as well. Respecting a lot of trouble. Mira is still doing a ton of damage, but Sweden strong. He now has an Acorn shot of his own. Getting caught in the Gleipnir Bushwhack follow-up as well. No sharpshooter. Chira Jr. coming forward. 4-step away. Mira will be fine for now. Sweden strong slow down a little bit as they're trying to get themselves in. Nice dodge from Munkushi onto the Echo Storm. Comes forward. But Mira, sharpshooter to get himself away. He's winning!
Crap.
Okay, lift up just in time. Sweden strong, using the power of the mind. Reads books like one of our panelists as well. And he saves the SF and gets another one.
Dude, what is wrong with that hero? There's no way that should be possible. He's the lowest net worth hero in the game.
What do you
He
mean?
four-shot that SF.
What do you mean, man? Like, you know, the strongest boxers, MMA fighters, they all came from poverty.
Okay. All right, that's... I don't know, man. I think, you know, you can come from poverty if you want, but at the end of the day, I don't think we should be beating people in the streets like that. That Shadow King was just minding his business. He was just strolling back to his base, and
He was literally
you
murdering
should
his
learn
friends.
to fight to protect yourself, not to
Murdering
hit
his
people in the
friends and
streets.
taking their souls, dude. So he did
Okay.
deserve to get punched in the back, face, whatever. The Spirit are in a smoke. They're searching for a fight. Good
Oh,
position for one win
Cloud.
every single time.
Toss
But
back.
the Avalanche toss, they want to kill him and they'll be able to. Cloud, actually, he gets all of his items off. Not enough to survive. Gets taken out in the end. Mira the one to get the
No
kill.
buyback on him. They gotta disengage.
Ooh, good Gleipnir though. Echo Stomp onto the Monkey. He's gonna be sleeping on the job. Nice Static Storm. It does stop the roar for a second. Collapse instantly. Goes for a BKB stolen roar. And that's gonna be him going down. Yatoro gets it around upon Chira. Still running away. The Acorn shot almost finishes him off. And he bounces off a tree. The facet of the Hoodwin coming into play to finish off the SF. They don't have the Wukong's command very low on Munkushi. Doesn't want to continue fighting. One win, have to disengage, but they made it somewhat okay by killing the Morphling. Again, it's Sweden strong. He's just playing out of his mind today.
That was clutch on both sides. They get this Underlord. One win, definitely didn't want to take the fight, but somehow they end up in a position where they punish this Morphling. I cannot believe how much damage this Monkey King is doing to the Morphling. Like, he gets to hit with his statues of the eggs, and like, he's just creating this Morphling for so much. Oh no,
Fighting not over.
Munkushi's
The Stolen
back.
Roar get used again. They're trying to finish off Mira. That's a big hero to take down Stolen Boomerang from the Rubik. So imagine how much magical damage a Fate Bolt will do when he used it. Miposhka also found, targeted. Astral Spirit taken from him. Sweden Strong gets the lift up. Their nice usage of the Ogre Seal Totem, and there will be a Fate Bolt to finish it off. He's too good today.
This might be a Roche for them. They don't have... I guess they can buy back the supports. Oh, there you go. They're gonna do it.
Yep. ET makes it impossible to go Roche, pretty much.
Yeah, you probably have to chill here if you're one win. You have pretty good lanes. Like, when you see tier 2 in the mid lane being hit by a catapult, tier 3 top being hit by creeps as well, one win, they can hold this position, and Spirit, they're gonna be punished if they are just sitting here forever. is just so much damage. Like, they might lose their tier 3 tower top if they just sit here in the bottom side.
Mira is back though, so he just respawned. He's gonna be able to deal with it and then TP to this tier 1. One win still haven't taken that tier 1 down. So in general, even with them having the outpost, it is Spirit that have the advantage in terms of fighting around this Roche.
Well, partially, right? You still have buybacks and your own outpost, your TP2. You know the Hoodwink there. They don't really have a smoke though. That's the problem. I think if you see the Hoodwink defending top, you might be able to just go for a smoke. You have BKBs on your side. Okay, they want to force Spirit into a fight, but that Elder Titan makes things so hard.
The Rubik's Spirit looks the same as the Elder Titan one. I think that's something that should be changed in terms of animation, right?
Yeah, it is a bit weird.
We don't know which is which. Smoke from Spirit, once again, only a 1k gold. It really means nothing at this point of the game. Shadow Fiend, he's going for an Aghanim Scepter. We'll see how fast he can get there. Only buyback is on the Rubik and Tiny on the other side. I think both teams need to focus on getting those up.
Yeah, they do. They get some vision. They're gonna smoke.
Viper instantly avalanche toss onto Mukushi. There will be a Requiem instantly. Larl gets demolished. Not even popping his BKB, and Cloud using all of his defensive items, making sure that the Morphling doesn't even touch him.
This could be a bait though. They have BKB and buyback on Tiny, as you said. Like, if one win overextends, they use a lot of their spells here.
Yep, Morphling coming forward. Nice Glimmer Cape dodges the Adaptive Strike. That's going to be most of the damage. Now the Roar will be connecting as well as the Pit of Malice. Force Staff away. Boundless Strike on Yotoro. Needs to run away from this Wukong's command. Almost dies inside of it, even while morphing into strength.
I think this is just a free Roche for Spirit. They got what they wanted.
They got it.
They just forced another spell. Oh man, that
Roche is
really
going to
stings.
travel.
I mean, that's even better for them. Now it's on the dire side. Like, you're just not losing this Roche, and you don't have the cooldowns on 1 minute to contest. Spirit baited that really well. Like, as you said, there's no way you're jumping blind as a Tiny with no BKB if you actually want to take that fight. So they throw Static Storm on one hero, and this allows Spirit at the end of the day, at the cost of 1 buyback, to secure Roche. I think that's actually worth it.
Let's see, one win are running towards there without BKBs, without their two ultis, and you just let it go. But maybe they can fight after it. Spirit is very good at fighting after Roche, but one win, they're trying to mimic it.
Yeah,
nah.
They just don't have vision. It's too scary. It's nighttime, no vision. Ideally, what you want now is to punish the Tiny buyback. If for some reason you can find this Tiny and kill him, that's going to be 2 minutes of wasted ages, 2 minutes of Spirit not really being able to pressure the other tier 2s in the map. And I think one win is itemizing greedily enough in their heroes that they can actually take this late game. Respect is like really close to an Aghanim Scepter right now. He's 300 gold away. So
and Sweden
you really have
has it.
True. Yeah, you have no business taking a fight. Just farm your items and try to defend tier 2s if you can, but you should probably just wait for these ages or go for a fight when you 100% can take down Laurel.
I actually think with the itemization that one win have more potential to do better in the late game, but they really do rely on using their spells properly. Whilst Spirit, they have these two supports that can turn into cores, so even if you don't connect with all of your spells, you can still right-click the enemies to death. So it is going to be very interesting to see how these two teams perform, but definitely it is going to be harder for one win to use their spells.
Yeah, that's the problem. They don't have a core that's a natural initiator. Like, the Monkey King can get vision, but he doesn't necessarily want to initiate the fights. I honestly wouldn't be mad about Kira Jr. getting a Vise instead of the refresher he has queued up. I think having this Blink Vise initiating hero could be the way for them to win this game.
You know what though, if the SF gets level 25, but he is still super far away from it, you get the Feast of Souls that gets 30% cast speed, you literally instantly use your Requiem when you blink in, so it's not much worse than a Hex. Of course, Hex is really instant and this is close to it.
I mean, yeah, it's a 70-second cooldown spell, but I get what you mean. Like, you have value in both. We'll see how the game's gonna develop here. Overall, though, one win still in a very comfortable position. It's this Aegis. Feels like Spirit was taking a weight off their shoulders by securing that Aegis, but it doesn't really feel like it's getting them ahead, right? They have to defend against all of the side lanes. They barely even posture to do anything. The buyback on Laurel makes them kind of scared to take a fight at the moment.
One part, though, that the Roche gives you that people tend to forget about is the Watchers, right? Look at the Watchers right now on the map, just giving so much vision to Spirit. That there was no way for OneWin to make a play on the top lane because there was a Watcher there. Just seeing them, wherever you try to go, you need to deal with one of those.
True. It is definitely a problem, but a problem that in 2 minutes will fade away. This Age is not really giving much besides farm, which is obviously going to be good. I think Butterfly is going to be finished for Yatoro. Laro is going for a Shadow Blade. And this Beastmaster, he's going for a refresher of his own.
Imagine how much damage the Tiny will do with that initial burst if he gets a Silver Edge. Silver Edge hit into an Avatar's combo with the Kanda. I don't know how you survive that even like with 2.5k HP.
Yeah, it is nasty. It's these supports will definitely struggle. Although Disruptor, I do love he has the doubloon, so getting some extra HP so he doesn't get bursted. Rubik, because of his eggs, is also quite tanky with the Gelger Seal Totem. They can die, but I think they're itemizing well against the risk of being bursted that Spirit has.
The Disruptor with the Repulsion could actually survive. Nah, Tiny is the type of hero has the range. He should be fine. Uses Avatar, tosses the tree, and you pretty mumuch go down. But the Aegis is going to expire in a minute. Do you think Spirit tried to force something? Maybe a tier 2 in the mid lane. It's open for a push.
It feels like they're trying to do that. They're waiting for someone to defend. But they have so much cast range on these heroes. All right, there you go. They're going to get one tower. That's not too shabby. Ooh.
Solid one. Drubik didn't manage to get the attribute shift in this game. He definitely would have liked another 1000 HP. There's gonna Crimson Guard.
Crimson Guard, so good.
Dude, he doesn't do any damage as a Morphling.
Yeah, it was dealing like 5 damage to the tower.
What
That's
hell?
crazy.
I mean, you are dealing with the Atrophy Aura and the Fade Bolt, so that's one thing that we haven't talked about. The Morphling, if he gets connected by both of those, he pretty much loses all of his damage. I mean, especially if there is a Crimson Guard active.
That is very true. And I mean, Rubik also going for the Fate Bolt damage reduction. Do you remember when it was a fixed amount of damage on Rubik? Like, it was OP in the lane, but it didn't really scale that much?
Yes.
Now it's a 47% damage reduction alongside Underlord's, what, 30?
30,
yeah,
I
30.
think, yeah.
That's crazy.
That's kind of not fair. If you're a Morphling, you really hate them. You're gonna be needing to... He has a Kanda, I guess. And he's gonna probably rely mostly on his magical damage or on the AD rune that he's got bottled, right? So Laurel giving him a bottle. Yatoro is ready to murder people. And
Wait, Sweden's strong.
Nah, he's too good to be caught. Aghanim Scepter Miposhka. That's a big one.
Yeah, I think he's like baiting a fight. He was poking to see who was nearby, and they gotta be careful though. Spirit, they want to fight here. They have vision.
Oh, here comes Sweden Strong to cosplay a ward. Gets a lift up onto the Tiny, 4-step away. He's outplaying them so much. And
2 BKBs being forced. That's crazy.
And here comes Chira with the
they cancel the TP.
He stops the TP, and there's gonna be pulling him into a static sword with an Aghanim Scepter. Yatoro is gone. Just after they lost their Aegis, a minute after Bira gonna be found as well. Sweden Strong is playing out of its mind in this game, showing Team Spirit how to play Dota, and not a lot of players can say that they're capable of doing so.
Dude, how fearless do you have to be as this Rubik? I guess, at the end of the day, they knew that even if he dies, he can buy back TP to the outpost, so that is a really good place for OneWin to fight, despite the fact there was a ward. But the balls on that Rubik, he just waveforms to the high ground, forcing 2 BKBs. Like, that won the fight by itself.
Yep. And then when you get a connection on the Morphling, when he's trying to TP with the fear, and of course when it comes back, it fears him even more. They did find the Monkey King. Okay, Munkushi made a huge mistake. Miposhka will annihilate him.
Punish this though.
But
no
Laurel
BKB
doesn't have a BKB, so he's very much dead. He's gonna be eating the trees. Also a glimpse onto Miposhka himself. He's gonna get the spirit back. Toss away Cloud. Just doing some damage to his own buddy, landing on him. Not enough to get the kill, and Miposhka using the extra movement speed to run away. He has like 350, 400 damage on Miposhka when he gets the spirit back. That's so much.
Oh, they're looking for that glimpse, though.
Not.
Okay, I actually thought they might, but yeah, the Morphling and Hoodwink spawning, so it is definitely a scary place to fight if the tier 2 is up.
Refresher Beastmaster. Double roar is now available. Of course, at the moment he doesn't have his roar, but he's gonna have it in like 20 seconds then.
Yeah, and he has this really scary ninja gear, so you have to be very careful around the map. And they're looking. Oh, they find his back.
Kushi's dead. And they got him. Roar gonna be used. A lift up from the Rubik. With the Shard, they're gonna be able to save him. Ogre Steel Totem to the low ground. Cloud is not a hero that you want to target, but if he's all alone, isolated inside of the Pit of Malice of Yatoro, he will ultimately fall. The death of Munkushi. They had the advantage. They had the map. They were shoving in the waves, and he gets caught. Throws away a big lead for his team.
That's the problem, right? You expect to be able to react fast enough with this Underlord. They pretty much instantly use the Fiend's Gate, but there's so much burst damage on Spirit. Yep. It's just absurd the amount of burst damage.
Everybody, like it's not only the Morphling, every single one of their heroes does damage.
And then you have ET on top of it, right? So it is gonna amplify whatever it is that they have. That I mean, this game is so crazy, back and forth the whole time. Both teams outplaying each other, and next Roshan is really going to be the next point of contention. It is going to be a dire Roshan, though, so one win. Playing with a disadvantage.
Though Munkushi, he got mad and he bought a Lincoln Sphere. He actually bought out, so he does not have a buyback because of it. And next time, it might save his life.
Yeah, that's until the Vice gets ready for the Beastmaster, but he will have this little window to force the fight in. The fight will happen. 50 seconds for Roshan, and the Vice on Beastmaster is not going to be ready until that point.
Can the Monkey King farm his buyback? I don't think so.
No.
Not even the
There's
SF.
no way. It's so expensive. It's a 3.1k gold buyback.
Of course, if you get a couple of kills in the fight, it's going to be fine. Have we seen a big Wukong's command in this game yet?
You mean big level 25 or a big or presenting factor 1? I don't think we have. I don't think. But we're gonna see it now because the smoke breaks here on Spirit.
Unless he gets bursted down, which can happen. Avalanche toss very deep. Boundless Strike do not allow him to get the BKB off. Lara will get it off now. SF getting rolled on. He is gonna be getting his Requiem off, getting some of his HP back. Laurel is still alive, however, so that's the first Requiem and the first BKB of the SF gone.
Yeah, but they also use BKB on Yatoro as well as Laurel, so it does go both ways. And the Static Storm was not used. So one win. Do they have a smoke to try and do something about this right now? They don't.
Only the Monkey King is a ninja.
Okay. Oh, and this Spirit's so cocky. They're gonna try and poke Roshan, knowing they have no BKBs.
I mean, they take it out fast. The scan was used. It got them there. So I'm not sure if one winner or where.
They have to be fast.
Then they're not going to be fast enough. Laurel goes in and sacrifices himself for the Roche. Requiem in the backlines will make sure that Mira goes down as well, and the rest of Spirit will just have to bail. But this is big, because one win are going to think twice about going high ground without the Aegis.
Oh, Laurel, man. He literally won that Aegis for the team. He does have buyback now, and it doesn't matter that he dies. As long as you secure that Aegis and you disengage, you're so happy. I mean, this is kind of the story of this game. Spirit very keen on forcing Roche, but paying like a decent price for it, which means they don't really get to use the Aegis as much as they want. And one win, like even though they are ahead, they don't really get to get further ahead because they never get the Aegis. That's been kind of how this game played from the beginning.
So they gave the Aghanim Scepter to the Elder Titan. He sold his and is now buying a Nullifier. So this Rubik, it's not going to be that easy for him to escape any longer with his 4 staffs.
Yeah, he's gonna keep that Ogre Seal Totem on Rubik because that's his only way out of this Elder Titan. And I mean, he has shards, so he can actually teleport after with his Echo Stomp. That's such a scary. And that's the thing. We were talking about the supports on Team Spirit. This Elder Titan by himself can honestly solo kill any hero. Maybe not the Monkey King. This might be the only one.
I think that's maybe inside of the Wukong's command, to be honest, with the right Spirit usage, if the Monkey King doesn't have the Wukong's command extra armor, I think he gets clapped as well.
Yeah, he might.
I mean, we're going to be finding out fairly soon because both of the teams might be
There's
might
an
be
amplified
looking to find
damage
engagement.
on the left side. Let's see who picks it up. If Spirit scouts it, which they will with the Spirit. Oh, this could be the moment for Spirit to go for a smoke.
Well, Larl has been so sacrificial that now he's behind Mira in terms of net worth, and only now. Oh, he didn't get it. It was too scary for Mukushi. The AD rune will go towards Yotaro, but wasn't bottled. Force staff away. Cloud is going to be taking so much damage and possibly escaping with a Glimmer Cape. He will be fine. Guardian Greaves as well. Oh, look at it. Miposhka going in. You're not escaping from this guy. He's stolen. What is that? That's the ulti, right? The Earth Splitter.
Earth Splitter.
Rubik. That's actually huge. Rubik does a ton of damage with that.
Yeah, if you get a good kinetic field, like you get the Egg Static Storm kinetic field, they don't BKB out of it. You can, I mean, and that's amplified damage, right? This is doing 30% more damage.
He's gonna destroy them. Yadaro, though, his right clicks are insane. This time around, you don't have the Underlord to reduce it. He has the Manta, and now they're gonna try to destroy him. Not try, but do. As there will be
they're going for the second life.
They can't do anything, and also Lark, he entered in. He wants to die with his buddy. That's gonna be a hero without a buyback. Two heroes without buybacks. They might even get extra. Miposhka is playing around, gonna be getting his remnant back. No bashes to stop him. He has so much armor to get himself away. And this is not the only thing. He's gonna have to do so much more to keep his team in play.
Dude, he had 55 armor there. Just because of his Spirit. That's crazy, but as you said, no buyback Spirit. How much are they going to lose? They actually didn't even get a single lane of barracks. One win.
No.
When it comes to these decisive fights, they are so swift. Like, they literally knew, like, they take the first life with the level 25 on Shadow Fiend. Crazy layering with the Stolen Earth Splitter, and they still have it. They're gonna have a second one in 25.
See, they don't necessarily know these two heroes don't have buybacks. That is still the case. I'm also very surprised that Laurel didn't drop the cheese in the fountain. And one win, in a way, hesitant to go forward. I can understand this. It's better to play it safe.
Yeah, it is. We're also approaching a point here where Collapse can buy his side of eyes. He is super close. Needs to sell boots, though. I think that's the only problem for him. But I'm curious to see if Collapse is going to buy out, get this side of eyes once they are ready to go for a smoke. If you find a hero with no buyback, this could also be GG on one win. It feels like both sides push so much that whoever gets a good pick off for a good fight when there's no buybacks on the enemy side might just win off of one single good engagement.
Dude, SF is going for an Abyssal Blade over the Hex.
What?
Is it? Is it really better than the Hex?
How would that be better?
I mean, because he anyways blinks on top of them, so it goes through BKB.
Well, I'm not a Shadow Fiend player, but I don't know. I'm honestly very curious to cast this, but I cannot tell for certain it's better. Beastmaster though gets found.
See if they're gonna be able to kill him. Pops the BKB, and instantly there with the shard, with the Boundless Strike, the Monkey King escapes.
It's nice to force the BKB, but you did use a full-on smoke. This is not what you wanted. You definitely wanted to get a bit more out of this. They are out of smokes for a pretty long time. Like we kind of discussed, one win not having a smoke for that one Roche fight they went for. And it's a bit sad. I'm pretty sure they want a bit more out of this one.
Imagine if the Rubik gets level 25 and then just steals the Earth Splitter.
Holy shit.
He's gonna be one-shotting people.
40%.
Yep, and he still has the Earth Splitter. It's gonna be expiring probably until he gets his level 25. A lot of big ones coming out as well. You know, the Hoodwink getting her double Acorn shot. Also, Underlord, Pit of Malice is now longer. That's a big deal, especially because he has an Aghanims. There's two of those that are going to be available in the fight. Chira! Chira! Oh, blink away! You cannot surprise this guy! He gets lifted up by the Rubik to stop the Requiem. He's not going to have two of his BKBs, but one will still be available with the Refresher. Larl caught. They know he's there.
He has cheese.
He just cannot move.
Okay. That splitter dealt way less damage than I thought it was going to.
It dealt no damage.
That was underwhelming.
But did he
Oh,
maybe
look at
eat
the
cheese?
wraparound. Oh, and they blink out with DT.
Sweden strong. Ogre Seal Totem to the high ground. Perfect angle. Laurel still coming forward. There's
They find
those
Tira.
monkey warriors. They do find him this time around. He doesn't get the blink off, so he will be going down. Laurel in the same problem without the mid laners. This fight will be fought. Now focusing onto the Underlord. Lift up from the Rubik. Trying to save a bit of Malice will be nice just before death, but the Rubik has been found as well. Finally, they're going to bring down Sweden strong, or are they without the Ogre Seal Totem? He's just not going to be able to get himself away. That's no buyback on Cloud. A big part of one win success.
Yeah, and they know he has no buyback. That's a 3-minute cooldown. Spirit, they want to abuse this. They really have to. Collapse, though. He could potentially find Munkushi bottom side, but they don't.
Okay, SF had to buy back. He needs to collect souls before before the enemies come. Without souls, you're in so much trouble, and he didn't get to do so. Chira might have needed to buy back a bit earlier, even.
He needs to finish his basher. That's what he needs. He needs those bashes right now.
I actually don't know if you're making fun of him or not. The Daedalus is done for the Hoodwink, has the level 25 as well, and Munkushi, double Wukong's command. That is a spell. That is the combination of spells, actually 2 of them, that can win you the game.
Yeah, and he actually has buyback on top of that, so
Yep.
it is definitely scary to find into him. They're gonna force the glyph. Spirit very cautious here. They know there's no buyback on the Underlord, and still they are respecting one win quite a bit. They saw how much they paid every time they tried to go a little bit too deep. I think if you're one win, maybe you just give away this barracks. Like, I don't get why you would take this fight.
Yeah, just
You
let it
lose
go.
the game. You lose the game here if you die.
Yeah, but maybe you can use the glyph, get a kill. Morphling illusions. Almost finishing things off. There's the boar. Kill the boar. Okay, Piggy dead.
65 HP there. That was close.
They're scared.
I mean-
You're scared if you're Spirit, right? You don't have 3 of your heroes are missing a buyback at the moment, and there is a Roche spawning. We know that it spawned, but the teams are like, it's gonna spawn now, or it's gonna spawn in a minute. Doesn't matter. It's not worth the risk.
Yeah, I love that one win's already running top here. You need to set up for this Roche. The entire game, they've been ahead, and Spirit was just very adamant at contesting
at
his
bottom.
Roshans.
Look at bottom. They're gonna find Cloud. That is a big deal with the Roar. He's not getting out of this one alive. There's so much damage, even with the reductions. And instantly, Morphling Yadro goes in to get the Raxes on top of his well. Look at the perfect scan. Spirit,
They find Laurel,
why are
though.
they so good? Oh, Laurel.
They're looking for the Tiny.
He's fine. He's okay.
Oh, Laurel, he's setting up. This is scary here. One win. This could be your demise right now. Sweden Strong, though, will find him, I think.
Ooh, he gets the lift up, and there's the Static Storm as well with the Requiem trying to push him out. Loses his life. Doesn't have a buyback, dead for 2 minutes. Big deal. There's the first Wukong's man.
They have
first
refreshers.
Requiem as well. Yup. Not one on the
Not on the
Disruptor, though.
monkey. Yeah. They find Hoodwink, Mira.
That's not an easy kill. Has the BKB Bushwhack will connect, turning onto the SF. The Hex is there, and the right clicks for Mira are too strong. Their supports are doing way too much damage. Look at what Miposhka did to the backlines. Buyback for the Monkey King and the Rubik. You cannot defend this show. You can only kill the creeps in your base.
Dude, Spirit, they are on another level. Like, Mira's Hoodwink is the first one to, join the pit there, just so they can get vision. They were so patient. Eventually, Munkushi thinks, okay, I'll use my BKB to at least help my team to disengage, and that's when everyone else jumps. He thought that maybe he had 2 or 3 seconds to, show up there and buy some time for his team to disengage. He gets heavily punished just because it's Mira that is the first point of contact. They are going to lose.
I mean,
They're
look
going
at
to lose
that.
a lot out of this. No
Only
buyback
the
from Shadow Phoenix.
supports. Only the supports did damage in that last fight. It was insane. 5,000 from Mira, 5,000 from Miposhka. The cores were literally the ones that were using the stuns.
Yeah, well, that support has a Daedalus. So we definitely live in different times now. It's
Fourth
not
on
like
net
the
worth.
good old days where supports were washing the dishes and just preparing meals.
Yep. It is a different time, as you mentioned. SF will be back in 45 seconds, but he won't have the souls. He still needs to collect them to be as scary as he would like to be. Still going up against the Underlord is not easy. There's the attribute shift for the Rubik, so now he's finally going to be tanky.
Okay, here we go. Just don't go Fuaji.
Yeah, he's not using the attribute shift whatsoever, and jumping from Yadro to the hands of the monkey. He's just making a bit of space. Gonna get a glimpse back into the pit of Malice. Wukong's man being used with the BKB. Yadro should be fine. They need to kill him once and then wait for him with the Static Storm like last time Spirit pushed. He gets out. SF is back, so that makes it a bit more dangerous.
Oh, they find
Dawes
the
back
Underlord
as well.
again.
Look at how out of position he is. And also Miposhka in the backlines uses the Echo Stomp, so you have no chance to help him. Does have a buyback, and Mailerak's still alive.
That has been the problem the entire game. This Underlord being picked off. I think like the last 3 fights. Oh, can they stop Yatoro here? They can. The Abyssal. There we go.
Yeah, they got him. Avalanche toss though. They found the Monkey King. The Roar will be there with the Bushwhack. And Mira just doing massive amounts of damage. Finishes him off with the Sharpshooter. Your carry is gone. The highest net worth hero of 1 win will be no more. And Mira showing just how powerful he can be. Respect. Using the Shadow Amulet, their Chappie style. Staying in the game. But Lara also finding the 2 supports. Avatar's combo not going to be enough to kill him. Beautiful kinetic field to keep the enemies at bay. While look at what Mira is still making sure that nobody can leave the fountain. His Echo shots are doing so much damage. Finally, he will be dying to Requiem of Souls. Instantly buys back. He understands that this is the end of game 1. If they just focus on the Hex on Cloud and the way for finishes him off is they're gonna be diving the fountain. Solar Roar, Sweet and Strong continues with beautiful performances, saving Chira Jr., but he cannot lift up the throne.
Toss the
Yatoro go and fight. He still has the Aegis. Even if he dies in the fountain, it's not gonna be a problem, but the Morphling waveforms away, finishes the throne, and game 1 goes to Spirit.
You know, you gotta give it to 1 win. They made this game so hard. Considering you just played a BO5 where you lost with Mega Creeps, you gotta give it to them. They played a formidable game, but Team Spirit, I think the biggest game changer was not only they scaled better, but also they understood that to scale better, they needed to hold this game. And the way to get that stalemate going was forcing Roshans and getting them no matter the price. And they just did a good job. Lau giving his life away multiple times. They would take bad engagements just so that they could also get Roshan afterwards. To me, that was like that understanding, and the way they could execute that understanding gave Team Spirit this game.
And that last little bit of movements from Spirit on the bottom lane, killing Cloud and scanning 1 win as they were going for Roche. It was just some beautiful performance, understanding of the late game, and this team was always scary when it came to those late game fights. We are going to be having our panel to break down this very long game 1 for us.
Yes, thank you, Harry and Bowie. We are going to get into it here on the panel, and I wanted a long game, and we delivered here. That was, nearly 60 minutes worth, and that was just game number 1. I forgot I was on a panel. I was getting comfy. I was lying back in my seat, getting ready to, just watch the rest of this one. So, Aries, to start it off, the Monkey King, it lost. It isn't invincible here. So, looking at this, Spirit, you showed you how to beat it, taking it into your pubs as well. But yeah, 1 win, still a good showing, but it's still lost. The Monkey King.
That it did, but we've got to keep in mind it's a carry Monkey King. It is a little bit different, I think, playstyle wise between the mid and the carry. We've seen Munkushi play it already so far in the qualifiers, but again, it's a bit different. But regardless, we have seen it lose, so we see the potential of what teams can at least try and draft and the playstyle that they can play around it. But very impressive from Spirit. Like, overall, a super competitive game. Exactly what we'd hoped before, right? Like, it took us a while to even get into the game, but finally, once we got there, we had a bunch of action. It was a very, very fun game to watch.
Yeah, and Blizzard, just quickly, Spirit there, being able to turn. What was the turning point there? Because it felt like when we were fairly in control early on, what turned it around for Spirit?
I don't think there was a singular turning point. I think this game could have went either way up until the end. And then you get these two support, like the supports were too good on both sides, but one set of supports just scaled much nicer. I guess Rubik and Disruptor, they scale Omega well too. It's like the battle of supports in the end, truly. Like, you had this ET and Hoodwink, like they're literally 2 extra cores on your side, and that one rush fight in which ET zips back with his shard and kills off pretty much everyone. I think that can be called a turning point. You don't have your tiny even, like you don't have your mid, he's dead, and you still manage to take a fight very convincingly because I think Harry called it very nicely. 5.5k HP damage dealt exactly on one support and 5.6k or something like that on the other. Hoodwink and Miposhka literally soloing it.
Yeah, and just looking over the highlights here, you can see just how these fights were swinging back to back. I mean, look at this one. 16 minutes in, 17 minutes in, it was even. I think it was about 20 minutes before it started to break down in one side's favor. It just net worth-wise, it just looked like this early game between the two teams, it was so close here. And then finally get into like the 20-minute mark, like saying, starts to break in favor of Spirit, swings back the other way from time to time. I think actually, in terms of the net worth, it was like a 41k net worth lead by the end of the game for Team Spirit, so they did carry on building that advantage. But again, the fight's coming out. Aries, was there anything you think One Win could have done differently just to be able to capitalize on how close this game was early on?
No, nothing different in particular. I really think Spirit was an impressive performance for them. I think they got kind of the early game a little bit lucky as well with Yotoro a couple times. I think this was one in particular, right, where waveforms into a stolen Raw, and a couple of other deaths of another death on our screen where we see Yotoro dying honestly a couple times. And then finally with the late game we saw the power for him. But like Lizard said, it really felt like it was Spirit supports and the Beastmaster as well. I was a little bit concerned on how much impact we were going to get out of the Tiny. Really quick, I want to mention this defense. I was so impressed on how they held that defense with the Ages. That was really crafty with the Boundless Strike into Requiem and then Static Storm on the respawn. And that's cool to see that One Win still being very fatigued with a long day at Dota. They were able to come up with some incredible defense, which was really important at that stage of the game where Spirit had the Ages advantage and were almost able to end it. But back to your question, like, no, I don't think there's much you could have done differently. I think just in the end, like, Spirit played a really good game of Dota and were able to execute their fights because they had these supports that were able to scale.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to take a look at the team stats here as well between the two teams. The damage coming through from both of these carries, man, just absolutely wild. But yeah, like you say, Team Spirit all the way through here. That damage, even is that correct? 44k on the Hoodwink? No, surely not.
Yeah, it's the supports that dealt the most damage in the end for Team Spirit. Hoodwink is one of those heroes, and once you hit level 25, you have double Acorn Shot. Then you can take down targets easily. But that's also because on the other side you have these carry destroyers, like Disruptor and stuff. Like one of the things that Terry has mentioned is their defense of the high ground. Like that defense of the high ground was strong because of two things. First, like they did blow him up really nicely with the usage of SF and Static Storm, but also because of Laral not BKBing. Like he didn't BKB and then jump in to save the Morphling. That was the idea. BKB, jump in, toss the Morphling out, but he just jumps in and gets into Static Storm. So kind of weird, but that's what you had to do to create enough space for this Hoodwink the dealt. How much, Rob? Like 40k plus, right?
44k I think was the final number. And looking at the items in the end, Mira had a Daedalus coming out, the Gleipnir coming out, the Hurricane Pike here as well, a PK. I'm sure I'm not looking at the right game. This Hoodwink, that wasn't a support, that was a full core coming out here as well. That was just a fourth core, and I think this is something that Team Spirit do really well, right, Aries? That they are able to transition these supports into that kind of semi-core, well, if the game goes long, in a full core role.
Yeah, sometimes we've seen difficulty with not having position 5s that are able to scale, but apparently this Elder Titan, I don't know, something we maybe need to keep our attention on. We've been seeing it a couple times. We know it is a Miposhka staple, but I think they played it twice now so far in their games, and we might see it drafted very early on once again heading into game 2. So I think this ET is something we need to keep our eyes out for.
Yeah, and both of the supports, like Lizard said, doing really well in terms of the damage. 6 kills, 24 assists on Mapochka, and then Mira had 12 kills. The 18 assists there as well, coming through with just a ridiculous. I think the highest amount of damage in the. I'm still flabbergasted by it. Honestly, I'll probably be talking about this one all throughout for the rest of the night. This Mira Hoodwink coming through, because that is just something. Liz, do you have to ban that out? Do you think, or is that just a case of Mira knows the hero so well and supports it? He could do that on a few heroes.
He can definitely do it on a couple. There are some heroes that just naturally deal a lot of damage, and Hoodwink is one of those. It shouldn't be too surprising to see Hoodwink be highest damage dealer, because that's what the hero does. She's literally all about the damage, a little bit of pushback here and there, but most of the time, if you have that Maelstrom, just by the fact of you hitting from distance with the acorn shots, you're gonna rack up a lot of damage. Heroes such as, I don't know, Hoodwink, then Phoenix, then Zeus, Venomancer even, because he always applies the dots. They're always going to have a lot of damage. So you can't really ban out everything against him. I think you have to still go for your biggest bans of the patch, biggest patch meta bans, like TA, Storm as well, Chaos Knight. These kind of heroes need to go, so maybe you can ban out Hoodwink as well, but I think they've got other heroes in store that can do just as much, to answer your question.
Okay, and finally, Aries looking at it for one win here. It's another loss on the board, after a long day coming through. So many matches here for them. So again, you've got yourself one more. I mean, it's not a knockout. Looking at it, you do have the third place playoff match tomorrow if you do fall down here, but they don't want to be falling down. Again, I know I've asked this, but is it just a case of shaking it off, getting up, taking that walk, before you get into the draft, or is it just kind of buckle down time? Is it the serious? You get that motivational speech going now if you're looking for one win, to try and avoid the second loss in a row.
Yeah, I mean, motivational speech, or maybe they can do that while they go for a bit of a walk as well. Maybe they can do both at the same time. Then you can get the best of both worlds, and then heading to this next game with a fresh slate. Because like we've been saying, that it's been a really long day for one win, unfortunately for them, and hopefully they can make it even longer by sending us to a game 3. And they don't want to play in that third place match. You really want to be playing the grand finals. Of course, the money is much more, but even just the extra series, the extra experience as well, because again, they are going to be playing some big tournaments coming up after this. So we'll see what they're able to do. There were a lot of signs of life from them in that game, though, so it was still very impressive, even though it was a defeat in the end. But I think just a couple of things we could look forward with a bit of a different draft and some things that go their way, and we could be saying that they were the winners in this game.
Yeah, and Lizard, are you letting them run it back if you're Team Spirit? Are you giving them the Monkey King? Are you giving them the Shadow Fiend? Are you giving them, because that Disruptor as well, that was super impressive. Are you just saying, we beat it once, we can do it again?
Yeah. No, usually no. Usually when you win something that you think is really strong, you ban it out the next game, because the team can adjust and ban. It's much easier for them to ban out some of the heroes that you picked against it, because how it goes is like this. You have one hero that's absolutely broken in the meta, and then you have one single idea of how to beat it. So you pick it in the first game and you let that hero go through, and then you win. Maybe you win with that one singular idea. Now you can't let the same broken hero go through the second time, because that one singular idea can get banned out, and then it's not really as easy. I'm not sure if there was anything special in this game that they had to worry about. I do think that the Monkey King, even on position 1, even with the lane that wasn't that great, did very damn well. I think SF was a problem as well, but I also think Team Spirit was kind of happy with the draft that they've gotten, and the game was rough, not necessarily because of the draft, but more because of the execution. I feel like the execution on Team Spirit's side, early on at least, lacked the TI form that we usually know them for. One hero that we haven't really discussed at all or talked about, probably because he got tossed around a lot and killed off early enough in fights, was Underlord. But that hero did way more than it... I'm not sure, he's not flashy, but he did a ton in that game. You had to go on him. If you don't go on him, you lose the fight instantly. And if you do go on him, it takes so much time to kill him. So I was actually surprised in that draft, and in that game, that the team didn't play around the Underlord. Once he gets tossed, they would always just bail and run instead of helping him. Like, he never dies if you go and commit together with him.
Okay, well, we'll see if they are going to be able to get any of these heroes here. One win, the full lineup, like I say, a bit of a threat. And yeah, Team Spirit, they found a way to deal with it in game number 1. But game number 2, as we get ourselves into this draft, we'll see just how they want to try and draft around it. The TA being banned out, Darkseer, CK. Yeah, the CK always a big threat. The Enchantress 1 win, respecting that Enchantress pickup potential here for Team Spirit that they did run yesterday to great effect. So making sure that this doesn't get through. Aries, any other bans we should be looking out for in this first phase?
If it's similar to the last game, looking at the Clockwork to be banned out, and the Brew and the Weaver. So Brew's already gone. Let's see if they get rid of the Weaver as well for Team Spirit. And maybe there's going to be... No, I don't think there's probably going to be any differences overall. So again, we're going to be looking up the Shadow Fiend and the Elder Titan. You know, one win, of course, had the opportunity to go for the Shadow Fiend as the first pick last game. They have the opportunity to do it this game if they want to, and we'll see if Team Spirit go for the same response in the ET. And they're actually going to ban the ET, so a lot of respect. And you know, again, we're seeing so far this Elder Titan hero, it's rising popularity. We're still yet to see Collapse actually play it, but there is still, of course, a lot of potential, and they want to just remove it out of the pool. So we'll see if Spirit have a different response now to the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and taking the time here as well, Team Spirit just coming through on this next pick, like you say, maybe just trying to think it through what they want. What is the Witch Doctor, the Tiny, they're actually going to go back for the Hoodwink. So they get that killer again, and we'll see if it's going to be doing another 44k damage in this second match.
Yeah, you get yourself another game of Hood. Like, just a lot of burst once again. I'm not sure about this SF hero, by the way. Like, I love the Blink Kaya Yasha build. I think it's omega strong because you can blink behind the enemy lines, use your ulti fast because you get that 25% reduction, and then you can actually go forward and do a couple of raises after the ulti. You're no longer that same old SF in which you just have to blink on top of the target and ulti. Like, no, that's not the case any longer. When I say I'm not sure, I meant I'm not sure about letting the SF go through. Because the SF, he didn't look like an issue in that last game. But I truly believe that SF and Underlord are a bigger threat than a Monkey King. Like, if they play around these two heroes better on the side of one win, I feel like they can just completely dominate the map. Like, at least from what I'm seeing in the meta, these two are really strong, plus they're really strong together. And something that they hate is they hate these BKB bullies that get on top of them or break their spells through BKB. Beastmaster is out, so you cannot do that, and also Elder Titan is out, he cannot do that. So it's gonna be a bit harder for Team Spirit, but they snatched the monkey. That's the difference now.
Where's the monkey going though? I mean, often we see the Hoodwink played as a 4. I know it can be played 5, but then what I don't even really see Miposhka playing the Hoodwink much, honestly. So it's not like you want to put Monkey mid into the Shadow Fiend, so which removes a lot of the flexibility. They must just feel like this hero is pretty strong overall to be able to go for the carry hero now. Potentially it's just they're happy with block picking it against one win, to have shown so far they really like drafting it, even if they're not giving it to Chiro Jr. and it's pretty much predominantly just Munkushi playing it. Maybe they feel like that's just enough of a reason why for them to deny it away from one win.
There's another thing as well. There's the Underlord pick from the last game. Because they went Underlord Monkey and then they banned Ursa, so you couldn't get that good counter to the Underlord. And now you have Monkey and you're already kind of protecting your safe lane versus such heroes. Such as Underlord, that is. And one win on the other side, they're the ones that take Clockwork, because you probably don't want to be playing SF into Clock right now. Like, the hero is... Like, SF is strong, but Clockwork messes everything that he does. Like, he gets on top of you easily, he interrupts your ulti, he can gank you mid as well. Like, you probably don't want to play against that, but... Okay, we get Clock Morphling most likely on the safe lane. So they're emulating what Team Spirit did and what worked for them. Morphling in this game, like, you're already playing against Hoodwink, so there's some burst potential, but of course, I actually, have you guys seen any support Morphlings so far?
I
Apparently
have
that's something
not in the tournament.
It's been playing. Maposhka's done 2 in pub matches. I'm looking at his pro tracker now, but they both lost, so I don't know how confident I am saying this might be the support morph.
Yeah, it's probably not, but I'm just saying that this hero has a ton of potential on support as well. I know I'm cooking a lot in this patch and I'm giving a lot of different wild ideas, but Morphling on support actually looks insanely good in some games. Like if he has good heroes to morph into, it feels like he just literally has no cooldowns. So this game, it's picked early, and now there's a Zeus as well. I think that's something for Team Spirit. Larl, he said a couple of times that he hates Zeus, by the way. He's like, Zeus is a noob hero. I don't want to play Zeus. It's stupid. It's for noobs. I remember those exact words. But he can play a mean Zeus as well, and he owns with it. And I think this is a really good Zeus game.
Yeah, that it is. I mean, you're only really concerned about the Clockwork getting on top of you. The Zeus Shadow Fiend is going to be a free farm lane, but this hero is just going to spam the wave with Razors and Arc Lightning, so both will have a fine time. Of course, you're going to get the extra assistance with the Thunder Gods coming through some of the early levels, and we're going to have to see what one win really do now to address the Zeus, because you've got the Clockwork, sure, but even then, how good is it? Because you can always jump out of the cog, so you're going to need some other more mobile heroes to get on top of you, and probably looking for... I really have to imagine this is your Maposhka hero, but unless they feel like this Hoodwink and Monkey can continue to be flexed, we'll have to find out, but I do think we are looking for a position 5 for Spirit now.
Just to quickly looking through the pro trackers, Mira has been playing the Monkey King. Maposhka has played a couple of games on the Hoodwink here as well in his pubs. And I know pubs don't always translate to the pro games, but there is precedent here that both of these heroes can be played in those support roles, and the players are comfortable with them.
Yeah, and then you can pick something that's maybe a bit stronger into Morphling. They get the Tusk first instead, so this probably puts the Monkey King on your position 1, Tusk as a 4 or 5, and then Hoodwink as a 4 or 5, whatever way they want to lane it, because yeah, they are very flexible in that manner, in that way as well. So yeah, we'll see. For 1 win now, they have to... what are they picking? Like a 4 or 5 as well. Or they can go with their offlane that's into Monkey King. You already see that matchup. You know what you're laning and playing against, so maybe you could pick the offlane first instead. Like seeing Monkey...
What's happening?
So this is...
Also,
this is
kind of like, yeah.
No, they're cooking. I think this is gonna be like Storm mid. It's gonna be SF safe lane, and Morphling is either going to be off lane or a position 4. Like, so my wish has been granted. I didn't expect to see Morphling as a support or offlane, but I really think that's what we're seeing. I have seen a couple of guys, I know, but this is very wild. I've seen a couple of players even do Shadow Fiend 4 in pubs, but I really think that's not the play. No, that's not the play. It's gonna be like a Morphling support, most likely.
Okay,
So
okay. I have been seeing a few Morphling off lanes as well. Just to run through that. Yep. So in pro games in Southeast Asia, it is being run. So yeah, that could be. I mean, it could be the opening that they're looking for.
We'll have to see. They obviously felt like with the Zeus getting picked up, they were going to have some difficulties with getting on top of him, and maybe you can find some responses with some offlane hero. Maybe they felt like it was going to be difficult though, playing into the Monkey King. Of course, Monkey versus a lot of melee initiating offlaners can have a pretty strong lane, especially with a support like a Tusk or a Hoodwink. So they felt like probably the Storm Spirit is at least another way for them to address the Zeus. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. This is not like an easy Storm game as well. There is a lot of control, and we're still yet to see the offlaner for Collapse, which can even make that more of an issue. I mean, you're going to ban out the Enigma, which makes a lot of sense with the Tusk combo, and really you have you only have Hookshot, I suppose, for Black Hole.
I kind of agree and disagree. Like, I think it can be a rough game for Storm, but at the same time, it's a pretty good Storm game. This hero is really strong at the moment. Like the galvanized Meteor Hammer, I think it got nerfed a bit in the last patch. I still think it's pretty good. You can hunt down Monkey King, you can hunt down Zeus. You don't care about Snowball or Ice Shards, and Hoodwink doesn't... it's not really... Like, you can catch Storm, but it's not an insta-catch that's easy to do. So, overall, we'll see. We'll see. I like what they cooked. I've seen some really crazy things coming from Eastern European teams in the qualifier. Some Naga offlane. I've seen a couple of Morphling offlanes as well. And I do believe this will be like a position 5 last pick. And then you can... I just don't like the Morphling. Morphling and what into Monkey King? I just don't... Yeah, this is perhaps a bit safer. Let's get the Primal Beast. Get something that can actually lane.
Okay, so what? Primal off lane with the Morphling 4, then Clock Shadow Fiend safe lane?
That's my guess, at least. I might be wrong. Like, look at their draft. This looks like some Herald pub, but I do think that's the case.
I'm trying to see what...
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking for
This is one of my
offlaners though for
questions.
collapse. That's a... What are the potential? I mean, you banned out a lot already last year. If you're going to go for a range or melee with the toss pairing, is the ultimate thing. Probably just depends on where they want to put these supports to be able to play with the monkey.
You have to pay attention to the fact that you're playing into SF as well.
Ooh.
This is a good one. Yeah, it's a good one because it's position 4 Morphling. It's a good one because of the way you play around him. Like, he's one of those heroes that loves burst damage in the lane and can hit SF really hard back. So if you raise him, you're gonna get hit by Soul Assumption. And you have Tusk plus Visage together with you. I like this a lot. I really like their Visage pickup. I think it's strong. I think it's another hero that actually catches Storm, because you can buy Orchid. Then you can hunt him down. You can buy some Orchid Aghanims maybe a little bit later on, even though that's really greedy. I mean, both of these drafts are insane. We're in for a fun game. I think one win... Which game is this for them, Rob? Like 15th today or something?
Like 10th, 11th, something like that. Yeah, it's been a long day. Yeah. And that is going to be... I mean, it completes the draft. We're going to see how it is going to break down here between these two. Frankly, ludicrous 2 drafts we're going to see here. And we have our caster standing by to take us through the action. So, Harry, Bowie, take it away.
Thank you, Rob. And Bowie here is gonna be... I have a big question for you, Bowie. In general, I haven't seen that much of support Morphling, especially not in competitive gameplay. It has been played in pubs. So everybody knows that you have this big YouTube channel where you used to explain so many cool things, but you haven't posted a video for 3 months at least. So I need you to explain this Morphling to me, just like you would do it in one of your videos.
For sure, I can do that. But before I explain, I think it's worth mentioning, this is the first time support Morphling is being played in an official match in 736. So we had a couple of off-lane Morphlings, but this is the first time we actually get to see it in competitive. So it's pretty cool. I mean, as long as the stats here of the website I'm using are correct, it should be the first one. But the reason Morphling support is good is, I mean, first of all, you pick it early and you can flex it, right? So just basic draft stuff. But now that when you get the flow facet or facet, you can reduce cooldowns. So you become a better version of enemy heroes in a different way than Rubik, right? Rubik gets more cast range, more damage. Morphling gets cooldown reduction. So basically, you join a fight, you steal... Let's say you become Zeus, and then you go back to Morphling form, you morph to agility, you go back to Morphling, and you're gonna have what, like a 0.8 arc lightning cooldown and a 3-second cooldown lightning bolt, and then you just spam spells like crazy, which is why the build is like no talismans, arcane boots, octarines, and very greedy build in general.
Oh, let's see, we might see a level 1 fight. Mira actually has the burning effect. Actually, Yatoro in a little bit of trouble. Miposhka coming to save him. There's going to be an anchor shot bouncing around, being a bit annoying to Sweden Strong, who's still holding the blood grenade. But how the hell did Mira get the burning effect? I thought only burning has his heroes that burn. But sure.
Oh, maybe I don't know.
I thought he was going to get the drinking buddies on the Tusk, because first you can pull people out of the cogs. Second of all, it goes really well with the familiar as well. but he ended up going for a tag team. I've already seen some games where Tusks go for drinking buddies versus with a Visage in their team, so I was surprised he went this route.
I think both are good. Maybe, and I could be wrong, because I don't remember seeing this too much. Does tag team work with the Wukong statues?
I don't think so.
That could be, if it does work, that could be the reason, right? Because you don't really get to... Because like when you have multiple heroes instances of damage, tag team is better. But when you have like one really fast attack speed hero, then obviously getting... I think with Troll, we see a lot of drinking buddies just because he has a lot of innate attack speed. But overall, looking at the lanes here, I'm very curious to see this Morphling support. Because, you know, even though it's novel, even though there's theory behind it, the win rate of most of the players I've seen trying to do it is very low. So they see the potential, but they haven't really fully grasped the build. And, you know, if you're not winning in pubs consistently, do you really want to take this to your 11th game against Team Spirit out of all teams?
Maybe that's the idea. Maybe they feel like they need something out of the box to win versus Team Spirit after that game 1 where one win played awesome. Dota respect in a lot of trouble. There's going to be another soul assumption if even needed. Yeah, Collapse uses it just in case. Probably would have gotten a kill anyways, but they land themselves the first blood.
Yeah, that's Visage for you. And yeah, I mean, I'm very scared for one win. I just look at this Shadow Fiend, looking at the stats. The hero, even the mid lane, doesn't have really good stats at the moment. I think it's hovering about 40%. And in the carry position, it's even lower. They really like the Shadow Fiend, and I understand why. You know, can flex it between your two cores. And I think he had like a decent performance game 1, but later, I didn't feel that he scaled as much as, you know, the Tiny. Yeah, curious to see if they're gonna make it work, but I still have my doubts about this hero.
Munkushi was crushing it on SF when nobody was playing it back in one move. As Boundless Strike onto both of them. Cloud is coming forward. He wants to get a kill on Miposhka. The Blood Grenade will slow him down enough for Yadro to get the kill. Sweden Strong morphing a bit into agility to get the extra armor. Now back into strength. And Yataro, he won't be able to get the kill. He needed one more hit and decides not to go for it.
Alright. Should be okay. Very nicely done. In terms of the mid lane, pretty much expected. You know, Zeus always gets better last hits, and Storm just having a good game. It is a pretty good matchup against Zeus, though. Storm, even when you have the little hop as Zeus, he just gets on top of you. He can kill you. You have vision with the clock. You have a lot of gap close. This is not an easy Zeus game for Laurel.
But when you look at it, all three lanes are kind of going towards Spirit, right? Because Collapse might have a little bit less CS than the SF, but he got the first blood. Then we have a Zeus winning versus the Storm, and I don't even want to talk about the bot lane. It's a complete decimation. And now we're going to be seeing a Tusk rotate towards the mid lane. Of course, the Storm is aware of this, so Chiro will be keeping himself on the other side of the tower.
Yeah. More than dying, though. The problem is if he loses the rune. Oh, Mira just zoning him completely here. But there is backup from Sweet and Strong.
Miposhka will be coming into the play as well. And the Acorn shot, he got lucky with it. The Blood Grenade from the other side, Laurel will be able to create a gap. Respect being only level 2 and Sweet and Strong as well. These two heroes don't do damage. How are they gonna kill anybody? Maybe they can kill the courier. Mira inside of the cogs taking some damage. Sweet and Strong turning into a shotgun, but we know Morphling hasn't been a shotgun hero for a very long period of time, and Mira just leaves. Cloud on the other side of the map will be taken down by Yadaro, and that is a pretty much a solo kill for him.
That's unfortunate. I mean, he was trying to cut the wave, felt like he could just distance himself from the Monkey King, because that's not really easy 1 versus 1 for the Primal Spirit, but I'm sorry, for the Monkey King, but he gets punished really hard. Ooh, yeah, this laning stage not looking very bright for one win. You know, it didn't look in game 1 too, though, but if Kira Jr. dies again, this could be the nail in the coffin.
He's dying 100%.
No.
The pushback onto the two of them. Respect comes over. He wants to die with his team. A pretty nice thing to do, and also with the snowball, will they at least let Mira die? The tower shots not enough, given a tango by Miposhka. Nobody there tanking the towers, but either way, the Tusk survives. This is turning into a disaster really quick.
Yeah, it really is. This Morphling support Right now, it doesn't look very menacing. He is, in fact, level 2, just like Respect. So, the supports, man, they need to steal the Wisdom Runes. Like, this is a 3k gold in minute 5. This just doesn't happen.
They need to steal the Wisdom Runes. Like, that's very hard to do if you are this desperate for them.
Yeah, it's definitely not gonna be easy, but you just gotta find a way. Like, how are you going to take any fights? Like, this support Morphling, he heavily relies on his OT, because the thing is, when you initiate the fight with full agility, instead of having 140-second cooldown on your OT, you're gonna have like about 70, and the duration is pretty long, so you just need the OT. Like, without the OT, this hero, in the past, support Morphling was about his stun on Adaptive Strike, but it's just not the case anymore. I think it's all about taking really good fights when you turn into a good hero, and well, that's just a dead Prime on the bottom side, and they might actually lose their Wisdom Runes if he continues this way.
I'm sorry, Bowie, you need to explain to me right now, because you were so hyped explaining the support Morphling to me, what he does now, right? Other than stealing the Wisdom Runes, which, his own might just get stolen from what it looks like, and yeah, it will. It just
he gets it.
Oh, Cloud got it.
Cloud got it.
Oh,
there we go. They break the trees. They find Yatoro.
Oh, that's gonna be huge as well. They already got the Hoodwink. Yatoro is standing his ground and fighting, gonna get pulled in. If he gets the Jingu stacks, however, it might change the fight. Nope, he didn't get it with the Boundless Strike. And then, of course, the right clicks are not gonna be good enough. He needed it before, and then to heal on those Ancients in the end. That's a pretty big win for the Dire side.
I mean, very similar to game 1. Like, Spirit truly... I mean, even more in this game, but in game 1 as well, they made them work hard for the laning stage, but they took good fights the entire game. Every time Spirit tried to leverage their advantage a little bit, One Win would show up with numbers, would punish Spirit really hard, and they're not back yet. Like, it's still very scary to have a level 4 Morphling minute 8, but we'll see what they can do as they're gonna go for Respect.
Good shard usage, tag team being used. Mira, snowball to the left will be fine, but into the hands of the final beast, there will be a bushwhack to stop it. Laurel, he got caught during the heavily jump. Is this gonna happen? No. Okay, they had the adaptive strikes with a strong skill it up on level 4. At least Mira gets the career before he dies, but again, One Win, they are really committing for these skills, and they have to, because if you don't bring multiple heroes, it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's true. Still a little bit of miscommunication, though. They use spells on different heroes. I feel like if they just committed for Laro there, that was such a better fight. And not only that, he survives and gets an Arcane Rune on top of this. So Laro will have OT with an Arcane Rune. This is smelling like disaster for One Win. Look at Yatoro already setting up with Vision to try and utilize that OT of the Zeus.
Yep, and Collapse has an Atos, so that's gonna be so much cash for the Visage.
He has an Atos minute 8? Holy crap.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because now with the Facet, the Sepulchra, you get so much attack speed when you use the Grave Chill, so it kind of makes sense. You just lock them down with the Gleipnir, everybody starts getting destroyed, and Atos is such a good catch for a hero that has follow-up stuns as well.
Yeah, for sure. Alright, so One Win. The goal right now is you gotta stop the bleeding, you gotta enable the support so they can enable the cores. You really need a hookshot, you really need level 6 Morphling. Surprisingly, Sudan Strong is level 5, so he might get it 3 minute 11. The clockwork is the biggest problem though. Respect is level 4.
Not looking good for him. Also, Spirit in a smoke, looking to increase their lead even further. Mira is level 4 as well, so he hasn't been doing the greatest in the experience department either. They find Cloud, tag team being used. With the Bushwhack, he should not be going anywhere. And Sweden Strong, seeing the situation, he just TPs away. Something that Blizzard mentioned that they would always allow Cloud to die in the previous game. The trend continues.
Yeah, you know, someone has to be punished in a game like this, and Primo is a hero that really doesn't need that many items. He's all about experience. He's already level 7. You know, the biggest part of his damage is already enabled. Right now, you just need support levels. If you get those support levels, there's a chance. But Sweden Strong, oh, he actually
Boschko didn't plant a tree.
Huh. Did he? He didn't get cut, right? There's no quelling
No,
blade
no.
on this Morphling.
He didn't even use the acorn shot.
I think this is the nerf on the cast range of acorn shot, right? Maybe he thought he clicked it, but he was out of range.
It needed to be nerfed. Some people have gotten so good on the hoodwink that it just wasn't fair with the amount of range that you could get the connection anywhere on the map, even in the middle of the lane when there's no trees. People were getting those pulls. Either way, though, there is going to be a Dragonlance on the SF. Munkushi has always been known to be very, very greedy on this hero. He's probably not going to be joining a fight for such a long time. Do you expect him maybe to be forced to join a fight to help his team because of how badly the game is going?
I mean, if it's a fight in the tower, for sure. I don't want him walking around trying to join smokes at the moment. I feel like you don't even have all of the tools to take these fights. Morphling 6, but this Clockwork still level 5, and this might be like a... Oh, you're gonna smoke despite not having hook shot. Kind of a bold play, especially if the Morphling not there.
I mean, Collapse is a good kill. He might get greedy and go to the carry death camp, what it's called. And yeah,
Thank you, though.
Oh, what an Athos just in time. Let's see if they can go through the Greykeeper slope. They don't even get close to taking away any of his damage. Now you're gonna get turned around upon Shearer. Junior doesn't have that much mana. There will be an uppercut punch onto poor Cloud, threatening with the Requiem. Decides against the Shearer. He just doesn't have that much to zip away. DP out should be fine. In the end, losing one hero there, one win, should be happy with the outcome. But they wait on their high ground. They seem to be wanting to lose a bit more. Shards available, going with the snowball onto Munkushi, is inside of the cogs, being pushed away. Doesn't have mana for the Shards. Requiem to save himself, and the Bushwhack stops it also from the side. Here comes Yatoro to finish them off. It's the stolen snowball, or Sweden Strong turning into a Tusk, gonna be trying to get himself away. The waveform will allow him to do so. In the end, though, the big one fell.
Yeah, that's the problem with smoking without the... I mean, you feel like you have to fight, so if you just wait too long, it's gonna be too late, but... it's so easy for the Visage to stop the initiation of the Primal. I think in that case, Kira has to be the one that initiates, so that once Visage is disabled, you can go with the Primal. Was just a little bit unfortunate there. You're diving a Visage under tower, super tanky with the Atos and 2 points of Gravekeeper's Cloak. It was a very low percentage play, and they paid the price.
So what's even the play for one win? Do they have one? Do they have a move that they can make to get themselves into somewhat of a good situation? Get a pick off something, because it looks like Spirit are controlling everything at the moment.
I think you have to respond. Honestly, they're so far behind that going in for these dives and these smokes with no vision are just so low percentage. Honestly, I think you try your best to farm close to towers and you bait something. The Storm just doesn't have any damage. You look at the Primal Beast, no Blade Mail. Like he's gonna finish a Blade Mail minute 14, so God knows when he's gonna have anything else. Yeah, I don't think there's a clear play. Like, there's no level 6 on clock. I think you just place respect in these juke points. You tank smokes, and you just try to buy time until you can take a good fight responding to Team Spirit. I think if you try and force another fight, you might just lose the game out of it.
They're super poor, but do you think this kind of warrants to buy a gem or something for the plays that you are trying to kind of come up with? You need to have better vision, and currently Spirit are the ones that are controlling the part of the map where those fights might happen, and that's the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, you might buy a gem on Sweden Strong, but as you can see, this Morphling support is a technology that is very greedy, uses a lot of energy, and I don't think he's gonna spend the 900 gold he has. We'll see. I love how cute One Win is trying to be here, but Spirit just fully making use of the fact that the laning stage of this hero is just atrocious.
It really is. And I'm very surprised that they picked up a Primal Beast into Monkey King. We saw yesterday, or was it the day before? Either way, a mid lane Monkey King destroy a mid lane Primal Beast. The safe lane is even worse, right? Because you have a longer lane to chase. I don't understand why they went for this hero. It just made the laning phase of Spirit way too easy.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really hard lane. They also picked the Storm into the Tusk, right? Like they saw Tusk and they thought that Storm was going to be able to hold his ground, but Spirit with those very early rotations, even though it got slightly punished by the TPs of 1win, just not punished as hard as they needed to. They will smoke now with level 6 on respect. They even have a dire scan, knowing where Miposhka is.
Miposhka doesn't mind dying though, right? It's your game turning smoke and you get a position 5 kill. It's just not gonna cut it. You have to get multiple kills, force Spirit into some mistakes, maybe steal the Wisdom Rune, but they probably think it's already been picked up, so they won't be doing it. And even with this all wraparound, they still kill Miposhka.
It's such a good smoke from 1win, but still not good enough.
Do they kill Miposhka? Okay, they do. At least they kill him. That's fine.
It was such a patient smoke, just beautiful to see, but not Miposhka. I don't even know how this position 5 players do it, but they have a magnet for smokes. And Sweden Strong going for Yatoro here, becoming the hoodwink. What the hell?
Why? Can you kill him? Here comes the onslaught forward as well, trying to finish him off. Mischief not going to be not pulverized as well. Nobody to cancel it at the moment. Yatoro dropping low, gets the balance strike before he dies, but still loses life. And Laurel doesn't have no mana. Requiem from the side trying to save his buddies. They're already lost 2 of them. Sweden Strong, he wants to get forward a couple more hits. He needs one more right click, and it's gonna be enough. Bushwhack from Miposhka just not there fast enough. Collapse gets a triple kill, but it is a big win for the dire side. They actually got themselves 3 kills.
That's crazy, man. That is absolutely bonkers. I don't even know if he was aware. Okay, they actually had an observer ward, so I think he was aware of the Monkey King being there. Maybe he didn't have full vision, but they force a fight out of their ass there, and somehow it pans out. Like, that's just the craziest engage possible. Munkushi, he had Hurricane Pike, so was able to close the gap. They get a little bit of the fear of the Requiem of Souls. Everyone somehow joining in. When you look at the win probability, somehow it's 40% for 1win. I don't know if Dota Plus understands this is a support Morphling, but regardless, I mean, it has to count for something, this 40%.
It is counting for something. I would assume it's not the pubs of a support Morphling, because everybody has been doing badly. Yesterday in the interview we asked Fishman about it. He said, yeah, I saw Miposhka play it in pubs. He's 0-7 and we are not going to be doing it in our team, right? So there are some players against it.
It would be nice to ask him, in case 1win actually takes this one, what he thinks about it later. But yeah, 1win. They still have a lot of work to do if they want to take this series, even take this game. Let's be honest, they're still under a lot of threat.
Not gonna lie, Fishman didn't look too happy when we asked him about that, so maybe he has played with Miposhka and lost a couple of MMR games. Not out of the question for sure.
Well, let's hope Miposhka didn't leave lane at 5.
He's not gonna be getting cut down, but they see him on the Watcher, right?
Yeah, they do.
Oh no, it's a Radiant Watcher. It's actually a Radiant Watcher. It just for some reason is lighting.
There's another ward that will give vision of Munkushi here. Team Spirit could potentially wrap around, but do they have a smoke?
It's nighttime. They can do it. Actually, there it is. But it's just the 2 supports that are going for it. Collapse going from the other side.
Visage is on the left.
He's in so much trouble. Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's definitely going to be going down. Actually, maybe Requiem into a TP out. Tries to get to the low ground, and Bushwhack stops him in his tracks. It is only going to be a Death Requiem that gets used, and Collapse gets himself an unstoppable streak. Just looking amazing at the moment on the Visage.
That's so unlucky for Munkushi. That ward literally expired before he died, so just a little bit of vision was enough, and they plant another one, pretty deep ward on the top side there. So Team Spirit just fully in control of the map. Hero Junior is pinging Miposhka though.
Oh, but look at Mira. Mira is pinging Hero Junior, so it is completely different. And now the 2 supports are gonna take him down. The hunter becomes the hunted this time around.
Yeah, very unfortunate. U-Scepter done on Sweden Strong, so very curious to see what the plan is with this U-Scepter.
Why is this TP so long? That's so sad. Munkushi TP to the top lane a second ago.
It's a clock 5. He's alright. He doesn't care.
You know, when you would have survived, you kind of care. You're sad, but I still don't know why he was so greedy to TP to the top lane. Could have went to the base either way.
Yeah, well, that's because you're not efficient. He's an efficient player.
Yeah, he efficiently gave gold to Team Spirit. You're right. You're right. That's very true. It is 16-8. They're doubling them in kills. The 9k gold lead, but for some reason, the game still doesn't feel over, right? Primal Beast is gonna get his BKB. That's gonna be a big timing. SF will get his Manta, pretty decent as well versus the Gleipnir of Collapse. I still think one win have a say in this game.
Yeah, one win. I think the biggest advantage they have is all of their heroes besides the Shadow Fiend is very mobile. So they can get pickoffs. They can force fights if they have the items for it. So far, they're not there. But I guess they're going to get this... I mean, they're trying to get this shard, but they are... Alright. Cloud will help them out. And shard for the Morphling. That's actually pretty good.
You like it's good, right? It reduces the mana cost, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and you can attribute shift while stunned, so he can be very greedy with his agility, so he gets low cooldown on Morph when he engages a fight, and at the same time he can survive a stun or something. But yeah, Roche on Spirit, they want to start punishing this a bit more.
Kayasha on the Zeus as well, so extra movement speed, but the BKB is done on the Primal Beast, and that is a huge deal, right? If we look at Spirit, they have some physical damage for sure, but you dodge the Monkey King, and you're gonna be fine in terms of surviving, right?
Yeah, it's all about not getting Walrus Punch so that your Pulverize lasts for a long time, although there is already drums in Blink on Mira. He is very farmed at the moment.
He can also snowball to some other target and snowball the pulverized target as well. That's another way to stop the pulverize in general. So but it's very hard to play the Primal Beast versus the Tusk. I still am not sure about this last pick of one win. I am waiting to see if it's gonna change the game later on.
I mean, it's a hero that scales. You get a break. It's obviously a very strong hero, but they picked it in a hard lane. And they picked it late, right? So it does leave you with a sour taste in your mouth if you just pick this so late to still get destroyed in the lane. A big part of it is the Morphling, though. Maybe... Oh, speaking of the Morphling, he's very low.
He out. Not gonna be happening. Bushwhack stops it. That was actually a really cool angle for the TP. He went behind the tree and tried to get himself out. Yeah, well... He is in a ton of trouble. Requiem to send Yadro away, who has the BKB, just stands his ground. Wukong's command as well. Also, inside of the cogs, two heroes have been caught. Shiro does have enough mana to get himself away. And again, at the same spot, he's going to be going for a TP out to Snowball. Ooh, that was so close.
That was very close for comfort. And yeah, Spirit just getting a lot of pickups there. They find this Morphling by himself and still force the fight on the top side. They're trying so hard to take the T1 tower bottom, but they're gonna find this Primal Beast here. Cloud
doesn't want to be KB.
Okay.
Is he the Monkey King? No. Yadro isn't coming. I thought Yadro with the Simian Stride is going to be jumping around and actually trying to catch on the Primal Beast. He decided against it. It's much safer right now. If you're Team Spirit, you should just methodically play this game right now with the Sagas, get the tier 2s down, and then it's going to be impossible for one to play Dota. Jira.
Jira gets found.
He got spotted by an illusion and didn't react to it whatsoever. The second that Gleipnir connected, his life was gone.
They gotta get the hell out. How are they taking this fight?
Yeah, well, Swedenstrong turned into a Zeus. You said it was gonna be insane, and he's doing a massive amount of damage. Gets the kill on Collapse and so much gold into his pockets. Though Spirit might decide to re-engage. Cloud still has the BKB. Requiem of Souls not available at the moment. There's the Boundless Strike. Where's the BKB? Cloud doesn't even get... Oh, he got it off, and the Pulverize as well. And dropping low, but he's still alive. Cloud getting himself away. He has so much armor as well, as they will be killing those familiars. So not enough for a kill on him, as finally he does drop down, but Lara lost his life as well. So, I mean, Morphling, how much damage did he do in that fight?
He dealt so much damage. I don't think this is the right fight recap, because it ended when that one started. But he got like 3 waveforms off, and he was just hamming on with all of the Zeus spells. And I think that's why they had to rush this pipe on the Visage, not really going for that much scaling. But besides the pipe, I think Visage activated it by himself. So once everyone joined, there was no reduction, and Sweden Strong trying to make a case for the support Morphling.
He actually did a good job. Good job in that fight for sure. He was just spamming spells. And these cogs, I mean, we weren't commenting on it that much, but they're the reason that Laurel died. He lost so much mana and was kept in place for such a long period of time.
Yeah, just really good position there. And that's a fight where the Storm dies. So as Spirit, like when you have Aegis, you're obviously gonna try and take that fight. And because they weren't all up there at the same time, oh, they find Mukushi here.
Does have a BKB, a fresh one at that. Yadro has one of his own respect. Hookshot at the ready, thinking about coming forward, then Monkey King with the shard gets himself away. They do find Miposhka, however, so oh, that's the miss on the Cogsor. That one got deactivated actually. Bushwhack quite nice, very speedy hero. Tries to escape.
Dude, the cooldown on this waveform is crazy. This 4-second cooldown waveform, and that's before he gets his 25. Well, I don't want to assume he's going to get there, but now with these Aetherlands, he is going to cast all of those Zeus spells from far away. His waveform is huge. I don't know. I'm starting to get hyped for the support Morphling. They paid a heavy price to even have this get online. And surprisingly, like, he's 400 gold behind Kira. Like, I'm not sure he's having a great game or Kira's having a terrible one, but he's going to be stacked up if this game continues.
I mean, if we compare the Zeus to the Storm, then definitely Storm is having a terrible game, but Sweden Strong is having a good one. I mean, when we look at the other supports, none of them come close.
Yeah, that is true.
Arcane Rune Zeus with the BKB and an AD Rune. Okay, Spirit just hit the jackpot.
They have a good ward on one window.
Spirit, they know where one win are because they had a good ward on them as well.
Yeah, the wards from Spirit have been so clutch. Like, they're always in the most unexpected places, really hard to de-ward. Even if you try to take them down now, they find it.
They do. Respect. Are you gonna die for this? Ulti from there. They found the Storm.
God.
He used to be there. Sweden Strong. Waveform away. That's shards
Oh,
on the Tusk. So upgraded shards. That's too much damage. That whoever would have gotten caught by that just would have been demolished instantly.
Yeah, there's no save. And I mean, I like what Shadowfiend is doing here. It's just... Oh, no, the Morphling gets exploded.
And that's it now. Now you go forward. This Zeus with the AD rune, he's stupid strong and Sweden strong. He was trying his best to keep the enemies at bay. With the next wave, you're taking this tier 3 down.
You have to give it up, I think. This Morphling is not going to be up, and he's a huge part of their damage at the moment. If you take this fight and you lose, it's GG for one win. Or, I mean, for Spirit in this case.
At this point, though, the game is looking close to impossible anyways, but one win they decide to fight another day. Even if they lose this game, they're still going to be fighting for the 3rd spot, so will be playing on the last day of their tournament as well, but ideally they would want to be in the grand finals. Just it seems that 10-12 games a day, it's too much. Competitive games, they are too taxing on the players.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to... I don't want to give any excuses, but despite all of that, you know, they played so well in game 1. It does leave you wanting to see a game where, you know, both teams are well rested and just playing from 100%. But unfortunately,
not gonna lie, Bowie. We should give excuses. You know, it's one wins tournament. They're paying us, so we can be like, yeah, Team Spirit. The only reason that you have won is because these guys are tired. Come and play versus them when they are at their best. That's the approach that we need to have.
Yeah, I think we should actually just have another BO3 starting earlier tomorrow, so that they can replay this one.
Yeah, change the rules. Change the rules for our hosts. Makes sense. Makes sense that. I actually have never in my life heard a better idea, Bowie.
Thank you. So they have 3 BKBs on one win. This is, you know, the best maybe they've looked the entire game in terms of being ready to fight, but They are against a 19k gold lead, which means a second Monkey King on the side of Team Spirit, net worth-wise. And they also have a Scotty on that Monkey King. Kira, oh my god, he's just dead.
And always they find the storm. Kira hasn't played the game. He literally hasn't played the game. There were a couple of zips out with the TP, but he lost the mid lane. He got ganked, pushed back. Every single time he's the first one to get jumped. It's just a disaster for him.
Yeah. Overall, it was expected, right? We saw the Tusk. They picked the Storm. Not the... You know, you can expect some problems when you go for something like that. They pick the Primal Beast into the Monkey King. They had some draft issues, and even though they're being cute with a couple of these new technologies, unfortunately the first support Morphling game in high competitive dispatch, just not looking great.
It's not easy being a pioneer in anything. Sweden Strong will turn into Zeus, instantly gets sharpshooter to the face, and they're going in with the hook shots. 4 staff away, Miposhka caught in it, but Jira now with the BKB, losing a lot of his mana, not doing anything, almost dies to the physical damage of Collapse. So turns around, there are some 4 steps on 1 win, but the Gleipnir will keep them in place as Munkushi tries to get away. The shards keeping him in place as he will have a way to escape with the BKB. Actually, no escape for him. They turn around once again onto the Monkey King. The Requiem as well, figuring out everybody. Do they have enough to finish off Yaro? Yes, he does lose his life, but what about the rest of Team Spirit? There are no pushovers either. They will be losing the SF, a fallout Ponchiro had no mana to leave the shards of the Tusk, and the buyback from the Clockwork. Without your 2 cores, the damage is non-existent on 1 win. They can only hide in their fountain while Team Spirit brings this game and this series to an end.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the glimpses of brilliance there from 1 win. They somehow force a terrible fight and become a mediocre fight, I guess. But oh yeah, they're just too far behind. This Morphling can just watch as everyone dies. And yeah, GG gets called. Munkushi is done. So unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna be seeing this support Morphling on 1 win for a while. But hopefully, a team in this tournament might try later. You know, he walked so others could run, and yeah, I mean, kudos to Team Spirit. They played well. A lot of people expected them to be the favorites, and just looking at the conditions 1 win was under, I think it just made things even worse. I do feel like 1 win played really well, though, especially in game 1. They definitely looked just as strong as Team Spirit. A couple of mistakes, though. Team Spirit, they are seasoned. They are one of the best in the game, and we could see why.
I think the support Morphling might be able to work, but if you leave it to the last pick to reveal if it is a support Morphling, I think they revealed it in the second pick phase, and then Team Spirit, yeah. They punished it heavily. They really did punish it heavily, so that is... that was a big deal for that laning stage, and 1 win never recovered. But overall, Bo, we do have 3 very knowledgeable guys on the panel that will break it down a little bit better than us.
Well, there's definitely going to be 2 knowledgeable guys here to break it down, and then me. But that game, it looks like 1 win, 10 games in a day, maybe just a bridge too far here for any pro players, to be honest. It's a lot of Dota to be playing. Just looking at this one, Aries, on the draft, because of the Morphling being included as that support, do you think that Spirit recognized here that they were kind of on a clock? You know, they're on a time here, and that's why they played this game so aggressively?
Partially, but also, I mean, it's probably what's going to happen when you win the lanes as favorably as you did, and you have a Visage who you're able to kind of group around. And I mean, the impressive thing for me is the fact that how active Utora was. You're rotating it 5 minutes into the game. We saw what the supports were able to do to try and gank the Zeus. They made really good value out of the tag team, and they killed him once. You wanted to bring the Monkey King there. You got a secondary kill. So I don't even think it was that much of them being on a timer. I think it's just you have this heavy lead and you just want to make as much value out of the lead as you can possibly get.
Okay. And yeah, no, they played it really well. And Lizard, are you impressed? You know, even though it did lose, are you impressed with that Morphling support? Is it going to be one of those things that you're going to be taking into your pubs for another 2,000 MMR?
I'm not sure if I'm gonna be playing that one for another 2K, but I think there are some easier heroes to execute with. This game was maybe... I don't think this was a clear example of why Morphling might not work. I think Morphling works. I think it's a strong position for actually. I think this game had too many issues for one win. I think this is a game in which they just broke down after playing way too many games. Like the mid lane rotations are happening. Meanwhile, Visage is free farming the top lane for some reason. Instead of using that clockwork to kill off the Visage with an SF, you're reacting to mid lane, but your mid is already dead. Like some plays that just aren't really that, how to put it, they aren't really that common for a team of this caliber. They just broke down in the laning stage, bot lane as well. Like I was wondering if they're gonna put Monkey on 3 or off lane or 4. Sorry, not Monkey, the Morphling on 3 or 4. And then they pick Primal, and I'm like, okay, so I guess it's 4. That's better. I like Morphling better on 4, but they're still picking it into Monkey King, and then this Monkey King just pulls out of control. Starts like Ares said, he was very active. He started rotating. Look at him here. This is minute 22. He's already been involved in like 50 different fights. I think they just broke down. You know, it wasn't really about the picks, the lanes. They just I think they're just broken from the games.
Yeah, and it does seem like it was, like I say, just maybe it was a marathon day for one win, and they just, in the end, they need a little bit of a break, yeah, because they were coming off a grand finals in the Elite League qualifiers there as well. That was a 5-game series, and pretty much no break the entire day, one game into the next. But Ares on the other side, you're looking at someone for Spirit, got to be impressive. Confidence boosting coming into those grand finals. They've secured it for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. I mean, for me, there's a couple things. We look at the previous iteration of one win with the spring tour. They came 4th place. They had that third place matchup versus Liquid, which they lost, and already they've made it into the grand final. So already a much better performance from the previous season compared to this one. Really, the big person as well is the fact that Collapse is playing Visage, and for anyone that's followed Collapse for a while, this guy does not play Visage, and I needed to double check that. And I look back at his Dota buff in competitive games, he only has played the Visage 5 times, and even in pubs lately, he's not playing the Visage. So I don't know where this has come from. I don't know if this is like some scrim stuff that's going on, which he's practicing, but that was always the kind of one critique of Collapse, is that he is a little bit more meta dependent, where it previously was a critique of Amar as well, right? Where they couldn't really play some of the micro heroes, some of the aura heroes. Your Collapse previously couldn't play Beastmaster. That's very different now. He's pulling up the Visage again. Maybe they felt like this is a game where they could experiment, but for me, that gives you a lot of power now for Spirit, with the ability for Collapse to play a hero like this, especially with Tusk being pretty decent. So I think that's really cool to see with how Collapse is continuing to develop his hero pool.
Yeah, and we'll see how far he's going to be able to take that one as we get through into the grand finals for them tomorrow, Team Spirit. And I think we're going to be able to take a look at the predictions as well, just to see how they are going to be stacking up, and just seeing who is, on our little prediction contest, who, oh no.
Losers.
Well, I mean, Lizard did say it, yeah, that the what was it, the under 5k people all knew what they were talking about. So why do we even need these high-level analysts anyway? We know our Dota. It's fine. I don't think I can lump Ares in with me. I think there's about a 3k MMR difference in there somewhere. But, I still get things correct from time to time.
No, I think you guys had it right. Like with Team Spirit, especially with the full day that one win had got. I think it's Harry and Bowie that talked about them like wanting to see the same series but in a different setting, in which both teams are well rested and both teams are on their A game. I still think that game goes the way of Spirit. I still think they're the stronger team, but one win, they're on a rise, and with a little bit of more time, I think they can actually threaten all these big shots in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for the first series. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to be taking a quick 3-minute break, and then we'll be back to see how Gaming Gladiators vs Entity is going to go right after this break. Welcome back in, everyone, to the One Win Summer Series. We're going to start here with the second series of the day, Gaming Gladiators versus Entity. But first, I've got to introduce my new panel, Hurry and Bowie. Hurry, to start with you. How are you doing after that kind of quick best of 3?
Oh, well, the game 1 was pretty fun, and game 2 we saw something new. So overall, I'm happy with how the series went. So quite good, quite good.
Good. And Bowie, are you going to be doing, as a favor, and doing the intro to Morphin support video that we can all check out on YouTube? Because it seemed to be okay, but it fell down a little bit at the end.
Yeah, I'm deciding on whether I want to do that to the world, right? I think with great power comes great responsibility, and maybe it was not meant to be. Maybe pro players are just trying to get too close to the sun. Overall, though, it was fun. It was nice to see something different. Talking about this series, though, I wonder if we might see something even crazier. Because, GG, they've been playing their Brood. We have a couple of Dazzle spammers. We have Meepo and Entity. Maybe it's a little bit more known, but we might still get some cheese.
Fishman promised us an Undying. I mean, he didn't promise it. He said he wanted to play it, but I hope he does. Usually this hero is regarded as kind of boring, but when you don't see it for a long period of time, it's actually quite fun, because in the laning stage, people make mistakes versus it. You forget about the tombstone saves, and it actually makes the game quite dynamic.
Yeah, and I don't know if we call the the Undying cheese, but it's been a while since I've seen one, so we'll see what he's going to be able to do with that. Looking through on again, like you say, there's going to be the Brutes maybe potentially coming out. It's going to be a big guess when we will see the Dazzle. I mean, the Dazzle is in and out sometimes there as well. I think we've seen a couple of mids over the past few days, or at least I've seen a couple of mids over the past few days, Dazzles. So it is restaking that claim there in the mid lane. And looking at these two teams, it's a little bit later on in Europe. We're looking at what now? 11 o'clock coming up to midnight as we get ready to start this one. It is going to be, maybe crossing over into tomorrow. Do you think that's going to affect the players, Harry, or are they just going to be ready to go no matter what time it is?
What do you mean, man? We know that, it might actually be a problem for some Eastern European players, because they tend to, I know when I used to play high MMR pubs, I would wake up at 6 a.m. and there would be Eastern European players playing. Not that they were there for the entirety of the night, but overall, I think the guys who are a little bit more from Western Europe, they are very much used to this timing, and maybe they've even converted their teammates as well.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are gamers, right? They are totally used to this type of thing. I don't think it's going to be a problem, especially because they haven't been playing. I mean, at best some screams, but at least from what I've heard in general, if you're not like literally about to play a TI type tournament, you're not screaming more than 3 or 4 screams a day. So I think it should be fine,
Even when TI is coming out in big tournaments like that, you wouldn't want to overexert yourself. We mentioned One Win today, how hard it was for them to play this many pro matches, and scrims are just as exhausting sometimes. So I think teams are usually comfortable with 3-4 scrims, and then if it is a big tournament that you're preparing for, then that's a big deal there. Lizard actually did sneak in some entity in, but overall, if you are in a boot camp, you don't scrim that much. You want to watch replays. That's how you get better, by watching replays and analyzing the mistakes.
Yeah, and I think we should actually check the players' Dota buffs as well, because I mean, it wouldn't be the first time before they get themselves into an official. They're playing those pub games right before it comes in. Look at the predictions. We can see that Lizard is the only hipster in the group here for this second series. Everybody else back in Gaming Gladiators. He'll be able to justify himself, once he does shift through, and he's going to be casting with Ares in just a minute, and he can give us that reason why he thinks Entity are going to be the team to take it away. But Bowie, looking through everybody else back in Gaming Gladiators, any surprises there for you apart from Lizard?
Well, a surprise that kind of caught me off guard is the wording that you use here. When I'm the one predicting weird results, I'm a clown, but then he's a hipster, right? When Lizard is the one choosing, hip is obviously just
your red nose.
No. You need to find in the VOD where I use the word clown. I don't insult my panelists. I'll insult my co-casters when I'm casting, but I've never used the word clown on this.
Maybe not you, but I'm talking about the general vibe. All right, I think we're maybe using different ways here to measure people. But yeah, anyways, just looking at the draft, nothing too surprising. Entity banning the Brood, I think, is very necessary. They can flex it to multiple positions. Gaming Gladiators taking away the ET, as well as the Enigma. That second phase Enigma ban is pretty interesting, especially when you have, here like a player like Tofu that can run Rubik on your side. I wonder if this means they're playing this Tiny as a support.
I mean, it could have been a ban on the Rubik right now for Entity and then a pick on the Enigma, and then Gaming Gladiators are in a very uncomfortable position where they have to pick like a Gyro to lane versus the Enigma, maybe a Monkey King, something along those lines, and Entity have the opportunity to move it to position 5. So I like it, right? If you're playing versus Entity, it's just the safer choice to get rid of this hero.
Yeah, they definitely show to be pretty good at it. Looking at the other possible cheeses here. They play a lot of Venomancer on Entity. Maybe that's something they can try to 13-14 here.
I think without the possibility to move it to the offlane, that they won't do it, and they haven't played it in pubs lately on either DM or Fishman. So I'd be very surprised if they go that route.
Well, it's going to be that Rubik, so they snatch it. Okay.
Weaver is in the pool, right? So you pick up a Rubik, you kind of dissuade the enemies from picking up the Weaver. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. At the end of the day, now Gaming have to choose if they're going to ignore Weaver or if they're going to go a different route. We saw ET just destroying Rubik, so they're actually even making use of that ET ban from GG to have a better lane for this Rubik here, whether it's going to be a DK Rubik lane or just Rubik plus something else.
So how much do Gaming Gladiators play a core Tiny? That's my question, because I'm looking at Dirachios and Quinn's games, and there's not much of it. So this is most likely going to be Tofu's hero?
Very low on the Dirachios list of heroes, and at least in this year. And for Ace, he also doesn't play it. Yeah, I think it's pretty much going to be Tofu. With a Darkseer, makes sense. Just having that double melee with Avalanche Toss, just a lot of burst damage.
Is this the Undying? Is it finally now gonna come out? This could actually be a lane with double strength here. Okay, Universal, doesn't matter, one of them, but a Undying looks pretty decent here.
Okay.
We saw, was it Entity that got stomped with a Chen? Was it Beast Coast that stomped Entity with Chen?
Let me check on that one.
Entity had the Chen, and Beast Coast, it was in the best of one yesterday. Yeah, Beast Coast beat them with the Chen. Picking up with the Jakiro, the Troll, the Monkey King coming out there as well. Even the Tide.
Yep.
As Entity. That's a really nice combo to get out.
I love this Io Marcy. I think now that Io is kind of out of the spotlight, not really a first phase man hero anymore, I love that Entity can pull this off. Definitely, I mean, you can actually play it 3, but I'm assuming it's going to be Watson's hero, to be honest.
Yeah, because Fishman, he's the one that plays the Wisp, right? And I don't think teams lately haven't been swapping between their supports in the lanes mostly, because you just get so much synergy with two players. They might even play 2 versus 2, so it makes a lot of sense. And Io plus any hero is a great counter to the Darkseer. You just run at him from level 1, literally. They might even get like a sidekick early on, or bodyguard, whatever, and they just run towards the Darkseer. There's nothing that you can do. When Luna was back in the meta, it was Io Luna, and then if you see a Darkseer, you just run at him, and there is nothing in this world that he can do in this lane. I'm loving this. The Tiny is going to have to be pulling some waves in this lane.
This is a really good response, though. I think Carry Marcy doesn't necessarily does that well against CK, just doesn't have a lot of AoE, doesn't want to go Radiance, so it is a nice adaptation here from GG. Also here they can explode the IO.
But if you look at Duracio's pubs lately, he has been winning a solid amount, but losing almost every single time with the CK, right? So he might not feel as confident on the hero as he should, but I love the CK with the penitence as well on the Chen. You can just demolish heroes, because that second hit from you and your illusions is going to be coming out so much faster.
And I think there's another layer for this. Sorry, I just want to, like, you have not a lot of damage on the entity heroes, right? And you're playing against Darkseer Chen and CK Illusions. They might run out of damage here on entity. They need I think you want to play this DK offlane and just pick something that brings a lot of damage.
Would you be looking towards like a Lesh to come out for entity here for the mid lane? You have to deal with the Chan creeps, the Darkseer illusions, the CK illusions.
I wouldn't mind it, but you know, the thing is that you would want this IO to be with the Marcy for the majority of the game. So I don't know if they want to be picking something like that for no one. I'd rather see like, do they have the last pick? If they have the last pick, then I'm okay with the Puck.
They do.
Because then you're gonna see if the Tiny is mid lane or no. Or something like an Invoker
Tiny,
would
though,
be good.
I don't like that. I think you need like burst damage and not AoE damage.
What is that?
What is the
though?
hero?
Necrophos.
The Void Spirit. I guess Void Spirit is what you're describing, Bowie, and that is
Void
something
Spirit's
that no
nice.
one plays.
I want to say Zeus, but I think depending on the pick here for GG, there is a game where Zeus is viable for entity, like just sheer damage. You have the IO save, you have this Marcy to play. I think you want to have some AoE but burst damage at the same time, and Zeus is one that comes to mind. But Void Spirit's nice. Is Storm
What about
open?
Wind
still?
Ranger? Storm is open.
Yeah, Wind's good. It's good versus CK for sure.
But what about Quinn's hero? Right, that's the one that we really haven't discussed. I'm looking through some of his heroes, and there's quite a lot of them that are actually still in viable. He could get a Void Spirit himself, right? It's not impossible. We already saw him crush it once on him, and the catch on Entity, and Entity's burst damage really isn't all that high.
Yeah, the lane against Zeus is good as well. I wouldn't mind the Void Spirit. Looking at the other stuff that he plays, they lack damage, right? I feel like right now, lockdown, I feel like you're relying a lot on this Tiny. So Puck is not bad for them. I think you can just get the IO. There's like, I know you're against
You're
your
gonna
DK,
get a DK to the face, yeah.
but you have Chen Darkseer, so I think you actually have the sustain. It might be hard to burst this Puck.
I still think Void Spirit or maybe a Lesh for GG, right? Because Void Spirit is going to be that burst damage and some catch, and Lesh is going to be opening up the map, so once the CK gets... Oh, Coddle! Okay, forgot about him completely, and that's actually perfect, right? Because he builds into a Spirit Vessel. It deals so much more damage than the Invoker, and that's something the Gaming Gladiators lineup needs, and we are going to be seeing a mid lane Dragonite versus this Coddle, so it will be an offlane Tidehunter.
Okay.
And okay,
I am
lot of
confused
Stormbots, and Yeah, it's Entity. Do they have enough hurry? Do you think to deal with all the multiple illusions coming out? You know, from the Dark Seer, from the CK, the Chan army that's going to come out here as well. Is this enough? Maybe like a Battle Fury Marcy just goes ham and takes the game to Gaming Gladiators.
I actually, the more I'm looking at their draft, I can see them surviving long enough and actually winning the laning stage so hard that they don't have damage issues. So I can understand what Entity are going for, but I still cannot go against these Gaming Gladiators. They have so much snowball, it's insane. And it is going to be a 4 coddle, actually.
Okay, and Bowie, too quickly, are you leaning towards Gaming Gladiators or Entity? Which way, what draft's taking your favor?
I think I prefer gaming as well. Just you're gonna have this coddle really amping up the tiny. We kind of talked about the lack of they definitely have heroes Queen can burst, and the coddle just enables that further. I do like what they have.
Okay, well, we're gonna find out how it's gonna go here in game number 1 with our casters. Ares and Lizard, take it away.
Thank you, boys. Yep, here we go. Final series of the day. Here to determine who will be facing Team Spirit in the grand finals. Lizard, we've got Gaming Gladiators versus Entity. 2 teams coming out of Western Europe. The last pick, Coddle, with the Tide Hunter as a response as well. Will be Tofu playing the Coddle. Of course, Quinn going mid with the Tiny. How do we feel about this, though? Because when I saw the Coddle, I was thinking that this is actually something that they may want to put in the mid lane with the Spirit Vessel. They'll have Magic Burst for someone like a Dragon Knight, potentially for someone like a Tide Hunter as well. Do we like that the Coddle is being played as a position 4 instead of in the mid lane?
I'm happy that the hero is being given his correct position. You know, like the mid lane is also a lot of fun and it's cool. 4 Coddle is something that I enjoy. It's not really the best combo with Darkseer and never was, but that's irrelevant because the lane will not be played. Like top lane is basically shove in and just use Ion Shell 24/7, maybe stack something up for Darkseer and that's it. I do like the Coddle in 4 in that way. I feel like I've seen a couple of Reddit threads about not the Solar Bind facet, but the other one. However, he is going Solar Bind. I think you have to, it's too strong. I do like their draft overall for Gaming Gladiators. I like what Entity has got as well. It's like Entity. Forever it's been like this. Like that's what their identity is within this draft. Like they always like these heroes. But I think Gaming Gladiators answered them really nicely.
Okay, well, what do you like specifically about Entity's draft? I know you're saying like this is kind of their identity, but
yeah, it's like the combos with Io that are really good. Like the Dragon Knight being played by no one, like one of his most signature heroes on the mid lane, and it also combos really nicely with the DK. Like you have Kataomi on something that's flashy, DM. I mean, yeah, just a fat boy on the offlane. No, that's pretty much all you need. Thick boy, thick watermelon. However, I think the CK is not only a broken hero currently in the meta, but he's also one of the best heroes into a Marcy. And we'll see how much Watson can do. I feel like maybe this is some earlier Aghanims kind of a build. I'm not really sure, but CK might really be a problem for her later on.
yeah, and speaking of the CK, this is probably one of Durachio's better heroes as well. You know, we're speaking about No One and like Dim and their heroes, but really Durachio, I think some of the few heroes you think of for him is definitely that Chaos side, and so we'll see how he's going to be able to perform with this hero really in the meta. And you've got Celery's Chen with a late good luck, have fun. So let's see if there are any. They got 3 bounties, no first blood. I always like it when we see first blood and then you say good luck, have fun. But no, maybe Tofu forgot. Or maybe Watson? They thought they were going to get first blood onto Watson, and this is why they did it preemptively. Far out, he's falling low.
Yeah, this is like the panel was mentioning how much hurt Io and Marcy can dish out. That's true, but on the other side, these 2 heroes are no pushover as well. Like in general, what you expect is this, like lane shenanigans, push, you mix up with the lane and you just don't let them have it. You just don't let this Marcy get healed by the IO. You don't let this rebound connect all the time.
Well, I think... Oh man, maybe I'm forgetting, but actually I feel like we saw a match really recently where with the Dragon I just bodied the tiny mid lane. I don't know if that was something out of the ordinary, if that was just a really skill-based matchup in particular for
There's
the
no
person
skill with
who won that.
Dragonite. What do you mean? Skill-based matchup.
Yeah, okay, my bad. I mean, sure, he got outplayed, sure. Maybe not skill-based, but like, he's already doing good. 8-3 compared to what, the 6-0, so we will see.
You know what the skill is, like, you get 2 levels of Worm's Rat, like, you get 2 levels of your passive that I never read the name, by the way. You get that? Isn't that Dragon's Blood? Whatever. This is maybe because of the facet that's different? I'm not sure. In any case, you get that, and then you just chill in the lane, and no one can hurt you. And you just last it faster and better than anyone, and you trade better than almost any hero in the game, so... yeah, Tiny is one of those that can at least match up against the Deacon.
And bottom lane, our last lane so far, will be a little bit frustrating for DM to play into the mana burn creep, considering you kind of do want the Anchor Smash. We saw he actually went for the Kraken Swell. I think I've only seen one Tidehunter, and he went for the Krill. I don't know what the name of the facet is, but the Krill one where you start kind of a little bit smaller. But have you been facing Tides, or do you even know if the facets are like 50-50 split?
Honestly,
it's actually top lane, Watson.
Top lane, Watson, yeah.
Nice vacuum, yeah, very nicely done. Ace going to be able to stop the jump boy with the rebound. At least you do have the Lotus given over as well, so a little bit of extra health for Watson now to work with. Tofu might be able to chase him down as Watson forced to TP out and will be able to escape. Goes back towards the tower.
Yep, he's gonna heal up, but the lane is pushing in, and they have, what, level 2 Iron Shell. Basically, once you get that level 2 Iron Shell, you can start pressuring any lane. And this is a very interesting thing, by the way. The mana magnifier with Portal, like, he's got 15% plus, right? Like, that's his innate. It's not the innate. It's not even the... It's not even the... Dude, I'm really struggling. Facet, innate... In it, bruv. I'm done. In any case, like the way you build Darkseid right now is basically all gauntlets of strength because of your innate ability. Like you get more. What do you get? Like you get intelligence as high as your strength, and then you get 15% more max mana from Coddle. Like you're never gonna be running out of mana, specifically because of Chakra Magic as well. Like this is some new tech they're cooking.
Yeah, they are cooking. They're kind of regenning through the damage though, and maybe that'll be a different story with the third point in the Iron Shell we're seeing soon. Bottom lane, Katsuomi might give up first blood. Celery finds it. Now DM in some danger. Duracho doesn't have another round of a stun to work with, so DM's not going to go down. They'll do a lot of damage to the Tidehunter nonetheless, but he's still got a decent amount of regen to play with in the lane.
Yeah, he really wasn't giving up on Celery. We're going in again, but nah, it's not happening. Just the Anchor Smash, right? Like, it's kind of hard to kill, and Kraken Shell as well is there. By the way, when you asked about Tidehunter, I really think the other one is a meme. Like the...
Okay.
When you start out the small tiny, for now at least. I haven't seen anyone really make that look broken. So we'll see. Maybe in the next couple of days or weeks.
See how tanky DM can get though with this kind of permanent damage block with the Kraken Swell. See, overall, gaming off to a good start, which can be a bit of a concern. We know what this team can do. Top lane, Ace should be fine. I mean, Watson's going to jump over the top. Tofu's back inside the lane. I see Watson's starting to play pretty aggressive here, and again, really that odd level is where the Darkseid's power is going to ramp up. Bottom lane, DM is starting to get run down. Will they continue though? Duracho just putting a lot of pressure onto the Tidehunter. 2 points Kraken Shell is not making this kill easy, but with no supports here, they just have to hope they're not going to get blocked too much in the trees. They are tickling DM, but this goddamn Ghost, when the movement speed's slow, it's ridiculous. DM, is he ever actually going to be able to escape him? And he's got a little bit of a one charge for work with. Duracho will try and dive under the tower with a big crit. They'll bring him down. Dude, that took so long.
That's just insane. Like, the 25% movement slow from the Ghost that's ranged. It's one of the best ones. Mid lane, they do have amplified damage. They are going... Yeah? You're not gonna kill him. Yeah, by the way, the ghost is too broken. I love the ghost. It's like the strongest creep to get if you're a Chen. It's very nice, or an enchantress.
So how concerned are we with the start that we're already getting out of Gaming Gladiators, considering I feel like an Iron lineup really thrives on opening up the map and then going for pick-off after pick-off. Like, you're not the greatest into a 5-man lineup, and I feel like that's where someone like a Chen and a Darkseid can really thrive with just the aura, all the auras you can build.
Yeah, I think that definitely is scary. Like, you're gonna have a Chen with drums, you're going to most likely have some Greaves on Ace, perhaps some Aghanims afterwards, or maybe a pipe on him. It's going to be not that simple to relocate on targets and just kill him off. But one thing that no one is known for is when he's playing this Dragonite, towers are falling, so we'll see if he manages to, you know, just split push and react to when Chen is going one way, like he's doing right now on DM. He's in blocking DM. They're kind of just caressing him. And they can't really take him down. Too tanky for now.
Solo's level 5 already, oh my god. And not only that, one thing I've been noticing is Ace has also been farming the jungle a little bit, so they're giving the lane to Tofu, and I know Tofu hasn't played this Coddle in a while, but I think he's always been one of the better position fours, and they really give him a lot of space to be able to find farm, so wonder if he still will go that Spirit Vessel. He has the urn queued up currently. Would you like to see him still go down this route, even though he's playing a 4, or there's some other items you'd prefer?
I really wouldn't mind him doing exactly the same build like he would do on mid. Like, I feel that this hero that just does just as much as a position 4. This stack that they've got is a little bit scary considering they're playing into a Darkseer, and this stack is probably going to be taken or stolen by Ace and Coddle. Like, these two heroes just love stacks. Let's see if they manage to steal them. Tiny unfortunately TP'd out mid. They got Celery as well, so...
I'll take him and they'll get a kill.
Yep.
Pow probably should go down now. Got all the creeps, got the illusions. And the big issue with Marcy, you are not a hero that farms the jungle very fast, and I can't imagine the Ire is really going to make that much different. So this is a big advantage. I mean, this tower will get glyphed up, but it's still going to go down. We saw Quinn rotate, and they weren't able to even bring down the T1 tower mid. Quinn's going to make another movement to Duraccio, and DM... no level up in the Ravage. We'll try and look for the TP out and should be able to make it. Quintos not available. Might go for Katomi instead. Rubik shows himself for a second. Is going to give a free kill over towards Gaming Gladiators. Couple of crits. And a stack as well, potentially. Duraccio pings it and, yeah, toss back up. They'll take it with ease.
By the way, this toss, this crash landing damage always catches... It's so dumb. It's just so damn strong. It's crazy. Like, you can literally solo a full wave with one toss later on in the game. It's really crazy. It's so much damage as well. You saw that, Rubik. He lost like half of his HP. Yeah, like, yeah. You'd always have to buy raindrops versus Tiny, but now it's like... You don't even have an option. It's like 100% needed.
I like that as well. I mean, it was such a minor thing, but Duraccio staying around the mid lane, popping Phantasm to secure the rune for Quinn, who we know is someone who really utilizes the runes incredibly well. I mean, any active rune illusion's not the greatest for him at the moment, but they're even going to try and contest DM with the Ancient Sack. I mean, this is devastating. DM, he's had such a tough lane. He's lower net worth than the Chen, and that's just a triple or a quad stack you just took away.
Yeah, this is not looking good. On the other side, the Darkseer is the top net worth. He's buying Crimson, just anything to slow down the damage from Marcy. Mid lane, no one.
Mid lane. See if he's going to get some backup. Relocate will come through. Do they want to bring the Marcy off the back of the relocate? They will. Watson has the ultimate. Is this a fight they're going to be able to take? Ravage isn't leveled up still from DM. So no big ultimate for the turnaround, but the damage it's lacking. Hand to God with all the auras. They just don't have enough to go through the survivability on Gaming Gladiators, and if you don't have it now, when will you ever get it? These auras are going to continue to be picked up as Gaming Gladiators will now be able to get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and this is just a classic GG lineup, and probably another classic GG outcome as well.
Yeah, you guys talked about it in previous panels. Like, I can't remember if it was you probably that mentioned it, right? Like you or Rob, how fast they like to play, and they've always been this kind of a team. If you let them, they will crush you with all the utility, with all the auras. It's not going to be easy for Entity. Like, they at least need to skill Ravage, and then perhaps even use it in order to maybe win a fight, but these heroes, yeah, they're just not there yet. Like, your Rubik needs level 6 at least, and then he can perhaps steal some Avalanche or maybe toss for some extra damage, because right now the damage is the main missing ingredient. Even when you get it, all these mechs and stuff, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I'm really... I don't know if you can, against Gaming Gladiators, if you can go for a carry that needs... that doesn't have as much impact in the early game. I mean, but Marcy's lane is supposed to be pretty decent, but now with Battle Fury queued up, like, what are you going to do for the next 8 minutes or so? And maybe this is just some of the other lanes went not as well as what they were probably expecting, but I really feel like just against Gaming, you need to be able to match the early game tempo, and currently their lineup cannot do that.
No, the reason why you usually pick this IO Marcy is you're strong at every point in the game. And in the lane, you're also really damn strong. Top lane, no one gets walled. But let's see, do they have a blink? They don't have a blink, but there is that little speed on CK. This is a hard kill though. They give up.
Well, just poking, honestly. Get the Relay K, happy with that?
Yeah. I mean, it's a kind of a expensive poke. Wall used, Phantasm used as well, but yeah, maybe if he got 2 illusions, they could have attempted a kill, but not possible this way.
Oh, okay, Quinn's coming. Never mind, Quinn has ace. I'm just watching a Chen just activate drums and try and run down a Rubik, and then Quinn just pops out of nowhere with the runes that we were speaking about earlier.
Yeah, and that's another thing, by the way. Rubik is, in my opinion, one of the best heroes right now. Or as a support, I think even as a core, he's viable. But versus Chen, you just don't do a lot. Like, he can just send the beast at your way. Anything you steal isn't really that valuable. And the other support is a Coddle, so your steals are really limited from the supports. The best thing you can steal this game, I feel like, is Iron Shell. That's kind of...
They're gonna be able to kill the Chen? No way. This is the blink reveal from no one as well, and... Okay. So I was actually just gonna pose the question, if we feel like Entity are going to get a kill, and you can't even kill Celery, and they're coming. Like, they are bringing everyone from Gaming Gladiators. They're gonna be able to connect on Kataomi. What a vacuum into Quinn's combo with the Arcane Rune. What do you know? Another power rune. It's just so easy when you are playing with this net worth lead for Quinn to always get the runes.
Yeah, it's very simple for them right now. They're waiting kind of for Watson to get his Battle Fury, but this isn't a great Marcy game, especially because the lane went badly. Usually, if you are picking Marcy as a core, you're banning out illusion heroes, and the best illusion hero in the game right now got picked. Relocate?
Surely, right? Surely. Okay. They'll get Celery at least by the looks of it. Daracha's going to be able to go to turn kill. Will... Okay, man. Oh, let me second guess for a second. That breathed fire from no one. Yeah, at least, all right. Celery goes down. Are they going to be able to get away? They will. Watson tries to duck into the trees. And with the rebound, he will TP out. So Celery first death. That means he's probably pizza party for him.
Want that, and that's all it takes. Instant pizza party. Man, you Australians
yeah,
are...
my friend.
You Aussies are rough, man. One mistake and that's it. Yeah, you don't mess around, for real. I get it though, because if you make one mistake, like you put on your shoe without checking what's inside, and that's it. GG. I get it.
Alright, GG. Who knows, we got a poisonous spider that might clip us and all of a sudden trip to the hospital, out of action. And that's what I mean. Your Celery dies potentially, you give up a bunch of gold, that's just their way back in. And if that's the only death this game, then we're supposed to go flawless. I mean, this is a pro team as well. You're trying to win TI. You cannot give the enemy team even a 1% chance they can come back in. So you've got to fix your flaws, and if Celery is dying one of them, then sorry, mate. Gotta go.
I see. So not even a single death is allowed. I get it. That's cool. Why not? They are 11k ahead. 10 kills versus 1 kill on Entity, and they're already kinda pressuring the high ground. Probably not the best time to already push, but maybe with the toss. Oh no!
Oh.
Not that toss.
Are they actually going in for this now, though? I don't know. I mean, you got Ravage this time for the fight. Quinn is incredibly deep. Crimson Guard's going to be able to mitigate a lot of the damage from Watson, and yeah, again, that was the thing through the auras. They're not killing anyone. They're all full health. Like, what is going on?
I mean, they still have to even run. Yeah, they still... Okay, I guess you do push high ground. Even if you don't get the toss, you still push. Because what can they do? Like, this Ravage is just not there. DM... I can't say it's on him, really. No one is doing a lot on their side.
And Solo killing bottom. And he's getting a Fishman. Fishman takes a toss. Okay, he doesn't have the attack speed. Oh, that was close.
Toss?
What? Okay. I saw the GG. That scared me. I saw Katarumi toss DM in. I was like, hang on, is he trolling Tiny Airlines? But then I saw the GG come out afterwards.
Damn.
Well, that was a game, right?
Right? Yeah, you guys talked about fast games. This isn't necessarily what I completely expected. 17 minutes and 57 seconds. These guys were off to beat some records, I feel like. But yeah, IO Marcy didn't work out. The lane was dodged very nicely by Darkseer and Coddle. Played with the lane equilibrium, pulled a little bit. Kataomi at the same time. He tried to secure the runes mid, but Tide got too wrecked on the safe lane as well. This Chen was a perfect pick. I think if you're Entity, you probably are thinking about banning Chen next game.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that'll be the case. I mean, I think you made a great call as well overall with the Coddle Darkseer lane and saying, yeah, I brought up the question of like, do you want to put Coddle mid because the power of like the magic damage and the Vessel against some of the heroes that Dire had, but you said this Darkseer Coddle can easily play that lane with being able to shove it out. We saw how aggressive they could play him. Watson got nothing, and really no one on Entity got anything in this game one. So an absolute beatdown. Not the first time we've seen Entity be demolished as well so far in the summer tour here at 1 win. Of course, we saw it previously with them up against Beast Coast, but they were able to fix those mistakes later in the day. They don't have as much time, but we'll have to find out if they're going to be able to do so. First, of course, back to the panel to hear what they have to say about this game one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aries and Lizard. And getting into this one, it's an 18-minute game. I don't know how much there is to say about this apart from Entity. They just kind of got stomped though. It was 12-1 the final score, and it didn't even look like Entity, apart from that Chen kill, that they were going to get even anything on the board. And Bowie, do you think it was just a little bit too much of a draft issue here for Entity, trying to go for that IO Marcy combination when there were illusion heroes like the CK and the Chen left in the pool?
I don't think it was like it's a draft issue, but not in that way. I think GG is just incredibly smart because, like, you see IO Marcy. How do you beat IO Marcy when you have Darkseer? There's not a lot of ways that you can concoct a lane that can play against it. And what do? They just, all right, let's just shove this wave so we don't have to fight. So that's just like a way of thinking that you don't see as much, I think, but it was just really smart. Like, we saw it last pick, we thought it was going to be mid because of the Vessel. But overall, just really smart the way that they handled that lane. Then you have this Chen creating an absurd pressure. You have Tiny getting online really quickly. I feel like GG, we didn't really get to see much of them playing because most of the games are stomps like this one.
And it didn't even start off with the Illuminate and shoving in the wave there. He started off with the blind, right? So he was just making sure that the Marcy cannot run down the Darkseer. Every single time they come forward, he just pushes them back, and you have that mischance, and you're just helpless to do what you want. Also, there was a discussion between Liz and Ares about the Tidehunter facet. I think I've mostly seen the other one, right? And in this one, you could see how much Entity focused on the lanes by going for this facet that obviously is going to be stronger laning wise, and they still got demolished in 2 lanes that they thought they were going to win. The mid lane is the only place where it went kind of as expected.
Yeah, Gladiators, they are a really scary team. You know, just looking at the stats of Chen right now, the stats are honestly not impressive. Like, not a lot of people are playing it, but the fact that he can just take Chen and make it look this impressive is so scary. Like, it's just not a hero. When you look at Chen, it was banned. It was picked 7 times in the last 2 weeks in all of competitive matches. 20% win rate. So just, yeah, maybe not that many games, but the fact that GG can just pick it and make it look this strong is so scary. Like, now you have to ban this one, but what's gonna go through instead? Like, something scary might slip through the cracks, and maybe you get a stomp that is even worse than this one.
Are we ready for a copy pasta in the chat? Like, you think you can beat Enchantress / Chen versus Gaming Gladiators, you lose the game in 15 minutes, and then you ban these 2 heroes because you're smart. Because PSG Quest, they dealt with the Enchantress, they lost in 15 minutes, and, well, now Entity, they dealt with the Chen, and they lost in 18. So please just get those 2 out of the way.
Yeah, you get them out of the way. The Broodmother is gonna show up, and
that's 3. You have 3 bans. So what's the 4th one, right? There isn't the 4th one that's gonna destroy you that much, Bowie. I think these 2 are a necessity.
Yeah.
Monkey King, what else have we seen? Yeah, the Darkseer coming through, just looking amazing. CK looks absolutely brilliant. What did they play up against? One win. They had the Dawnbreaker, they had the Void Spirit. Hoodwink's always a menace. Do I need to carry on going? Is there a point to this list where you think I should stop?
Are you gonna let TA
do I just name all the heroes? Yeah,
are we just gonna say that Gaming Gladiators are unbeatable? Just put them on the pedestal, give them the trophy for the tournament, and it's over. I think that's the that's the best choice.
Listen, it is. We're coming up 5 minutes to midnight now in Europe, and I think we're showing here, Gaming Gladiators, they like to get to bed early, so that's why they've made this first game quick. That's why we might see a really quick second game as well, because they've got, so you can't miss out on your sleep. The growing boys here, they've got competitive games that they need to play, and it's important that they get their rest. So we'll see how they're going to be able to do in the second game. Meanwhile, on the other side, Entity, how do you think they respond? Because that was just an absolute, I don't know even where you put it on the list of shellackins there coming through. That was just absolutely, again, a stomp. There's no other word for it. It was a stomp. So, Hurry, if you're looking for this for Entity, how did they approach game number 2?
The same how they approached the game versus Beast Coast. Yeah, Ares mentioned they had the full day of best of ones to prepare, but it's the same thing. Entity versus Beast Coast, in their best of one, they lost in 18 minutes. This is a replay of it. So if we go back in time, if we learn from history, and we need to be learning from history as well, and this is recent history as well, so it cannot be altered, right? No, always the good guys won and stuff like that, right? So Entity, they lost first game in 18 minutes. The next one they're gonna win in 43, and the third one in 33 minutes. So that's how it's gonna go.
Okay. And so you don't think Gaming Gladiators stand a chance then? It is going to be, like you say, they've got that one game out of the way here, and to see they're just going to be able to crush the next 2.
That's exactly what I think, Rob. That's exactly what you just said. Yeah,
okay. We'll see how that
I'm kidding, of course. We'll see. I think Gaming Gliders are looking too scary. Entity are in trouble, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at it again. If you're looking to get into that draft, Bowie, do you just kind of have to, specifically something like the Marcy IO? Do you have to lock that in early on, so you have those full bans ahead of you to make that combination work, or is that kind of like a squeak it in the last pick kind of thing?
I I actually don't think you have to. I'm honestly surprised. Like, I like Io Marcy, and I think it is a strong combo. But when you look at the stats of Watson, like the heroes he's been playing recently, it's just not a Watson hero. Like, when you look at his stats in competitive as well, like there's so many other carries he plays more than Marcy that I'm surprised they tried to cheese that early. I honestly feel like they could have went for other heroes. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough because I don't think it was bad when they picked it, but somehow GG, like the melee, I don't know, the way they were able to somehow find a response to that was very impressive. Because, you know, we've been casting a lot of tournaments together, and sometimes when you forget about Io Marcy, this hero can have stomps that look just like this one, but backwards. You know, it's the Marcy that's doing the beating. This time they made that combination look terrible. I think, you know, there were other mistakes as well, right? They kind of stacked for themselves, and then the Darkseer just steals it all. I think the Tidehunter last pick was a bit sus as well. Like, I see the value against the Chen, against the CK, but the lane was really tough for him. I don't know if they expected the lane to be a bit easier, but they got stomped bottom. They got stomped in pretty much every lane but mid.
Yep, and mid generally the DK does not lose, right? Especially versus melee heroes, you just punch them. Zero armor hero reduces armor even more, and it's super easy. But I think the main thing there is that Entity came into a game. They saw a Darkseer. They've probably practiced an Io Marcy or Io plus something versus a Darkseer. They were certain they were gonna win that lane, and just tactically, Gaming Gladiators beat them there. They didn't do anything special. They just had a plan. It worked out. And then while Entity were doing all of the steps that they probably learned, stacking, fighting in the lane, stacking, fighting in the lane, they lost the lane so much that those stacks couldn't go their way. It's just being outsmarted here. So I hope, I don't know if I think, but I hope that the difference between these two teams isn't that high and we're going to be seeing a better game too.
Yeah. Looking at it just quickly at something else as well, because I know Bowie mentioned it, that offlane Tidehunter at 10 minutes, and I think from 10 minutes upwards, the Chen had more net worth, briefly at 13 minutes as well. The Kotl overtook him in net worth for only a few seconds, but that was how tight it was, and I think it went right to the very end of the game. There was all that Keeper Light being right on the Tidehunter's tail. So would you have preferred, Hurry, it be a, you know, you put that Dragon Knight in the offlane, you look for something else in that mid lane, or was it just a case of, you know, just trying to do the best he could with that Tide?
I'm sure now with the wisdom that we got from the previous game, it's easy to say, but when I saw the Tidehunter, I thought it was perfect, right? You will have a strong way to deal with the creeps. They don't do that much damage to you because the Kraken Shell. You also don't care much about the CK. I thought he was gonna crush that lane, and it went completely different. Entity, they had the same idea as well.
Yeah, you know, to be honest, I didn't really check as much, you know, how thorough they were in dealing with the camps of the Chen, but that is one buff that Chen got that I guess we didn't really talk about because the game was so quick. The fact that now you have a creep regardless of what happens makes it dealing with the whole, you know, blocking camps and you know, trying to shut down Chen a little bit harder. Obviously, you don't necessarily get a good creep because, you know, the ones that we saw them using to shut down the Tide were the Ghost Lady and everything. Maybe if they tried a bit harder to prevent those camps from spawning or just, you know, fighting the Chen early on, maybe they could have better results. But it definitely felt like the Chen brought more to the lane than we expected, right? CK is a strong laner, but he got nerfed quite a bit. I think in general, Tide should be able to hold his own, at least when you think about it in a vacuum.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Rubik was focusing a lot around the mid lane, around the runes as well, and things like that, and not really on slowing down the Chen, because by slowing down the Chen, it would be a 1 versus 1 versus a Tide, between a Tide and the CK, and that's where the Tide would do okay. But I'm not sure what happened there. There was so much action happening on the top lane and constant dives as well that didn't really pay attention much to what really got going on in the bottom lane.
I think that's a great point because as you said, like Tiny DK is a dumb lane where nothing truly happens. I don't think you need your 4 to be dealing with runes. Like, even if you go and you deny a rune from the Tiny, like, is he really gonna struggle that much? Like, you can just fair
one
spell, fair
cares.
tango. Yeah, now that you say it, it definitely, I think the Rubik could have maybe stayed a bit more in lane. It could maybe stop the bleeding there. The Tide gets level 6 faster. He can TP each one of those engagements stop. You get a good Ravage and you turn things around. It felt like the Tide never really got to play the game.
And, you know, though,
No.
when things start falling apart, and they started falling apart in the top lane, you don't know how the communications are looking. And then, as a support player, usually in the early stages of the game, you try to do too much because you're trying to kind of set the game a little bit more in your favor than your hero is actually capable of doing. And then mistakes do happen. Entity, they let the Chen go through again. I would be surprised if Gaming Gladiators don't pick it up. They're the type of team they can run it like 10 games in a row, no problem.
Huh. All right, so the meme could be starting right now. I thought that maybe they were going to go through, let it through if they had first pick, because Fisherman is a Chen player as well. But Gaming, they go a different route. They just get themselves a little Pango.
A little Pango?
Yeah,
You mean a Quint Pango?
2024. Can we get the full run? Is that going to be popping up in chat as well? Do you think we're going to be able to get the full copy paste of that as well? But yeah, no, they do get this Pango on the board. We see that the banner of the Bloodseeker kind of hinting towards it as soon as that one. Yeah, Phoenix, TA, Ench, Monkey King, the Grimstroke coming out here as the Tiny and the Brood are ban out there as well. So Entity, I think yesterday I think it was Aris and Nog that were talking about the pick of the Grimstroke for Entity specifically. What makes this hero so good here, Hurry?
I think, okay, he's good versus the Pango. That's the first thing. But overall, he's actually good with a lot of heroes that are in the meta right now. The hero itself didn't change, but you have a lot of these heroes that actually close the gap and capitalize on the Inkswell, and that's about it. So that combined with being a counter for the Pango makes it a good pick. And right now, Gaming Gladiators, they have to think about banning out the Weaver, right? Because that could be a pickup for Entity, a hero that works so well with the Grimstroke, and they didn't. So now you can ban the Rubik, pick up a Weaver, and I think that would be a smart one. Oh no, they get rid of the Chen.
Okay, so the possible support Sven being picked up here. We saw that being actually very useful, right? I think they beat Beast Coast with the support Sven, but also a flex. I do like this. I think this is a good flex pick that Entity has. They have some track record running it. Most of the Dispel heroes are out. Oracle being the only one, I guess. Brewmaster is another.
Brew.
But if you pick Brew, then Sven just plays as a carry and actually have a good matchup. So that dynamic is pretty cool about having the Sven here.
Enigma, do you pick a Rubik here, or do you let the enemies get it? I guess if you pick a Rubik on Entity, you're going to be pushing the Sven to the carry role, but versus an Enigma, it wouldn't be that bad, would it?
I think Enigma Gaming could pick Rubik too if they want to cover for it. Right? You can just...
I guess. I like the Beastmaster ban even more, right? Because it would have gone so well with the Grimstroke, and it's great versus both the Pango and the Enigma, because BKB Piercing Disable is just perfect. So I don't know what Entity pick up now. It is actually pretty hard to cancel this. Yeah, the Rubicon Gaming Gladiators, so you don't really have good BKB BKB Black Hole cancels.
Entity, I think, is a team that plays a lot of Warlock. I've seen them run Warlock a fair amount against Enigma. So even in the qualifiers that they won, I'm curious to see if that's what they're going to try to do. Obviously, you're still playing against the Rubik, so giving away the Golem can be pretty hard, pretty bad. But if they go Warlock, you might just play Enigma support, and it could backfire. I wonder what the plan is here for Entity.
Yeah, it's a hard one. Even if you would pick a Gyro, which would be, let's say, a good hero to lane with the Sven, it's a problem. So maybe they're just gonna leave the Sven flexible and pick an offlaner and a mid laner. Now, I think that would probably be the smartest choice. See what Gaming Gladiators are doing and then respond accordingly.
Yeah, I like that. I think you have a pretty good lane with this Grimstroke Centaur. I think that if you're gonna play Sports Sven, it's gonna have to be 5 because you don't want to run Sven and Centaur. Yeah, there you go. And this is even a flex hero because it could be mid and safe lane.
Yeah, that's more likely a carry, right?
Yeah, they definitely played more.
That is, I mean, Watson has been playing it. Yeah.
Yep.
No one plays it though. No one definitely plays it.
Okay. I mean, a mid laner who cannot play Lina, that would be really weird, especially an old school mid laner like no one. He's definitely capable of doing it. I'm not sure how he does versus the new Pango. You actually don't have a way to stop his double jump like some of the other heroes. Maybe if the LSA connects perfectly, but in general, you won't be able to do it. I'm okay with it either way. Entity they have left it somewhat open, and then a CK gets picked up versus a Sven, who, if it's a support, is going to be going for the Warcry facet. Actually, Sven is quite solid to survive this.
All right, I'm just gonna say it. You have to ban Meepo here. Can you imagine how tanky a freaking Meepo with Warcry is when you actually have a CK? They don't have a lot of Meepo counters. Like, besides a Black Hole and Rolling Thunder, you know, Pango is like okay against Meepo because you get Giga Tanky, but honestly, if the Meepo is strong enough, like, he just nets you and eventually just takes you down.
But then it's a Sven Meepo lane. Is that good enough?
Yeah, I guess. You gotta wait for the 23, right? You figure out who's gonna be your offlaner, and if the lane is weak enough, you might be able to run it. But yes, it is a bad lane. I agree. It's a weak lane.
I like the Lesh ban though, because Entity are missing on the tower push capabilities, and Lesh overall should do okay versus the Pango. So I'd rather them ban something like that than really a Meepo. And also, if you're really afraid of that hero, you can get something on your last pick on Gaming Gladiators that's somewhat gonna be okay-ish versus it. Maybe get a 5 Elder Titan. It's still in the pool, right?
Maybe an offlane Elder Titan.
I mean, as it's gonna be a possibility if enemies go for a hero like that, so it is a flex pick as well if they would want to go that route. Though I think Gaming Gladiators, they can pretty much do whatever they want with this draft at the moment.
So, looking at it here, Gaming Gladiators, you know, they've got this next one on the board. So, are you looking at either of these? I mean, I know there's still flex, but the Pango and the Enigma, are you looking for either of these to be your offlaners, or do you think that's still up in the air? You know, could they go for something like that, Mars? Maybe something potentially like the Doom in the offlane, something like that?
I think it's hard to decide now because of the Sven being like, if the Sven's gonna be carried, this Enigma just gets like, it's such a good carry Sven if the Enigma's offlaner, because then you have value out of doing well against Enigma and playing against CK.
I think then you decide to put the Enigma on 5, right? And since Ace has been playing a ton of Pango as well, then you just decide if you want to pick an offlaner or a mid laner right now. Get something maybe that's gonna get into the face of Alina, like Slardar, for example, would be a good one that I wouldn't mind seeing both in the mid lane and the off lane as well.
They're taking their time here. They take away Invoker, actually. Okay. Not what I was expecting. Not a lot of reserve time as well, so it looks like Entity thinks this is going to be a support Enigma, and they're just going to pick an offlaner.
I think that's the right call, to be honest. Maybe even for Gaming Gladiators, just to make sure, because Entity have the last pick, so they can move things around to complement the Enigma not having a good time. And then if it's a support Enigma, it's a strong laner. Yesterday, Fishman himself, he said it in the interview that the hero is very, very hard to deal with when it's a position 5, and there it is. They go for the Underlord, just a safe counter. Yep.
So. Entity now, they've got this final pick on the board. Are we Yeah, locking in that Sven as a support then, looking for that carry to come up against them. What is, what's left here that they can pick up against this Underlord in the lane that is going to help them throughout the game as well?
Yeah, the thing is, you have a support 5 Sven. Like, in the case Sven support, you probably want a range hero, but Medusa is awful against Underlords. You just don't have enough damage.
I think you just go Timber mid if you're Entity. I think that's the best one that I see at the moment, right? Have a hero that's going to be able to go in, create chaos, give vision to Delina and all of the other guys
Not
with the stuns
really.
to just do whatever they want.
A no one hero though, right? I don't think he plays. I don't remember ever seeing him play Timber.
He doesn't play it much, but here I'm seeing one on his Dota 2 Pro tracker. So I'm assuming he can't do it, but he'll go for an Ember. So we're going to be seeing the classic matchup, Pango versus the Ember. This has happened so much. Like half a year ago, it was pretty much every single game we see these two go up against each other.
I think I have to go gaming.
Okay.
I like the comfort for no one on the Ember, but the lean against CK matchup's not great. I think they're gonna lack damage. You only have one here that really easily set up these fights. I don't know. Like, if Watson has a great game, and I've seen him totally stomp with Lina, I can see it. After that game 1, I don't think Entity's draft is good enough to take gaming here.
I think I'm fine with Entity's draft here. If they're gonna be winning a game, it's gonna be this one, and they really have a ton of stuns, a lot to play with. No one on his Ember has been looking pretty decent. Hard to catch in the early stages of the game, so I think he can create the space for Entity.
Okay, well, we did see yesterday Entity and, well, no one himself, on that Ember Spirit absolutely run riot. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do it again. Or are we going to have an early night here? Well, we'll find out with our casters, Ares and Lizard.
Thank you, Rob. Yes, time to find out. Lizard, we heard what the panel had to say about the draft. How do you feel about this one in particular in Game 2? Do we feel like Gaming Gladiators, again, have a lineup where they can run over Entity, or do Entity have what it takes to actually be able to stand their ground in the second game?
I think it should be way closer this time around. I feel like, they have still a really good draft on Gaming Gladiators, but I think the switch-ups that they've made on Entities are kind of sufficient. Ember was the sort of hero that they needed, and I do like the Ember pickup. It brings them that mid-game playmaking capability for Entity, and then you switch up everything. You put the Sven on 5, you put your Lina on 1. That's something that could have been expected looking at the draft, but once the Underlord becomes big, I feel like that's maybe where the problems start occurring for Entity, because I think even like Atos Aghanims on this hero would be amazing this game. Of course, you need a lot of utility. Later on, you can get tags from Roche, whatever. But the amount of work that Pit of Malice can do in this match is just insane. Okay.
Is it just purely because of the... Do you feel like Gaming Gladiators have control issues, or is it just the heroes that they're going up against? You feel like, in particular, the roots are very frustrating?
Yeah, the roots are just very frustrating against them. They don't really have too much control issue. Like, you have Rubik, Enigma, Pango, Underlord. All of these heroes can help with your control somehow. And even CK with a little bit of Chaos Bolt, helping them out a tiny bit. Overall, I have to say that these heroes on Entity are something that I like seeing against CK carry. Like, having some extra burst damage from Lina is really nice. You have some AoE stuns as well. Like, you have the Centaur to frontline, and also probably one of the heroes that can lane against CK and come out on top. Plus, you're playing this Centaur together with Grimstroke into most likely what is an Enigma, and might die here.
Oh, without a doubt, it's going to die. They have way too many good level 1 spells to not find First Blood, and it's going to be no one that claims it as well. So already a pretty good matchup for the Ember Spirit versus the Pangolier. Now he has the First Blood advantage as well.
Yeah, that's really good for him. That's an instant Blightstone flying out to the mid lane.
Dyrachio? He's not going to die, but he really greeded for that bounty.
He got it, though. Worth?
What is it worth?
Worth? Yeah, probably not. he will go to the lane fast enough. What DM is doing is really nice as well, blocking the creep wave now on bottom lane, so he's gonna have to farm the wave under the tower and it will push in. Top lane is where I'm interested in, because this lane can go really, really nicely for Lina, and at the same time it can go very poorly for her as well. If some, you know, like if they get on top of her with lift, she can get Dowen very nicely by these two.
Okay. We did see this actual safe lane from NT. I'm trying to remember what game it was, but they played it yesterday. It must have been versus Beast Gross. They played it, and it looked quite strong with the... Was it versus Nigma? Yes, but it was Nigma, where they had this Fen and the Lina, and that was a... I believe a Pango plus Rubik in the offlane, and really were able to make it quite difficult. I mean, just a Storm Hammer to set up for the LSA. It's your classic, like, point clink stun for the spellcasting stun in Alina. So we'll see. Yeah, mate, it's kind of similar, right? If Tofu's ever out of position, I don't know if you're ever killing Ace because how survivable he is, but you know, it's similar to what you're saying. Like if Watson gets caught out with the Firestorm, you know, we could see the same be the case though for Tofu on the Rubik.
His nickname is King Gizzard in the game, by the way, on Ace right now. Gizzard. King Gizzard, that's a band, right? Like King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's a boomer thing. I'm not surprised you don't know. You're still not there.
Yeah, no. Still doing my Zoomer stuff, you know. I don't get the reference. It's a cool name though. It's a cool name. I thought it meant something else, but it's okay. I'm glad it means a band.
No. It's just a band. It's just a band. Don't worry. Yeah, how are the lanes going?
Hold that, because Tofu top lane. There was the double stuns. Tofu. Be okay though. Has an early stick. Fairy Fire if it was even required as well. Bottom lane now. Diracho is gonna eat another stun with the Inkswell. Will connect him. Bottom lane is definitely one of the weaker ones. Yes, Chaos Knight's incredibly strong laner, but the Enigma through level 1, level 2 might be a bit of a concern, and we're already seeing Entity being able to capitalize, so much better start for the boys on Entity in the second game.
Yeah, I actually think no matter what, it isn't truly no matter what you have on 5, but this Centaur plus Grimstroke should always pressure CK. I feel like it's one of those rare heroes that can actually do it against him, and then on top of that you have an Enigma that isn't the strongest laner at the moment, as a 5 at least. Nicely done by them, especially after that last game and how that lane went.
Do you have a preference real quick as well with the Underlord facet? Because I've seen a couple...
Oh, I'm going for
today.
Yeah.
With bottom lane, actually, hold that. Celery, another death. I thought maybe Diracho might be able to get a turn kill into Katomi, but Katomi was alright.
So he's going for the Necronomicon, right? That's what he took. Yeah, I'm literally taking the splash almost every game. I just like it way too much. You know,
okay,
you get a couple of kills, you get plus 200 damage. You splash around, it feels good, especially when you're trading. But the Necros are what I see more often, though, from pro players at least. I think that's the more popular facet.
I'm not 100% sure why, though, because they seem pretty useless. Like, I don't know, they don't really do much in fights, and they just go farm, and Diracho again, just gonna take some spells is fine. But yeah, I don't know, I see the Necros, like, I feel like the value of them I must be missing.
You get mana break, right? That's something nice. That Watson. No Necronomicons needed here. That's the problem with Lina. If Sven isn't close enough, she gets lifted. Pit of Malice. There's so much damage coming from Underlord. This is something that we warned earlier. Gotta be careful.
I didn't actually think about this till now. Sorry, at the mid lane with the shield crash being physical, maybe this matchup is actually a little bit better for the Pango.
Well, so far he's fine.
They might go down. Yeah, Fishman should be able to close the distance. Telekinesis back into the... Yeah, very nicely done. Fishman's still wanting to chase, but probably is not going to be able to catch up to Tofu.
Yeah, he's got this ward. Maybe was thinking about planting it somewhere around the cliff. I was gonna do that. Bot lane, these Eidolons are just sad. You know, you're using... Oh, top lane Underlord. They have
actually
lift.
committed with the TP. Okay.
I think this was some sort of miscommunication because his TP would have worked if Tofu just ran straight in and used
Mid lane.
lift.
Quinn has level 6. I mean, Slide's going to be back up in a couple of seconds. Won't be able to dodge that stun. Quinn needs to go the long way around. Still, the second one will connect before the Rolling Thunder expires, and Quinn, he's going to be okay. So, I mean, 7 denies over the 5, just has a little bit of an experience lead, and using that level 6 instantly is Quinn to help get a really big advantage. I mean, keep in mind, no one, he had first blood too, so the fact that Quinn is able to offset that advantage is huge. Unfortunately, he will not be able to get the power room, but we know what Quinn can do on the Pangolier, so scary to give him a kill like that.
What can Quinn do on Pangolier? Do we know?
My dude can completely take over games.
I see, yeah. I've heard
Yes,
that
yes.
a couple of times. A couple of majors, maybe, that he has
yes.
taken. Yeah. I don't know. It's just funny to me at this point. I'm not even mad.
He might
Quinn.
die.
Yeah.
Okay, level 6 for Quinn. He gets a kill. No one's level 6.
He
Apparently out of
doesn't get
mana.
the kill. Yeah. That's very unfortunate for no one. Like, he almost got him. He really needed that recovery kill. Is it annoying to you at all that Pango has been literally in the meta for about 2-3 years now? In every single meta so far.
Yes. I only say that. I like the hero. I like watching the hero a lot. I think I really enjoyed Playmakers top lane. Fishman. Telekinesis back into the Firestorm. They are lacking a little bit of damage at the moment, but looks like they'll still be able to find it after a couple of seconds with that chase. I don't know. I really like Playmakers, and I think this hero is fun as hell to play as well. So I'm a little bit biased, but I don't. In general, I don't like heroes that are in the meta for such a long time.
I think he needed to be rotated out a couple of times, and they did try, but he just sticks around. People find new ways of playing him, and I completely agree. Like, he's one of those heroes that I'm playing on Steam Deck, you know, that are actually playable on Steam Deck, and it's so much fun. You can literally use that analog stick to drive around with Rolling Thunder, so it's a fun one. Mid lane.
Lane, they're baiting, actually. Quinn's gonna jump in, and now with the double supports from Entity waiting in the shadows, Quinn will still be able to get some mitigation. Shield crash and enables him to play with the Rolling Thunder. I don't know if this kill potentially was considering it, but importantly, he's gonna be able to get out with his life.
Yeah, never mind, get him out. I'm done. Just, I feel the pain of Entity. Rubik though?
They can go back in maybe with a big shield crash with some teleports, and yeah, that'll come through with the Fiend's Gate. No one. Have they got detection for the Ember Spirit? He'll still commit actually with the Slight because no one knows he can escape with the Stampede, and meanwhile Fishman also gets out with the Centaur's ultimate, so that is Fiend's Gate used. A couple of TPs to mid from Gaming Gladiators, and NT will be able to strike back.
Yeah, at least they got the Rubik. They really needed it. Nice little Searing Chain mid.
Surely now, right? Surely now. Okay.
Maybe another one.
By the looks of it, potentially, no one's going to continue to chase. This is scary, man, to get kills, because we've also seen so far through this tournament as well, no one with a good Ember Spirit game. That could be devastating. It's 4-1 already.
Yeah, he's doing some really good stuff on this mid lane. Alright. Yeah, he did die once, right? Like, it wasn't really that great of a beginning. And he did have a good lane on the Pangolier, but this is now 4-1. They're committing a lot of heroes mid lane. It's literally just a bloodbath over here. Another time.
Win. Rolling Thunder's going to be there. See if you have the opportunity to pop it. Won't need it. Of course, no aggressive potential. I thought maybe you might need it defensively, but
They
backed the lane and already low.
Yeah, keep in mind that this is the Ember that had first blood, so he still needed to recover even after having a first blood, but still good. The only reason why they couldn't even attempt going on Quinn is because there was no mana for Phantom's Embrace. Grimstroke didn't have it, so he lived.
This could be scary with the pit. No chain control from no one. I say that though. Be able to get away with Remnant. Quinn is
Screen.
committing. No one's still got another Remnant to work with. The first stun connects. If they got any more follow-up, Quinn is waiting on the Remnant.
A nice sidestep, and now Quinn, well, he's committed. He is stuck in Dire's territory. And with a double Storm Hammer coming through from Fishman, but the damage is currently lacking, but DM, he'll fix that issue. Now maybe Ace, next person they look for. Ace has got the Atos and the pit back up. There's going to be some turn potential. Maxed out Firestorm, Telekinesis back in. Another round of the root, and they just went too far. Not respecting the damage out of the Underlord. And Ace will make them pay. Duracho even swings over to get involved as well in the early game action.
Yeah, just on time, Duracho to complete his armlet as well. And look at that, stacks once more. They do not have heroes that take them as fast. Let's see if they will be punished for this. It doesn't look like they will be. Once again, Duracho just gets a free stack.
Oh, I don't know if you can get the Ancients.
No way, no way. No. That's a bit too much.
Someone was pinging. It must have been Entity, though. Worried me for a little bit. They're coming. They're splitting up their forces. Quinn might be in a position to actually pop the smoke. In fact, it'll be Tofu first. Gladiators are nearby, but importantly, Rolling Thunder on cooldown for 5 more seconds. They might be able to take the fight now, though. We've got to keep an eye on what he's going to be able to do with the Laguna Blade, but it's just not enough damage. 2,000 health, Chaos Knight, he's okay. Now, Quinn thinking about activating the Rolling Thunder, but will not be able to stop Entity from getting further away, so it is 1 kill. I mean, that's all 10 heroes down bottom at 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that was the smoke attempt by Entity to defend their triangle and also get a kill or two. No one is still around, but the double damage bottled by Quinn. Sometimes you can steal it with the sleight of fist. Didn't happen for no one. Yeah, this game just broke loose. And I love Underlord's build, by the way. We talked about Ace and what he might buy. He did go for the Atos build, so extra control for that Ember Spirit. And for everyone else, of course. Especially because they have Stampede to work with. Your DM just...
I don't know if you can farm the stack.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, Centaur is kind of out of action, which may give Gaming Gladiators an opportunity to take the stack.
I think with Firestorm you definitely can. Yep.
Oh man,
that's so
2 games
sad.
in a row. And they're going to fight. I mean, Quinn has DD. Quinn wants to fight. And in a choke point area like this, the only issue for him is the Rolling Thunder. Just being stopped thanks to the Soulbind. So yeah, you'll get Fishman. There was definitely the avenue to potentially get an extra kill as well, but Kataomi is always going to be an issue for the Pangolier this game.
Yep, Soulbind. Just a perfect spell versus Grimstroke, versus Pango, especially if there is a teammate around him. You always have to be careful about it. They still got a kill, and they still got a full set of Ancients, so I think you're fine.
No one went
Ember?
to the Remnant. Really? I mean, they knew exactly where it was. It was just too greedy. I'm super greedy from no one. I mean, you TP back, you want to refill the resources. It would feel horrible for you to have to walk back to the lane instead of using the Remnant, but you have to respect that Gaming Gladiators saw the Remnant and were going to be there waiting.
Yeah, at this point in the game, I think it's, of course, in hindsight, it was better to run, but in any case, it would have been safer. That Remnant wasn't necessarily safe. And there is an Atos that we mentioned on Underlord. You will get caught either by the Pit of Malice or the Lift or the Atos.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sneaky Fishman.
Both sides, yeah. Even saw Duracho still the other teams hoping for a fight. They were setting up potentially with the Fiend's Gate from Ace, but be a 1-for-1 in the end with the Wisdom Runes. I'm just taking a look at the net worth and I'm seeing Fishman's net worth. Like, what do you actually do on a support Sven now? Like, what is the purpose of the hero?
The purpose is to pop Warcry, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, so that's it?
Yep.
See, Fishman's net worth going to continue to drop. Do you feel like that is enough for supports nowadays? Because we see a lot of them being able to scale, right? You know, Enigma this game can scale. Not only Auras has a lot of value in team fights, but late game Black Hole, we see a lot of the... I mean, not Dark Willows at the moment with the letter patch, but of course, you know, the Hoodwing, the Weaver being able to scale, the Monkey King as an example, Rubik can scale, Grimstroke has value as the game goes on, but you're just saying Sven is just Warcry. Do you feel like that is enough for supports to provide nowadays?
He's a simple man. What do you want? Like, he jumps in, he Warcries, maybe he has a shard as well for some passiveness. That's it. You know, I enjoyed this. Celery, mid lane.
Him from DM. I'm gonna try and target down with the Enigma at the moment. They should be able to get a pretty free kill, but can they get Ace next as well? Without the auras, Ace isn't as survivable. We'll try and go through the portal. That's not gonna be the case, but maybe with the stolen Stampede, he can escape it. No one. Hot pursuit, but the Ember Spirit will be able to catch up. And now inside the river, Duracho, Quinn working hand in hand. They'll try and move over towards Tofu, but it's a numbers disadvantage, and I don't know if they can even the trade with just these two heroes. Duracho wants to at least make the attempt. DM is still here, but won't be able to catch up to the Centaur by the looks of it. Quinn, they have scouted out the Pangoli stuck inside the river. Now Quinn, I mean, they're intercepting on the escape. Gonna get a little bit of protection out of the shield crash, but I don't think it's gonna be enough in the end, especially with what's in there by the Laguna Blade and the right placement. No, they run straight into Celery's Black Hole. He doesn't even a blink dagger. He can just walk into the middle, land it onto fourth, and Quinn, he knew exactly what was going, and it was all a bait. The master plan from the mid laner.
Sorry for ruining your cast. Ever since I started,
my friend.
Yeah, I always wanted to scream Black Hole when a good one happens.
Oh, that was a perfect one. Quinn still goes down, but we're going to see the return kill in the end with this stolen Inkswell. What a sequence of events, and man, so much action this game. And you take a look at the net worth lead at 7,000 for Gaming Gladiators, and with 14 to 12 kill count, you'd think it'd be much closer, but I mean, this game, they have got a firm grasp of it once again.
Yeah, like, Celery might have not had the best lane ever, but that's what this hero does. He recovers really nicely, and he's got the mech, he's got the canes already, and on top of that, that Black Hole was just beautiful. Like, just poetry right there. The Pango, I believe what he was doing in the river, like, he could have escaped, but he wanted to go on Lina. He had full vision on her, and then in the end, he just got caught, but perfect bait in the end.
This is... Alright, well, they're going to have the Fiend's Gate to add the extra numbers they feel like is needed. Nice. Stun comes out at the last second. The Stampede will give no value to the Centaur. That is a kill and the ultimate on cooldown. Duracho is looking for the +1 with the help of Tofu under the tower. There is no concern. I mean, this Inkswell being stolen will be a big issue for Entity. You have the value to use it onto someone like a Centaur and Ember, but Radiant, they can put it on the Pango, they can put it onto the Chaos Knight and get incredibly active like they have been so far.
Yeah, even on the Underlord, Watson needs to be really damn careful here. He should know he has a good ward. And because of that, he's going to... Let's see, there's a haste at Quinn. Should be fine, right?
They kind of know something's up. Well, Cellar is just on the opposite side of the map by himself, stuck in between three heroes.
Yeah. It's okay. You'd rather have Celery doing this than Duracho. I feel like Duracho has been the one doing these plays in some games in previous months. GG. But an Enigma does that very nicely. You force all the heroes to go on top of you, you take the enemy's jungle farm, and you also give a lot of info to your team.
One little interesting mechanic now with the Pangolier with the innate ability, stopping some of the random procs. I mean, you've got already a Gleipnir on Watson, you've got a Maelstrom on the Ember Spirit as well, so it is actually going to stop honestly a lot of the damage. This is a lot of the early game from both the Lina and the Ember.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fishman.
Coming through. Get me more over the right side, Duracho. Okay, there's going to be your Scepter to stop the Orchid, and just out of range, so close.
Yeah, he couldn't get there on time, because he used the pit not for the Ember, he used it for the Sven. But in the end, they both get away.
No T2 tower means this formation's a little bit awkward for them to play with. No one's still going to run towards the Ruby Pit. No one. Can you really take with this with all the control? Your Scepter's used, but as soon as you come back down, there's going to be a pit. And now a shield crash as well, dropped straight on the deck. Celery happy with dropping a solo Black Hole, because he knows there's going to be no response, and still, they've got the Inkswell stolen, so Quinn, they'll be able to catch up to Katsuomi. Is once again Gaming Gladiators are rolling a fight right at front of the tier 3 tower, as they cannot poke the high ground.
The small little mechanical things there, like Ace he didn't want to use his Pit of Malice instantly or Athos on Ember because he knows it's just gonna get Yuled up. Instead, he lets CK use the Orchid and then he uses Pit of Malice on top of Yules. So Ember had absolutely no chance of escaping. He almost got pushed out by Rolling Thunder though, but still, too much damage.
I know, Lizard, honestly, I'm a little worried for teams versus gaming. Like, it seems like they're starting to get back to their form. I know we did see them, of course, the most recent Dream League. We've mentioned a couple times of them getting a second place, but they are blitzing through games and playing like the gaming we have seen in the past.
Yeah, I feel like the patch as well is definitely a correct one for them. Duracho, there's a full smoke for him.
They know, though, they are well aware, but the scan is on the mark and they're ready to be able to converge and protect Duracho. They might be a bit too late, though. Weren't expecting how fast the damage count. Ace wasn't able to go through the portal to help with the pipe, and now he is stuck here. So, a bit of an oversight. Gaming Gladiators thought the Chaos Knight would be survivable enough for them to get there in time, but that is not the case.
Yeah, I think Duracho is allowed like 2 or 3 of these deaths in every game that I watch Gaming Gladiators, so it's fine. You know, that's the copium all GG fans need right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold.
Some momentum being lost. Watson without the Fishman Kataomi is going to be able to get the Tormentor. That will be Ag Shard for DM. Pretty good Ag Shard. Looks like Grimstroke already had his. Watson's doing not too bad to keep up in net worth. I mean, second at the moment, but the big thing is like the supports on Radiant have a lot of the gold advantage.
Yep, that's one thing that we were waiting for, right? Like this Lina to actually start hurting, and she is starting to hurt right now. I feel like the hero does, of course, a lot with items, but she also needs a lot of levels to shout that maximum Laguna Blade, have the Fiery Soul stacks up. But on the other side, they're not getting any weaker. Chaos Knight with the Manta, I swear I feel like because of his facet, Manta feels like an ulti. It just feels like an ulti.
Do you buy Shard early on this hero as well?
Like I buy it. I don't know if most carries do or they just wait for the Tormentor, but I am buying it. 9 out of 10 games. I just feel it's so damn good.
See a couple of heroes starting to move towards bottom. Kataomi at the moment is just going to push it from afar with some of the spells, and none of Gaming want to reveal themselves. Looks like their eyes are over towards Roshan. And Entity's not a fight they're going to be able to take even if they knew what was going on. Imagine they got a pretty good idea. They do now with the scan being on the mark, so back to farming they go. DM's going to be working on the Lotus. Of course, we're still needing the BKB out of Watson. He's pretty close to it as well. And importantly, no one is, I believe, maybe Gleipnir's coming out of the quarry for no one? Yeah.
It's a good one, right? Like you get the Gleipnir into all the illusions, a bit more AoE damage. Grimstroke as well, of course, maxing out his Stroke of Fate now last, so that will help too. Unfortunately, nothing on Sven. Still no drums even. This, like when you click on this Sven, you're like, what happened? Did this guy AFK minute 5? Because you asked this very nicely early on. Is it enough? He at least has a shard, right? So with that shard, he will be doing something passively, if nothing else.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that's enough. Duracho and Celery run into Kataomi, so a bit of a freebie onto the Grimstroke. Bottom's already shoved out, so this T2 tower will go down. And maybe, let's see what the call is. High ground's a bit scary. Duracho is coming down, so maybe they're trying to form up for a potential push. We'll see. Can they?
Oh, the
Archer,
blinking.
aggressive jump in. Look at the stun, they might be able to pull him down through one control. Yeah, you've got the yours, but still, it just sets up for the pit. Time and time again, your yours will enter the silence, but it just kind of baits you in the end. And Gaming Gladiators have always been a team that know exactly when to go the high ground. This opportunity now gives them a second full set of barracks.
Yeah, they have a tier 2 on top lane. Because of that, there is no possibility of mega creeps. There is a possibility of the game ending, but okay, they're going to respect them, go back, CKT ping top. The problem that I see from Entity as well, like they have 2 supports with 2 shards. One has Aetherland's shard, the other has Drum's shard. There's absolutely no defensive items coming from them or abilities. So if the Ember gets gone on, he's as good as dead. Like, you need to use this Lotus, at least from the Centaur and maybe Stampede. I don't know, it felt like they jumped your high ground and everyone on Entity just lifted their hands and gave up. Watched as their Ember died.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Entity, of course, keep in mind, these are the reigning champions of the previous tour, the Spring Tour, and they were able to get that 3-1 victory over Virtus Pro, and now they are currently about to be put in that 3rd place match.
Dire's top tower.
Versus the boys on 1 win, so won't have an opportunity to play for a reigning trophy. Maybe this could be that fight, but it really feels like this is a desperation last fight potentially for them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ember did show his positioning, and look at that.
And again, they're going to go Dyrachyo, no hesitation, but the pit's going to be laid down. They'll try and drop the backline team wants to cause chaos. He won't be able to buy enough time for no one to activate the remnants and get away. Meanwhile, that Rolling Thunder being kited. Eyes on Watson and what he's going to be able to do here with the Luna. BKB is available, so it's going to be difficult for them to be able to control her momentarily. DM finds an opportunity onto Celery. They want to take the Black Hole out of the equation. They're going to be able to do so successfully. Now continuing over towards Quinn as well. This is their opportunity to strike back, and they're going to do it in such a fine way. As Tofu and Ace,
Oh, nice blink.
what's the call? They're going to look to try and go in. Dyrachyo will be able to get the blink away. Fishman wanting to hunt, but everyone else, they actually guessed the wrong direction. Fishman, he's hot on the tail of Dyrachyo. Blink back up shortly, and
Oh, he lost vision.
he should be able to make it away.
Right? Like, he lost vision. The nighttime vision wasn't really good enough. Anyways, they probably don't kill him there. Nice defense by Entity. Like, there's still hope for them to maybe eke out game 3. But for me, the best part of that fight, or the flashiest play, was Dyrachyo with his Phantasm. Sending, I don't know if you noticed the way he sent his illusions. Like, one was in front of the 4 other ones. And because of that prominent illusion, Ember thought, okay, that's the real one. So he went in with the Sleight of Fist, and that's when Dyrachyo jumps from... So Ember is basically thinking, I'm far enough, if I Sleight of Fist, he can't jump Orchid me. But because he actually hit an illusion, Dyrachyo jumps him from the backlines and manages to blink Orchid him. They didn't kill the Ember in the end because there was no follow-up, but it was still a cool play.
A little thing doesn't work out this time, but maybe next time might see it actually pay off for Dyrachyo, who be working for a BKB next. They're setting up bottom lane. Dyrachyo might run into Entity, but Entity are aware of this. Of Smokers 3, DM on the high ground looking for the Inkswell carrier. See Dyrachyo split away from the team with this high ground ward, and Radiant would love a fight in this area. Maybe a little bit more difficult once Entity are able to set up a formation on the high ground.
Catalina is becoming an issue. He's got this full small crit completed. It's gonna be dealing some damage if they don't jump her.
Smoke pops.
Dire's
Try and deal with the Phantasm illusion slowly. And we'll make it a little bit frustrating. You see the respect from either side. Like, Gaiman, they're not going to walk into the high ground. Entity, they're not going to walk to the other high ground. I say that Quinn is kind of moving forward. Dyrachyo as well. Aggressive jumping because the Phantasm illusion gives him the information. Watson's going to be able to stand his ground and activate the BKB. They've locked on towards the Chaos Sniper. Dyrachyo gets some separation thanks to the Force Stuff. And now, importantly, the BKB is out for Watson. And how does he fight with this on cooldown? Over to the right side, they've got the Black Hole solo onto the Ember Spirit. Once again, there is no counter. Who needs a BKB when apparently they can't even close the distance? All the stuns they have, they will get nowhere near Celery. Now Dyrachyo, an aggressive jump forward. It's a pretty decent stun from DM, but Watson can just not stand his ground. Quinn and Ace, they know their role. Just run towards Selena. Make sure she cannot freely right-click him. These are 2 heroes without buybacks, and this is about to be potentially game.
Yeah, they could still go for top lane, but instead they're going for game, like you said. Sven is caught.
buyback, I suppose, wasting a little bit of time. It's not much, though. He won't actually even die. Okay, drag back. Will indeed. Ember's up in a couple of seconds. You're not going to have DM. That'll be a die back instantly. They surround the Centaur. And now in with a Phantasm. They're on top of the Lina as well. No buyback. And Gaming Gladiators, they will have a date with Team Spirit in the grand finals. What an absolute beatdown.
Yeah, absolutely. Well put. This was a beatdown in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 2 kind of lasted a little bit longer, but at around the same ballpark minute time, like minute 20, minute 17, the game was already on paper decided. Like if you went a little bit further and watched the win chance, win probability, I feel like it was heavily favoriting Gaming Gladiators. This last fight as well, the way they adjusted, I think they struggled a little bit, like they lost that one top fight, and then they decided, okay, what we're doing is wrong, let's fix it. What's wrong? We're jumping the course. Instead, let's jump this goddamn Grimstroke that keeps on hitting Pangolier with Soulbind. That's the only reason Quinn can't play the game. So they killed the Grimstroke, and even though there's a buyback on Grim in that lower high ground fight, even though there's a buyback, he's not there in time to stop the Pango from just owning everything. Really nicely done by Gaming Gladiators. I think they are back in their groove. And I think they're playing the heroes that are not only very comfortable for them, but are also very strong right now in the meta.
Yeah, without a doubt. Must say, I'm very, very excited to be able to watch the best of 5 tomorrow with the boys on Spirit going up against Gaming Gladiators. Because gaming at the moment, no one's being able to compete with their early game tempo. We of course saw Spirit be able to do it at TI, but that was, that's 6 months ago, even a little bit longer now. So we'll see. It's definitely a different iteration of these teams, a different patch as well. So that's going to be a very exciting best of 5. But for us, we are done today. Of course, first, going to go back to the panel and hear what they have to say about this final game too.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. As we get ready to close it out, we are going to have one last discussion here. Team Spirit and Gaming Gladiators in the finals. Entity and One Win going to be playing up for that 3rd place tomorrow. But just to come back to this final game here, Hurry, once again, I mean, it lasted a little bit longer here. It was a 30-minute game, or 30-ish minute game. But Entity really never felt like they were in control, right, of this one. Do you feel?
Yeah, not really. I think Gaming Gladiators are just playing way too good right now. It's good that they're gonna be versus Team Spirit in the grand finals, because I don't know if there's another team in this tournament that even at their peak could compete with Gaming Gladiators at the moment. This was with the Ember getting the first blood, and then still you get the Rolling Thunder and you kill him, right? It's just so many things, little things in the laning stage outside of it as well that Gaming Gladiators are doing right. And it's not like Entity are playing bad. It's just that there is a clear difference at the moment between the two teams.
Yeah, I think, obviously, I don't think the reason they lost is it's only draft. But to me, this is 2 games in a row where Watson just doesn't get enabled by the draft whatsoever. Like, you're picking this Lina on 17, you get CK'd. Yeah, maybe they were trying to do some flexing with no one, but the Underlord pick was amazing from GG. I feel like some of the drafting, and even then, like, you end up with this Van Lina lane where Watson dies very early on. I feel like, yeah, that was an amazing black hole by Celery, by the way. Just perfect position there in the fog. Just to get back, draft-wise, I was actually very happy with what Entity brought into today. But I don't know, maybe it's GG just being better at drafting than them. But it felt like a lot of their lanes were awkward. This is a game where at least you get the Ember for no one, and you could see how much impact he has. Like, he was the pillar, the cornerstone holding this game together. But the side lanes, once again, just struggled way too much.
I think Entity are playing something that they know, something that they practice. It looks that way because this is the 3rd time in this tournament and the 2nd time in this series that we see for them literally, oh, we want this double safe lane to be played. It was Sven and Lina, and in the previous game it was the Io Marcy, right? And then we have Gaming Gladiators, who I think can play at the same level, but then with a much more bigger hero pool, and that allows them to have slightly better drafts and then ultimately outplay their opponents as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Gladiators just showing that they are incredible. I'm very curious to see how Team Spirit is going to fare against them. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be there, but it's crazy how different they are. Spirit always kind of trying to play late game, and GG, I think this patch favors them so much because you can end the games much earlier than you could in the other patches.
Yeah, and looking at it, the grand finals again, it will be Team Spirit and Gaming Gladiators. Like you say, the third place, One Win and Entity. Entity, I'm interested to see how they're going to play it, and One Win as well with a fresh, approach to the game, because it felt like here One Win. We saw that last series. They were just a little bit stretched too far, coming into the 9th, 10th game of the day, and maybe with a night of rest here, they're going to be able to reset, come back in that third place. And looking at this one, do you have a favorite, Harry, coming into the third place?
Well, it's a hard one to say. Maybe Entity slightly, because I don't know if One Win do have the hero pool to actually do what Gaming Gladiators have done. So Entity, in my mind, should be able to have a slight advantage there, but only a slight one. I think it's gonna be both the series, both the best of 3 and the best of 5 are gonna be incredibly close.
Yeah, and Bowie, have you got a favorite coming into that third place game? One Win, Entity, which way are you leaning there?
I don't know. I was very impressed with how well they fared against Spirit, and that was a day where they played so much. I think with a good night's sleep and just waking up with all of the information their coaches are going to be able to provide, I do feel like they have a slight edge over Entity, since I think at least for One Win, it's easier to rationalize why they didn't really get to the finals, what happened. It was just a lot of circumstances like out of their control. Whereas Entity, they come with some expectations, with some favoritism, knowing what happened at the qualifiers, how dominant they were looking. And yeah, I feel like it's not even that they lost, but how they lost. Game 1 was just an absolute stomp, and game 2 wasn't that different. So I hope they can reset mentally on Entity, but I do feel like momentum-wise, there should be an edge here for One Win.
Okay, and we'll see how that's going to go for them tomorrow. That is going to be the first game of the day between Entity and One Win here for the third place. And just to break down quickly, the prize pool, it's going to be 5,000 to fourth place, 15,000 to third. So there is a big jump here between the two. So you want to be aiming for that third place here in that game. And then in the grand finals, it's second place will take home 30,000, first place going for that 50,000. So it's still a big difference here between fourth, third, second, and second, first. And everybody wants to be going for that first place, but it's only going to be one team here between the two now, Team Spirit and Gaming Gladiators. I think I'm just going to confirm that we might have an interview coming with Celery, just to make sure. But yeah, looking at this one, it's been a great event, I think, and again, just fitting it into the 4 days like we do here with One Win, just be able to see all these teams play on such a high quality. I know we said on the first day we said goodbye to 2, second day we said goodbye to 2 more, but I think everybody's been super impressive. From the Dota that I've seen being played, everybody's been super impressive. And Harry, has anyone stood out to you, apart from the two obviously in the grand finals? Is there anyone that you're looking forward to seeing more as we go forwards?
I mean, One Win for sure, right? Because the last time they just lost 2 series, 2 best of 1s, and they dropped out of the tournament. And this time around, they made it to the playoffs, so it's a big improvement.
Yeah, and I think we are going to be able to get that interview now with Celery coming through, so we'll see what he has to say about getting to the grand finals and how he's going to be feeling here after a bit of a late night of Dota.
Do we need to call him? Yeah. There he is.
There
we
go.
summoned him.
He's in. Sorry, congratulations on the win and congratulations on making those grand finals.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I hope you can hear me. It's a bit of a scuffed phone setup.
We hear you, but that's not the real Dota player camera. You need to be showing us your hand, your keyboard, or something like half of your head.
Yeah, I'm in my room now because the Wi-Fi doesn't work in our practice room, but no keyboard here.
Just to start off with, you've played, the past couple of days you've had a game that you won in 15 minutes, you had a game that you won in 18 minutes. How tell me the secret. I need those from my pubs. How have you been able to approach those games and close them out so quickly?
Yeah, I mean, it's just doing all the small things really well. We're boot camping for a bit more than a week now, almost 10 days. And like at the start, holy crap, we were just getting stomped by everyone. Every team we scrimmed, we're just getting stomped. And we're like, okay, we just need to focus on everything, all the little things. We were not in shape. Everything had to be better. And then we just focused on everything almost. And now all the small things are good, are last hitting, all the small things. It's very boring small things when you stomp games. It's not some incredible stuff. In this game, my last game, my small things that I had to do were not so good, so you have to make up with Foreman Black Hole, but usually you win games by doing all the small things right.
We were gonna bring it up, Celery.
Right, yeah.
You didn't have to do it. You didn't have to do it. We were gonna bring it up. I think I saw your tweet about that things are starting to look up in the boot camp, and you mentioned it here again. Do you think that this is your peak, or do you still see some room for improvement, or is this like the strongest that we're gonna see the Gladiators at?
I hope not. I didn't. I didn't play too good this last game. My team definitely pulled through. I'm not sure. We're not really thinking too much about it. We're just every day we're trying to get a little bit better. We're just only talking about Dota, only thinking about Dota. So I think there's still more room to go. When we're behind, it's not our strong suit. Like a team like Spirit is very, very good at coming back and taking the clutch fights, waiting on the right spots. That's something we want to get better at.
I do have a question about, I guess, expectations. Like, you guys came from a year where you were winning like pretty much everything, or getting lots of second places. This year, like, you guys did pretty well, I would say, but it was a bit of a not as impressive as the last one. Do you feel better having less of a target over you guys, or you feel like maybe like how does it feel now to not be always the the expected first place in every tournament?
Yeah, it's a lot different, for sure. When last year, like it feels amazing when you win a tournament, but we won a lot in a row, and it almost got dull. And you just have less motivation, and you start practicing a little bit less here and there, even though you think you're not. It starts creeping in slowly. So compared to last year, this year is way different because we haven't had any taste of victory. And the best we've done is getting second in the season, which it's a great result, but that's not what we're looking for. We know what we can do and what we want to achieve. So it's definitely, we have a lot of hunger. Even like people might say this is a smaller tournament, but we really just want to win a tournament. We're playing Spirit now, so it's just gonna be a great final, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
like
and
the hunger. You guys just got so many stops. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully it is going to be a great grand finals coming up tomorrow as well. And I know it's pretty late now. Obviously, it's past midnight where I am too. So we're going to let you go, Solid. Congratulations once again for securing that place in the grand finals. We'll see you coming up in that second series tomorrow. And, hopefully it'll be another... I want to see the full best of 5, but I hope it's just good Dota all around.
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. I hope everyone will have fun tomorrow watching.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that was Celery, and yeah, just great interview. Like I said, focusing on the little things there, and they just want that drive, that hunger to win. And they showed it here today. I think they've showed it all the way through the event with the games that they've played. So, Harry, just quickly, as we look to close it out, any final thoughts on the day from the Dota that you've seen so far?
I think this interview rounds up great. Now we find out that Gaming Gladiators, they really want to bite into every tournament, no matter what it is, and just want to show us their best. And I'm hoping that Spirit we're looking at this interview and they feel hyped about tomorrow's games as well.
Yeah, and Bowie, we're going to be able to take a look at the predictions to see how they actually played out. But Bowie, on the other side, Team Spirit, they've got to be just as hyped, right? Because this is, two of the strongest teams coming through. And look at this. I'm still not last. But that's not all the celebrating.
I mean, it's not hard when there's Bowie, dude. It's you really have no competition.
Well, I guess you guys don't really understand. Like, our job here is not to be right, is to be entertaining. And I'm here just doing the hard work while you guys just keep guessing whatever you think you're guessing and then just patting yourselves in the back, right? I'm the one getting the laughs. I'm the one carrying this show. But yeah, just going back to Team Spirit, I think it's going to be an amazing match. Like, it's kind of a taste of what we might get to see in the next tournaments. And like, they have really different play styles, so it's definitely going to be awesome to watch.
Bowie, Rob, sorry, before you close out the show, Bowie, he called you out on calling him a clown today, and now he said it himself. I mean, Bowie, I'm sorry, but you owe Rob an apology if you want to. It doesn't matter, but just needed to point that one out.
All right, I'm sorry, Rob. We can close the show now.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, we are going to be closing the show out. It is getting late, so don't forget, everybody, to follow the social media channels there. The banner below the stream, it's in the chat as well. One Win on Twitter. Go follow that to make sure you are up to date. There's going to be way more Dota coming up for the rest of the year. There's going to be way more events coming up for One Win for the rest of the year. But for now, that is going to be it for me and my panel and the castle. So thank you very much for tuning in. And we'll see you tomorrow for more excellent Dota.
You're welcome.
Production.
Thanks, production. See you tomorrow.